System Finale. The System Apocalypse, Book 12. Written by Thao Wong. Narrated by Nick Podell. What happened before? Traitor, rebel, heretic. John Lee is all those things. Betraying Earth and turning on them with the Galactic Council vote has set Earth free of the political games it was forced to play, but at the cost of violence and war. Rebelling against the Galactic Council and revealing their deepest secrets has seen him marked for capture, torture, and worse. As a heretic, John has departed from the normal lines of inquiry for the system quest and, in doing so, become one of the few to breach the mythical 91% completion rate for the quest. Forced to flee the capital of the Galactic Council, 𝗧𝒐𝒪𝗲, John Lee and the rest of the crew runs and fights for months in the Forbidden Zone. There they encounter outcasts, loners, and beings of great and frightening power. Among them is a sapient golem who entrusts John with his legacy, a sentient, modified golem named 𝗍. Further help arrives in the form of the 𝗧𝒵𝒧𝒧𝗏, a religious group who believes the system itself is God and seek to free it from the clutches of the system administrators. When the Galactic Council finds John and his friends, the 𝗧𝒵𝒧𝒏 sacrifice their island. 𝗀𝒐𝒐, child prodigy mechanic, stows away on the Nothing's heartbreak. Unfortunately, for all their running, their final goal was always known. Breaking into the solar system that Zylark, home and birthplace of the dragons that populate the universe, was always going to be a challenge. With all eyes on them, the team manages to breach the protective barrier and enter the solar system, the Galactic Council's fleet right behind them. Mere hours away from reaching the planet and some modicum of safety, John and his team is betrayed. Dornalor, pirate captain and trusted pilot, turns them in to save himself and the other crew members, all but Makito and John. Luckily, his betrayal was foreseen, and Makito escapes to meet with an old party member. Playing bait once again, John allows himself to be captured and taken by the system administrators, his fate yet to be determined. Chapter 1. I almost prefer the torture sessions to this. At least when they're sticking, flesh-eating worms under my skin or extracting bones from my extremities, the results are focused, and the intentions of my torturers are easy to guard against. This is just so much more insidious. "Well, what do you think?" 𝗵𝒄𝒄 asks impatiently. "A little too bitter," I answer at last, swallowing the lump of chocolate. "It's chocolate. Of course it's bitter." "It's only 60% cacao. You added a bunch of sugar and milk to it, too, to give it creaminess, but still managed to make it too bitter. I'd expect it to be that bitter and rich at around 80 or 90%, I reply, pocketing the remaining piece of chocolate. "You're still taking it?" "Of course I am. It's chocolate." I lean back in the chair, fixing the man across from me with my stare. I'm told it's unnerving when I just look at people. Something about the simmering anger, or the way a part of me, the part that has blossomed and grown thanks to the system and a lot of intelligence points, runs the numbers and angles if I need to take someone apart. Maybe it says something about my life that the need is all too common. "What?" I shrug, letting my gaze roam over the industrial kitchen we're in. It looks similar to what I'd expect a full-sized industrial kitchen would look like, with multiple stoves, burners, gleaming metal appliances, and kitchen sinks. Of course, the sinks are sonic disruptors, and the stoves are convection ovens that generate heat via mana stones, but outside of those details, a typical commercial kitchen. "No, seriously, what?" he asks. "Just trying to figure out your play." "Chocolate?" I give him a flat stare, and he shrugs. "You're a smart human. You know what the play is." "Yeah, I do. Good cop, bad cop." I raise one stump of a hand, the fingers and wrist still growing back from the latest session. torture, pain, mutilation, and death, I raise my untouched other hand. Chocolate, friendly conversations, and betrayal.
Exactly.
But what makes you think I know anything worth all this effort? I shake my head. We've been at this for, what, nearly a year now? I've kind of lost track of time. The administrators cheat a little, twisting how much time passes in this dimensional plane they're keeping me in. I know via the administrative interface I still have a modicum of access to, that I'm still attached to 𝗧𝗏 and time compressed, but I don't know exactly how much.
In your Earth years, yes.
A pause, then the grin again.
Just over, in truth.
Can't be cheap. I know the system doesn't like when you waste so many resources putting up a time-compressed zone. Hell, our experience gains have been hammered because of it.
But still good. Do you not think so?
In a sense. I have to admit he's right. One of the reasons why they let me have my system access is to let me code solutions for the system. I'm still gaining experience from it, though it's incredibly heavily discounted. But considering when I'm not being tortured, I have nothing better to do half the time, I've been a good little worker bee. It amuses me that other administrators thus far have yet to patch the cheat 𝗵𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒎 and I found. It's not as if it's staring all of us in the face when we access the system ticketing board. Sometimes I wonder if they're using it to track her. I can't think of how, but for all my skill and ability to absorb information, the system literally runs everything in our lives, and I've had only a few years to work out how to use it. Some of the other administrators have had literal centuries.
You are correct, however, 𝗏𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆 says. Every day that you delay us, it grows harder to justify keeping you alive.
Then don't. I shrug. I mean, I'm not exactly wanting to die, but considering my other options...
And what if I said that rather than death, the other hand gets you? For eternity.
Eternity's a long time.
We have skills.
I grunt, closing my eyes for a second. It's a sign of weakness, of them getting to me. A year ago, I wouldn't have even given them that much. A year ago, I was all piss and vinegar, ready to take everything they could throw at me with the confidence that I'd come out swinging. A year ago, I hadn't been put through hell and back. Truth is, pain, constant pain, and the things it does to a person is impossible to predict. You never know how you'll react, what you'll do when your daily existence can change on a whim. One moment you're working on a new ticket, the next you're screaming your head off. And I do scream. I might not have broken. I won't break. At least not yet, though the gods know what it'd be like 1,000 years down the road. But I do scream. Holding it in is worthless, since by that point, they've stripped everything from me anyway. Skin, organs, dignity. A year ago, I would have not given them this much. But all this time has stripped me down, burnt out foolish, egotistical things like not screaming. Sure, I'll think about telling them all I know. I'll flinch. They know it. I know it. So why bother hiding? But I guess I'll be screaming for a long time then. A grim nod.
He's not your friend.
I never thought he was, I reply.
The Prime Administrator will not save you, he continues.
Didn't figure him to.
And will capture your friends.
I'm sure you will try. I return his heated gaze with my own, taunting him. He stands, fast and hard, and the mask falls away. I'm not surprised. They keep changing the good cop, hoping at some point they'll find someone that works. They've tried it all, big and ugly but friendly, to thin and cute and perky. At least 5 different sexes, at last count, just under a dozen races. Some don't last more than a few days. Others, like 𝗏𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆, last months. They all break eventually. I guess if I had a skill, it'd be pissing people off. He claps his hands, and they come, dragging me out. I could fight, but what's the point? The bracers on my hands short-circuit any of my skill use. And the moment I try, they'll drain me of mana, shut down my link to the system, and beat me even more. More importantly, I've never managed to kill the guards before I'm caught. So I wait for the time when my friends come and rescue me. And even if they do drag me into the room, the room, and truss me up for my latest round of torture, I wait, knowing that somewhere, sometime, they'll come for me. I just have to hold out. When they throw me back into my cell, and it is a cell, with about 9 feet of space both ways, I'm left bleeding and broken. The system, of course, does its thing, and within 10 minutes I'm back to normal, albeit without a shred of functioning clothing. It doesn't bother me anymore, recreating my wild youth on Wreck Beach. More interesting for me is the way the system works on my mind. Constant torture has rewired certain parts of me, the anticipation of pain nearly as bad as the pain itself. Chemicals, both good and bad, flood my body, some to dull what happened, others to ready me for another long bout. I could name them, stupid intelligence, but that kind of data has been side-slotted somewhere in the system, and I'm content to leave it. No, what's more interesting for me is the way the system slowly clears some of the chemicals and memories, taking the bite out of them. It doesn't remove the memories. In fact, again, with the evil intelligence boosts, I can remember all of the sessions in vivid detail, but the emotional impact gets dulled. The memories themselves are slowly moved away from my mind to something else, the part of me that the system has boosted and changed ever since I started increasing the intelligence attribute. For a very, very long time, I believed, the questers believed, that the system can't really read our minds. It can at best read the flashes in our brains, or the alien equivalent of our mushy organ, and interpret that for its own use. It's capable enough that when it injects information into us, like our skills or classes, it can read how we take it all in, make adjustments, and ensure that when we need to trigger them, they work. Sort of like strapping electrodes to a brain and watching the MRI imaging. You can see the parts flash up for arousal, boredom, logical thinking, and you can make guesses, but the exact details, that's impossible to guess. That's why we always believed the shop doesn't sell information in our heads, because the system doesn't have it. And if it doesn't have it, it can't sell it. However, the past year has me wondering about all that. The way the system pulls memories of my torture sessions, dulls my feelings and the emotional impact, side-loading them just like my skills so that they're accessible but no longer directly affecting me. It begs the question, how can it do that if it can't read my thoughts? Obvious answer, it's recording where everything goes in high-stress situations, then pulling all of it aside later to shunt it away. It's why PTSD and nightmares are less common. At first, that was my prevailing theory. It lined up with all the information the library has. It didn't break the prevailing theories and tests that had been run, and, well, it was comforting to know that the system had limits, that there were places in our minds, in our existence, where we were safe. Unfortunately, the longer I'm subjected to all this, the more I doubt the theories. Reflecting on how easily the system manages things like adjusting the size, spacing, and alterations of where and when spells fall, how skills are triggered, and even things like putting portals in the right place, I have to wonder, how does the system know all this without reading our minds? More to the point, with how easily it extracts the memories of the pain and fear and humiliation, leaving but portions of the emotional toll behind, the way it smooths things out, I can't help but think there's something more going on. A series of deliberate choices to aid an individual, not necessarily to heal them all the way, but to keep them functioning. Functioning and processing mana and leveling, which, as far as I can tell, and everyone agrees, is what the system really cares about. The intake of unaspected mana and processing of it through our bodies. And how and why we do that is a mindfuck of its own that someone else can deal with, is what the system wants. Everything else, from dungeon worlds to levels to statuses, seems to be built around that. Even levels are just a method of slowly pushing individuals to take in more mana. Of course, one does wonder, why not just force us all to take in as much unaspected mana as we can and call it a day? Outside of the very real barriers that physical bodies, unused to the rigors of processing such levels, would fail, and trust me, you don't want to see those experiments. Something else is holding back the system. After all, there's nothing to stop it from slowly fattening us up from birth, adding more and more mana processing ability until we're all pulling in mana like legendaries and cycling it back to the system. There's no reason it can't do that, at least from the experiments the corrupt questers have undertaken. Yeah, they stole children, or in some cases bred them specially, just so they could then slowly force the kids to take in more and more mana. It's a little disgusting, really, and a lot of the failed experiments are the ones you don't want in your head. But with the right classes, spells, and enchanted locations, it's possible to get a few kids to process unaspected mana at incredibly high levels. Most of those experiments ended badly. The other aspect of being able to process so much unaspected mana is the ability to wield it. Most end up with weird system classes, twisted and unique, almost all focused on spell work, which they then wield on their captors more often than not, since most of their captors and the questers aren't the loving, kind father figures you'd want around. One experiment took heed of the cautionary tales and managed to bring up a kid who had the power of a legendary, well, the mana pool and regeneration rate at least, while still a basic class. He even loved his parents and stood by them when the Galactic Council found their little hideout. They all perished that day, of course. You don't defy the Council and expect to live. Which is why, when my brain finally stops wibbling in the corner and I have some control over my body and emotions again, I limp over to the showers. Walking without the toes of one foot sucks, but at least they left me the other one this time. I hate crawling to the showers. Once I'm clean and the nubs of my toes are regrowing, yay for the body's resolve class skill, I grab some dinner and pop open my only form of entertainment in this area. I know. In prison you're supposed to be pumping metal and getting buff, but genetic cleansing has made me buff already, along with the system, and pumping weights is entirely unimportant when your strength is mostly derived from the system. It's more of a mental and willpower-driven thing, to alter where and how my strength plays out, than anything actually physical. If anything, training how to shift more and more of my strength to something as simple as physical strength would be more useful. Except, there are weird-ass equations that deal with damage and rely on you using certain system-enabled strength modifier scores, and they work against an individual's constitution and agility scores to calculate actual damage, which then translates to what health is. So actually altering your strength score too much can work against you if you're trying to do damage, especially by swinging a sword. It's one of the reasons why melee weapons are still favored. Those strength scores offer additional damage against an individual that a flat beam weapon doesn't. Of course, the Eretrians have a simple solution to that. Bigger guns, and more people carrying bigger guns. I chew through the grassy, seaweed-looking purple and yellow food they supply me with, making a face at the texture and taste, but resolutely eating. Starving to death is a weird thing under the system, and not something I necessarily want to experience again. All that healing requires resources, and while the system offers a large chunk of it in mana, a large portion does come from us. Not having food can leave one gaunt, hollow, and perpetually starving, even as the system keeps you alive. Supposedly, it's possible to starve people to death, even at the higher levels, but it's a very long, very slow process as mana regeneration gets impacted more and more, as we cannibalize what we give to the system. At some point, It just stops being a net benefit for the system to have us alive. Then we die. All in all, as I said, not something I want to experience, even partially, again. So I eat my seaweed that tastes like blue cheese with one bite and rotten meat the next, as my brain attempts to process and assign a taste to the truly alien molecules going through my mouth, and get to work. Not just to keep the nightmares and dreams away, but also because it's my only line to 𝗵𝒕𝒍. Chapter 2. Mind you, it's not as though we've got a text chat open, communicating with one another. It's more like me reading her footprints in the sand on a beach after the tide has run over them a couple of times. Not a lot of information, always old and easily confused with others. Yet for all those caveats, it's what I have and what I grasp hold of with an intensity that's more than a little crazed. Welcome to System Administrator Ticket Board 3.2.8 POL, Middle System Administrator John Lee. The 189th request to revoke access to the Ticketing Board and Middle System Administrator role has been denied by Root Administrator. Would you like to read the ticket notes? Yes or no? I snort, tabbing no immediately. I've read the notes before, multiple times. I still do every 10th request, just to make sure nothing useful or informative has been sneaked in. There hasn't been, at least not yet. I still hold out hopes that he, she, it will communicate with me. Then again, considering the other system administrators are just waiting for that to happen, I can see why the root administrator hasn't. After a moment, I shake my head and move on. After all, I've noticed the next notification, and it does make me smile a little. Level up! You are now a level 27 Middle System Administrator. Well, it looks like one of the tickets I fixed is finished propagating and pushed me over the edge. Of course, I don't get a class skill point, what with my hidden class having overtaken my other class and its automatic assignment of the point to system edit. Very annoying. So's the brain freeze as data is dumped into my mind when the class skill goes up a level. Distantly, I feel my head bounce off the table, but I've got other things to worry about than bouncing my skull off metal. Instead, I swim through system edit options, the vast database of code that has been provided to me. The code database is immense, probably half the size of the library in my noggin. The database holds the best solutions, the most elegant methods of solving problems that thousands of system administrators before me have created. The more I see of the system, the more I'm surprised at how it manages to hold itself together. Think of the most complicated pre-system program you've ever encountered. Now, keep adding hardware, accessories, new programs that hook into the main operating system over the course of tens of thousands of years. Complication after complication, layered on top of one another, conflicting with each other. New systems, new classes, new skills, all added to give sapient creatures a chance to survive and produce more mana. The information flowing through me tells a story, one I've heard before, of the history of the Galactic Council and the system. How there wasn't even a council before, no settlement system, no shops, not even classes or differentiated level gains. Time and need sees the system change. Too much choice sees individuals, often caught in dangerous situations, freeze. Too many combinations end up being the wrong ones, where cities and societies over-specialize on the good combinations, never exploring additional ones, only to find themselves sideswiped by something new that upends their system. Not that classes don't do that too, but because the classes are so restrictive in their own way, people might game the optimal methods within a class, but they're also likely to explore other classes for an advantage. The shop system, the settlement system, even entire classes built around artisans and crafting. All of that are just add-on services. As technology is lost and reproduced, new classes come into play. New skills that twist and warp reality and create their own strange principles on the system. I draw in the data, read the code and the resolutions to 1,000,001 errors, and realize why so many of the damn administrators suck at their job. Why bother learning when it's easier to put a class skill point into your system edit skill and get even more information, even more codes? Why bother reworking things when everyone before you has done something just as good, or close enough? Sure, there are those brilliant and driven individuals, but many are driven in the wrong way too. After all, you can't get a system administrator class before you hit master class at the least. And even then, it's hard. The kind of people who reach that far, they're mostly geared and focused on something else. Being an administrator is an add-on, at least for most of them. The exceptions, though, those are the guys who climb the ranks, I bet. Not that I've met many yet, and the few I have met, I've killed. Eventually, the flow of data stops. The code base levels out, and my brain stops feeling as if someone took a spanner to it. Unsurprisingly, once I get a glass of water, no alcohol here, and certainly nothing system-augmented, I pull up the ticketing board. The glass of water I hold trembles a little, but I ignore the shaking in my hand. It'll go away in time. You have 29,832 tickets assigned to you. Would you like to view the tickets? Looks as if they've been busy foisting their dirt upon me. I acknowledge the prompt, not even bothering to read the details before I pull up the first 3 tickets. Conflict. No sunshine skill versus cloud cover spell. Mana spillage during conflicting skill and spell currently at 4.128% over acceptable parameters. Dungeon overflow guidelines for Morrison Grubs in conflict with alterations in Gsrmci overrides and Vermin Grower Grubs Dungeon Keeper class. Overflow guidelines are currently underestimating number of denizens by a factor of 3,819%, creating multiple dungeon spillage events and throttling mana flow to dungeon by conflict. Eritrean Standard Issue Marine Blaster Rifle version 3881.91v9, issuing a 0.00173% damage increase when combined with skill Call to Arms, Unique Empire skill. Urgent rectification required, as ongoing conflict has created an estimated 281,984 estimated overflow and use of system mana while conflict is in play. Rectification and reduction with code. My mind splits a little as I get to work. That's the fun part about intelligence, and I realize the system edit skill. With the new point in the skill, I can split my mind more easily than ever, grabbing a review of the code and conflicting details, even having the ability to hold the code in its own test section in my brain to run for conflicts. Not exactly my brain, of course, though a part of me is always there. The system aids me in all this, running data and analysis faster than I could normally. An attachment that is so smooth that if I didn't know there was no way I could have done this before my score upgrades, it never would have occurred to me it wasn't just me. I get to work clearing out tickets, the overrides, the easiest, since I have a bunch of new code to refer to while fixing it. The moment a ticket is done, I pull up another ticket and keep going. While I'm doing that, looking through the notification windows and ticketing board that glow in my vision, I take in my cell. Not really a cell, though it's not exactly luxurious either. It's like a bachelor's suite, with a cordoned-off shower, bath, and a single door leading out. Not much to go on. I know we're down deep enough that trying to dig my way out will just hit Earth. Yeah, I tried that early on. They left me buried in the collapsed Earth for the better part of 2 days before they dug me out. I'd nearly asphyxiated before they dragged me out and interrogated me. I admit, that was probably the first time I talked. Not that a long diatribe about movies, mostly B-movies, I'd watched that involved people being buried alive was that helpful to anyone. Hey, I never said I was a film critic. The doorway leads to a hallway. 2 doors in that hallway, the first being a full-on security door that I would have to break through. No idea what's behind that, since the door is enchanted and made to handle heroics. I could cut through given enough time, but that I do not have. The second door? It's a room I know all too well. One that knows me too well, since large portions of me have ended up scattered all across the room in one way or the other. That it's normally entirely bare until my heroic class galactic spybreaker enters and makes use of the nanites to form whatever tools he needs makes it even less useful for escape purposes. I'm hemmed in, trapped with no way to enter or exit, no idea of where I am, no information on the layout of the prison itself, nor the other half-dozen, at least, security measures they must have in place to stop me from escaping. And most importantly, without my most trusted, most worthy of all allies. Ali's gone, and has been, ever since they banished him. It's surprising how much I miss that floating ball of sarcasm. In more ways than one, he's kept me grounded. Without him, I feel a little more unhinged, a little more angry, a little more sad. Without him to discuss bad 70s and 80s TV shows, who watches all the versions of Ultraman, and torture me with his lustful thoughts about Baywatch, I find myself spiraling. The only thing that keeps me halfway sane is the ticketing board and the work within. In the hours I've been sitting, limping, and lying down on the table, I've crossed off a couple hundred tickets. Mostly the work is easy, routine things that any administrator worth his salt could do. Drudge work. The experience flows in anyway. 50 XP here, 100 XP there, a few thousand sometimes, if I'm lucky. Nothing like going out and stomping on a couple of monsters, but stuck as I am, it's my only method of leveling. I do wonder if they realize I'm using the ticketing board as a lifesaver. Or if they do realize it, and realize without it I might just break. Except not the useful, give them the information I don't have way, but the kind of breakdown that would make the root administrator walk away. Because that's what they want. They want Root to come out, to talk to me, to do something to them. Which means to me that the root administrator is not their friend, potentially someone they might have direct conflict with. I sometimes wonder why they don't lock out everyone else if they are the root administrator. Then I get another blip from the ticketing board, another cascade of information, and the resulting rush of tickets. And I know why. Because the system is too big, too unwieldy for any single individual to handle. The system itself, in its own inorganic way, can handle and fix problems. Pave them over with excess mana and processing power or whatever it uses. Unfortunately, the more it does that, the less it has to control the functions of the rest of the system, to hold back and process unaspected mana. Which means that unaspected mana grows faster, putting more pressure on the system and the system galaxy. The Forbidden Zone grows and more people die, which leads to less mana being processed, which means the zone grows faster. Starting a cascade of failure and bringing down the entire house of cards. The entire system and system are all tottering from one failure point to another, the system administrators patching things together where they can. Not to say they aren't skimming off the top, benefiting themselves wherever they can, feasting on the slowly rotting corpse while the world burns. That's kind of the way with sapients, no matter if they're billionaire humans or legendary class mages. Fools, all of them, happy to keep running a system that works for them no matter how many are crushed beneath their feet. And in truth, I don't blame them. I probably wouldn't be any better if I was in their place. I don't even really care about them. Torture has a cleansing effect on an individual. Cleans out all kinds of things. Lungs, nerves, foolish morals. In the end, you end up with just the things you truly value. Heart, brain, and a driving need to know. What is the system? And can I punch it in the face? Digging through the tickets and clearing them is just one of the things my mind does. Pondering about the system, trying to pry its secrets clear from the myriad pieces of information I've been given, and tying it all together with the knowledge downloaded into my head by 𝗏𝗏, and damn but I miss that creepy librarian, is another. The other part is looking for the breadcrumbs left behind by 𝗏𝒏𝒂𝒍 as she goes through the world. The obvious one is the fact that the ticket feeding her my XP is still active. That's a good indication that she's alive, considering how rare a combination we are, unique in fact. The moment she, or I, dies, this ticket would close. No point worrying about it ever happening again. That's just the first indicator, of course. There are others, like over here. A spike in mana use, heroic level skills being used to take down a couple of monsters. Level 98 𝗬𝒐𝒧𝒧 scavengers, monsters that are a real pest on 𝗧𝗏. They sneak into dragon nests, eat their eggs, thus enraging the dragons while they run away, camouflaging full bore. Then everyone else is to deal with the grieving level 140+ monster, and that's a young, still fertile dragon. Oh yeah, did you know that there are multiple strains of dragons? Some are egg layers, some pop out children like mammals. It's one of those weird evolutionary facts of being hundreds of thousands of years old, being able to polymorph, and also living in the middle of a forbidden zone. Mutations everywhere. I'm not even going to talk about the dragon's weird-ass social structure, the way different breeds and purity levels create differing castes and structures, and how the dragon knights and dragon lords fit into all of that. Yeah, old societies with giant living calamities living alongside them, and part of them, create some truly screwed up worlds, especially when you realize that most dragons don't even consider others of their kind actual members of their society until they pass a few hundred years and level 150. Everything beneath that is just another monster. As I said, really screwed up. Anyway, the point is, I can see when 𝗏𝒏𝒂𝒍 uses her skills in large bursts. It shifts the mana output flows and triggers more than a few subroutines, since she's using skills that have no place on this planet. She is basically a unique class. Not really, but for this solar system's purpose, yes. And it triggers even more reports. Of course, that's not even counting all the different kinds of trouble and reports that flow in when she encounters the hunters going after her. The only good news is, because 𝗧𝗏 is so screwed up, the Galactic Council can't send everyone they want against her. Not that they can afford to, either. There is a minor galactic war going on, and a major one brewing. Pulling enough people to handle a pair of skilled heroic classes on a planet that eats master classes for breakfast and asks for more is tough. The fact that any major incursion would also annoy the dragons and other high-standing members of 𝗧𝗏 is something else the Council has to be careful about. The Shadow Council might not have a legendary dragon, whatever, on hand, but there are more than a few dragons sitting about in the level 200+ range. They just can't be bothered to deal with anything outside of their planet. And everyone wants to keep it that way. Trust me. Which leaves, as always, the Galactic Council having to be somewhat discreet, employing whoever they can to hunt down 𝗏𝒏𝒂𝒍 and Bolo while the pair runs around the planet doing something. I'm a little hazy about what their plans are, both by necessity and planning. All I know is that they're bouncing around the planet killing monsters, occasionally taking part in arena fights, and once they even went so far as to down a dragon that got too big for its scales. Still, knowing they're alive and running around gives me hope. The day they get caught, the day her ticket goes dark, that's the day when all hope will be lost. On that day, I might even give them what they want, if it'd get me closer to what I really want, an answer. Chapter 3. Days pass, or the subjective, displaced realm equivalent of days, before they come for me. I complete hundreds of tickets, not needing to sleep, but the pile keeps growing. The war going on out there, The one I get only sideways information on as I deal with fluctuating mana levels and massive experience dump events, is going badly. For who, you might say? Everyone, as far as I can tell. Administrators are going to the front lines, their tricky and unknown abilities causing death and destruction to master and heroic classes. When your skills suddenly shut down, when you aren't able to flee when you need to, it's never a good thing. Battles between heroic classes in particular are seat-of-the-pants, death-defying events, or one-sided stomps. Not much space in between. Tilt the battlefield one way, and you suddenly see a lot more deaths. That, of course, has resulted in the real council, or the rebels, depending on which side you ask, deploying countermeasures. Specifically, they've started hunting down administrators. It's not as though the administrators and their anomalous classes, slower leveling speed, and just overall weirdness haven't been noticed. When a bunch of somebodies all back one another up and start showing up at fights, all of whom are in the late master or heroic classes, some of whom have no reason to be in the battlefields, it twigs the professionally paranoid that something is up. Individuals who might have been a curious anomaly on a statistical model are now a potential threat. With some of the more vicious groups, the 𝗏𝗏 in particular, just the suspicion of being an administrator is a good way to have their assassins come after you. More chaos, more destruction, more mana not being churned, and more system administrators falling, which means there's even more work to handle. The system isn't teetering on the brink of failure, since there are enough safeguards in place, including the numerous dungeon worlds, but the Forbidden Zone is encroaching faster. Of course, faster is relative. Instead of taking 50 years to overtake the next habitable planet, it's only 34 years. It's more dangerous for planets in the restricted zone, the ones already fighting a losing battle to keep from being consumed. More mana flooding through means more monsters on already beleaguered planets, many of which are low on combat personnel due to the wars. If the wars last too long, there will be a massive loss of life and planets. System integration will speed up for many planets that aren't already part of us, though in most cases it's just adding barren planets to the system. But there are a few populated planets that, within the next century, might find themselves introduced to the system in a less than stellar way. I see all this from charts and tickets and aid requests, piece it all together along with the historical knowledge gifted to me. I feel a little bit of guilt, knowing I set this off. But while I'm arrogant, I'm not certain I'm arrogant enough to believe that this war is just because of me. Days on end of clearing tickets, understanding what is happening until finally someone shows up. I'm a little surprised by who it is, considering I haven't seen her since my initial capture. The blue-skinned, sleek, and copper-plated faced mermaid administrator is a known sight, if one I detest. She's not alone either. A pair of guards beside her. Normally not enough to stop me from trying my hand at bashing her head in. But, being out of skill abilities, thanks to the pair of nice little bracers and the collar they've locked onto me, I don't really stand much of a chance. Senior System Administrator 𝗧𝗵𝗲, what do I owe the displeasure of seeing you? I say, letting all the venom I can muster drip with each word. Why, your stubbornness, of course. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 saunters over and sits down on empty air. Nanites form out of the floor at eye-blinding speed, creating the chair she needs, which she then lounges back into. Positioning herself only a few steps into the room and right in front of the door shows me how little she wants to be here. It also alerts me to the change in the room. I eye the corners and quickly note that almost invisible force screen that has sprung up between us. She really isn't taking any chances with me. Smart. Considering if I get a chance, I'll end her, or at least try. I have a bone or two to pick with her after all. Something, killing my friends, something, torture, the usual. Well, that's not new. I yawn theatrically. Am I boring you? 𝗧𝒵𝗲 says, her voice caustically sweet. Should I ask 𝗬𝒂𝒂 to come see you again? Perhaps you'd like his company more. He's certainly more interesting than you. There's a flicker of irritation on her face before she smooths it out. I count that as a score, though a part of me wonders how much of it is real. You don't grow to our levels without some level of politicking. And even if most of what I do is aided by the subterfuge perk I picked up all too long ago, which has been, I'll admit, pulling its weight on the back end of all my interactions, I still have learned a few things myself, part of which includes never taking anything for granted. She lapses into silence, studying me. I consider playing the silent glaring game with her, but after a moment, I decide I'm too mature for that. Instead, I pull up a couple of tickets and work on them while I wait. It takes only a few minutes for her to break, what with me studiously ignoring her while I finish the latest ticket. You know, certain fractions are considering keeping you here, alive and quiet, working for us, fixing the problems you have caused us. They say that a good worker like you could free more important personages, 𝗧𝒵𝗲 says. Not hard to do a better job than you people, I snort. You'd think none of you ever took a coding 101 course. I rub the back of my neck while I add, I'll admit, you're like most coders I knew. None of you ever put notes in your code. Bloody amateurs, one and all. This time, I don't get the reaction I expect. Instead, a long-suffering look crosses her face. I tell them all the time. How are we supposed to know what you changed if you don't note it down? But they're all, the system knows. Like I want to browse through system change logs when you could just take another 5 minutes. She splutters to a stop, realizing what and who she's speaking to. I finish her sentence for her, put in some proper comments. It's not hard, but then again, idiots are more likely to just revert to an old version and restart than try to work out what the previous idiot did, and then they just introduce a new problem. There's a long-suffering sigh from 𝗧𝒵𝗲, and for a moment, we have a moment of shared exasperation. It only lasts a moment before she shakes her head. It's because you might actually be useful in the long run that we're making this offer, 𝗧𝒵𝗲 says, her voice growing colder. I've heard it before. Then listen again, she says frostily. I yawn, but when the pair of guards shift and tap the big truncheons by their side, I take the smarter course and stay silent. See? I can learn. Join us. All those questions you have about the system, we can answer them. Bullshit, I can't help but say, since this is the first time I've heard this particular pitch. Wait, actually, no. Third time. I just discounted the other 2 times since they were mentioned in the middle of a get-to-know-your-organs session. I do not understand your human fascination with excrement, 𝗧𝒵𝗲 says. Do you eat it? What? No. I'm sure I've seen something about humans. Fetish! I place a hand over my eyes, groaning. Seriously, what is wrong with the English and culture pack downloads going out these days? Well, okay. There's doubt in her voice, and when she sees my rather suspicious glare, she shrugs. It's not exactly a unique dietary requirement. I did not need to know that. Another shrug. To the point. Your questions about the system? They can be answered. I don't believe you. That's when she drops the bombshell. A simple notification box that she shares to me and changes my world. System quest completion rate, 99.99%. You're nearly there, I say in disbelief. I am there. I'm sure math isn't your thing, but normally completion is 100%, I say. You know, all of it. No one gets 100%, 𝗧𝒵𝗲 says, but trust me, the answers we get, they're more than enough. I snort, but I have to admit, the difference between full completion and what she has is so thin. If the quest was a cake, you couldn't feed a mouse the crumb of difference. It should be enough for most reasonable people. It's not complete. And you're going to stand on that principle alone? Be tortured and punished because of less than a fraction of a percent? I shrug. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 smiles then, one that is almost painfully gleeful. I told them. Anyone stupid enough to take us on would never bend, not even a bit. And here you are doing everything I said you'd do. All those old admins, thinking they know better. I told them. That's nice. I'll get you a trophy, about 5 feet long with a point, and I'll make sure to deliver it to you. The pair of bodyguards stir, but she waves them down. Don't worry, the mad dog can bark, but he cannot do anything. We defanged him. I growl at her and she laughs. See? I draw a deep breath, forcing down my irritation. My fist unclenches slowly as I breathe out, and I realize there's something I do want from them. Something I might be able to get. An answer, after all the lies I've been told. It might be more lies, but I need to ask it anyway. Why do you want me on your side so much anyway? I say. You know why. The root administrator. A nod, bluegills opening and closing in the air. She pauses, running a hand across her neck, and I feel mana flow running along her hands and across it. A second later, she lowers her hand, still smiling at me, as though what she has done is of no consequence. They're your root administrator. Surely you communicate with him all the time, I say, fishing. My guess is they don't actually. That's why they're desperate to hear from him, to track him down. Maybe even deal with him and take away his access, so one of their own can be the root. Oh, we do. I blink, and she smiles at my surprise. We communicate with them all the time. It's us who they don't communicate with. They don't talk to most administrators. In fact, they don't talk to anyone unless they need to. Except for you. Except for me, I repeat. And that's what you want, me to lure them out, to play bait. Yes. Something rings false in her answer. Maybe it's the angle of her body, the way she blinks, the twitch in her gills, the skill set for alien body language I downloaded, the years I spent working with aliens and creatures that aren't human, the intelligence increases, and the subterfuge perk. It all combines to tell me there's something more than her answer. Something she won't tell me. What makes you think they will come out? They're already talking to me, as you said. A shrug, again, one that rings of a partial truth. Some things, they can't be told, only shown. Intuition twigs. The system quest. Whatever is at the end of it, it has to be shown. You're a smart one, aren't you? 𝗧𝗵𝗲 nods. I let out a thready breath. There is an end, and it's a place as much as a piece of knowledge. Almost as soon as she's finished speaking and confirming it, I get a notification. System quest update, plus 1.4%. I try to hide, but as good as I am at reading her, she is at reading me. Or perhaps she knew all along what the result of her confirming this information would do. You got the update, didn't you? I reluctantly nod. Then you know I'm telling you the truth. Join with us, and we'll bring you where you need to go to meet him. We get what we want, you get what you want. Simple. And no more torture, I add, because it is somewhat top of my mind. And no more torturing you to break you, yes. I pause, considering her offer, truly considering it. Not because I'll take it, but because of what she revealed. If it's a place, then suddenly the fact that I have a location, a system administrator center that I'm to report to becomes much more important. The question is, will it be a case of the run for 𝗵𝗔 again? Will they know where we're going if I escape? Because we've done that dance once before, and the next time, I doubt they'll bother trying to capture us. Death by fire from above is the most likely response. Never mind the fact that they might just choose to teleport a legendary over. And powerful as we are, I have some serious doubts that we could deal with a legendary, not one backed up by system administrators. I have to think about this. Think about what kind of information I can get, which means potentially entertaining them. What about my friends? "The samurai and dragon lord?" 𝗧𝒏🲏 says, and I nod. "If you call them off, and I know you can, we can let them live. We won't even demand they pledge allegiance. You know Mikito will go where I will. Funny thing, linked classes." She smirks. I grunt, noting how she doesn't mention Bolo. Or Harry? "The reporter? He's safe. The pirate's earlier deal safeguarded him." I snort, and her eyes narrow. "You mentioned he'd be watching me, recording my breaking. Yet I've yet to see a sign of him in all this time. So don't mind me if I doubt your word." 𝗧𝒏🲏's eyes narrow, the outer eyelid blinking. They're clear, meant to protect her eyes when she's deep underwater, I assume, but it's still creepy even if I know what it's meant for. "That is a fair point. But if you wish to see him, to speak with him, we'll need something." "What?" She shrugs, playing coy now. I can't help but grunt a little in annoyance, and even more so when she doesn't break, even minutes later. When I try to bring up the ticketing board, she shuts me down, blocking my access for the moment. I let out a little huff, and she tuts at me. Tuts. "Fine. A trade, then. A conversation with him, and I'll give you a piece of information about the root administrator. Now, and we decide if it's good enough." "Now, but you send him in no matter what," I counter. "So long as you provide something good and actionable," 𝗧𝒏🲏 says. "Good, at least." When she frowns, I open my hands. "I don't have any idea what you consider actionable, since I don't know what you guys know. But it'll be good information." 𝗧𝒏🲏 frowns, then nods. A moment later, something I haven't seen in a while pops up. Contract notification. A promise. Parties: John Lee and 𝗧𝒏🲏 𝗧𝒑𝒂𝒍𝒏. Details: the above parties hereby agree. I flick through the contract, a simple outlining of what we discussed. The penalties for violation are surprisingly a single credit. When I reach that part, she smirks at me, but I get it. The contract is being used to ensure compliance via the system, with an impartial third party of sorts judging everything. I'm not entirely sure how useful or reliable the system is at judging something like this, but it's probably better than nothing for both of us. I do spend some time browsing the contract using my system edit skill, checking the code for any hidden traps. Nothing jumps out on a quick scan. While I'm doing so, there's a feeling of being watched, which isn't hard to guess. Is 𝗧𝒏🲏 ensuring I'm not changing anything? Not that I thought about it for more than a few seconds. Once I'm satisfied there aren't any hidden traps, I agree to the contract. I feel it settle over myself and my system connection, my status screen. It's a wide, sprawling series of code, but I see where it hooks in, where it spreads its tendrils over my status information, where it burrows in deep, reading data that... Thousand hells! You're one tricky fish, aren't you? She grins wide, and I lean backward, knowing it's too late. I want to rage. I want to tear her head off and smash her to bits. I want to curse myself out for what I did. But what is. And now they've got a way to browse through the code of my status. Break the contract, keep it, doesn't matter. They have the code now. At least, a snapshot of it at this moment. I'm to visit the 14-1-1 System Administrator Center. I'm assuming that's where the root administrator will be, I grind out, fulfilling my side of the bargain. I've lost this round, so I might as well get what I can from it. "Ah," 𝗧𝒏🲏 says, almost as if she's releasing a long pent-up breath. She stands, smiling at me widely as she turns away. "Hey, about Harry. I wish I could dare ask what 𝑬𝒔 is doing, how it's been, but I know better. Better to let them think it's a simple machine, one that I made because it was required. Better not to let them think I care about it at all." "You'll see your friend soon," 𝗧𝒏🲏 replies, leaving me as the door opens and closes. She ignores me while I shout at her, asking what she means by soon. She ignores me as I pound on the force screen. She even ignores me when I scream as her thugs get their hands on me and start lopping off limbs. Everything's recorded. Everything is something she could hear if she wants, but she doesn't. I don't matter. Not since she got what she wanted, which is about par for the course for dealings with the Shadow Council. Chapter 4. True to their word, Harry appears not long after. They even wait until I'm mostly together, which is always nice. With my high constitution, I regenerate limbs at a decent pace these days, not like the multi-day affair at the start of the apocalypse, but it still takes time, especially when they're intent on pulling me apart every once in a while. I sometimes wonder if the system is lowering the speed of change, just to help reduce the amount of time I spend in pain. Wishful thinking, that. The war reporter looks even worse than the last time I saw him, which is kinda saying something. I mean, he was pretty broken from his time in captivity, and running around, fleeing for our lives, wasn't exactly stress-free, especially when one isn't a combat classer and in the middle of the Forbidden Zone. Then on top of that, we had the betrayal by Dornalor and, well... You look like shit, I tell Harry, as he hesitantly walks in, stopping a short distance in. He glances at the doorway, then around, his dark skin paler than normal. His nervousness rolls off him like a wave, and it's something I want to question him about, but decide against. Not yet. You don't look... No. Truth. You look just like yourself. Other than the stumpy foot, Harry replies, arms crossing. How? System shenanigans. I've watched your sessions. All of them. They made me watch them so that I could report on it properly. I've watched what they did to you, how they did it. Harry speaks fast, hands moving in aggressive flicks and gestures, as though what he has to say can't be expressed just by words. I watched them pull all the bones out of your limbs one by one, watch you scream and cry and beg, and I remember. I was there. I cut him off. Then how? Harry shouts. How are you still sane? I shrug. Pretty sure I started out a little crazy. I know more than a few friends who would insist on that as a truth. You're joking. You're bloody joking. You sodding fool. You overgrown man-child. You... He splutters to a stop, unable to keep going. I find myself grinning, which makes him turn even redder and angrier. It's good to see you too, I say. That breaks him. He goes from growling and spluttering to shocked to just trembling and silent. I watch for a few seconds before a small, insistent part of me that sounds a lot like Lana, redhead ex-girlfriend, and my external emotional support vehicle points out he could use a hug. Let's just say the next few minutes are awkward. Hugging isn't something I do. Certainly not with men I'm not sleeping with or intending to sleep with. Yes, I know, toxic masculinity and all that, but I grew up in a straight-laced traditional Chinese family. We didn't hug one another because such outward displays of affection were just not done. So, yeah, it was awkward. But the fact that it seems to help him is a reward in itself. By the time I finally lead Harry over to a chair, get him a drink of water, lacking anything stronger, and take his seat, he's pulled himself together. Seriously, John, how are you managing to hold it together? Harry says. The system? I tap my head. It's taking away a lot of the pain and other effects. I have a feeling the high mental resistances my class offers does some of that too. High willpower, maybe? Not all the truth, since I know from the library that it's not always the case, though all of those do help. So, what? The system lets you deal with being tortured? The after effects, at least, I add, almost contemplatively. Though I find myself grateful they keep me to mostly bland foods. I'm somewhat less than enthused by ribs, meaty meals, and spaghetti. Harry stares at me for a long moment, trying to figure out if I'm joking, or how much I'm joking, because I'll admit, there's a lot of truth in what I said. Before he can speak, I ask, how have you been? And how long has it been? A month. He answers the second question first, then glances around, almost hunching in a little. I wonder if he was meant to tell me that, but since no one breaks in to stop him, he continues. I've been better. Other than watching the highlights of the John Lee show, what else have you been up to? I ask. What happened to 𝗏𝗏? Not much. I'm not exactly a prisoner, but I'm not really allowed to go anywhere either, Harry says. The prison that's attached to this space. Harry looks around, waiting to see if anyone intends to come in and stop him. It's underground. They don't let me up, and the place itself is huge. These dimensional spaces, they're all hooked into specific corridors. I make a noise for him to go on. 𝗏𝗏's upstairs, stuck. Ендela has stayed with the captain. The Heartbreak is docked and unable to leave, at least for now. As has been retasked to become one of their serving bots, they did something to him. He's not himself. I blanch a little, though truth be told, it's not particularly surprising. Why leave a potential threat running around when you can just wipe its memory banks and reinstall it? What makes 𝑬𝒔 itself is just code, right? Gods, I hope not. So you got the run of an underground prison. Before I can complete my sentence, the damn library decides that it's time to do another information dump. It's gotten a lot quieter over the last few years, the lack of new experiences and needs meaning that the library has felt the need to do the information dump much slower, in ways that don't require me to get a pounding headache or wonder if someone has driven an ice pick through my ear. Unfortunately, this time around, it decides that dimensional prisons are well worth exploring. Funnily enough, the information on prisons is combined with information about research labs and the construction of both. The questers, the corrupt questers, have reams and reams of data for both. Not because it's particularly helpful for puzzling out what the system is, but because they needed, prisons and research stations to conduct their often illegal and aberrant experiments. There are as many prison blueprints in my brain as there are grains of rice in a family cookpot. Too much for me to really get more than a cursory understanding, but it seems dimensional prisons are considered one of the most popular and secure methods by governments, especially for high-value targets. Not so much for your average quester, though. As I guessed, the cost of maintaining a dimensional prison is expensive. The additional cost of running time at different speeds than base reality adds to the cost. It's why most prisons never have their time zones altered, reducing cost overall. That being said, a single dimensional prison cell is as expensive as the entirety of a normal-classed prison, due to the mana cost of holding the dimensions apart and still connected. It does explain why they have the prison here, though. In a world at the heart of the Forbidden Zone, having enough mana regeneration floating around ensures the prison defenses don't fail. The problem with failing mana regeneration and bottoming out of facilities' mana is that no one ever knows what will happen to the dimensional threshold. Sometimes the prison cell drifts away, detached from the universe, carrying its contents away until someone finds it. Undramatic, but annoying. Other times, those cells might follow the connection back to plain reality, sometimes going so far as swapping parts of base reality with itself, or just merging. Those can be great, freedom for those imprisoned, or disturbing. Some of the nastiest mutations happen when the two climb in together. Other prison types, from the fan-favorite asteroid prison to the lava-submerged ones, have their own advantages, but nothing allows you to spend more time dealing with recalcitrant prisoners than dimensional prisons. Also, due to the gap separating the imprisoned and base reality, they can't use skills or spells, meaning that individuals with kingdom or business-wide buffs are neutered both ways. Then, of course, you've got things like the ability to control how people enter and exit the dimension, and breakouts, or break-ins to free them, become much more complicated. That's what is taking 𝗵𝒕𝗏 and 𝗏𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆 so long. If they've realized where I am, then just barging in and killing everyone is not a solution. At best, they cut me loose to float through the various secondary dimensions for all eternity before the artificial cell breaks apart. At worst, well, recombining with base reality in an uncontrolled fashion is very, very painful, and most often lethal. John? Sorry. Library dump, I say. He gets it, and there's no reason to hide it from those who might be listening. You getting a chance to talk to the other prisoners?
Some.
Harry's lips thin as he shudders a little.
There are people here who need to be kept away.
Not killed?
If they could kill them, they would. Harry makes a face. Some of them have backup plans, things they can release, mass destruction skills or equipment ready to go off. Others,
Harry shudders.
Nothing's supposed to be immortal, but some of those things
are really hard to kill, I finish for Harry, understanding. I've heard of them. Mutations and twisted abominations that have been corrupted by unaspected mana. Experiments by corrupt questers, or even the Galactic Council themselves. Sure, certain skills like Mana Blade or All for One do direct damage via the system, but stupidly high resistances or regenerations can offset that. There are skills that let you bank health or other resources for future use, and some of the hardest to kill have banked a metric ton. Vampires, the galactic equivalent, are one of those. Quite a few varieties, from the usual bloodsuckers to emotional vampires, but their goal is simple. Drain people of their resources to benefit themselves. Some are full-out monsters, no different than goblins, while other vampires are classed individuals or mutated classes. Skills that let them bank health, mana, stamina, it all benefits them and makes them extremely hard to kill. Even worse are the ones who have backups. Skills that let them sort of survive. Most of those are monsters in truth. Mutations, because death is death in the system. What comes out afterward is never right, never normal. It's a known fact, but some fear the idea of death so much that they refuse to listen and take the chance of coming back warped and twisted over oblivion and whatever is out there. So this is where they keep the undesirables, the ones who are a little too dangerous to kill or a little too useful to get rid of. The ones who might be useful as a lever in a future time, I say.
Yes.
Harry's eyes are haunted as he leans forward and whispers. I'm not sure why he bothers. I'm sure we're bugged all the way to the rivers of Styx and back, but I lean in to listen anyway.
They have the Sun Killer here.
Seriously? Isn't he, dead?
As if that ever took.
I grunt. Damn monster has been killed a half-dozen times in recorded history, but kept coming back. Some assumptions were that they were just different versions of the same thing. Others that the Sun Killer was a swarm monster, while others just posited illusion abilities. None of that seems to be real. Or perhaps they all are. How do they contain it? Last I heard, it's nearly 1,000 kilometers long and burns with the heat of the suns it consumes, I say, puzzled. The math of keeping dimensional places is simple. Bigger they are, the more expensive. And with the inverse square law of area, well,
it's sleeping. Shrinks down to no bigger than a bug.
A bug? I hold my fingers maybe a millimeter apart.
No, a bug. You know, the car.
I stare at Harry before shaking my head. You British are weird.
What?
Those rusted heaps are so 60s. I shake my head. I guess that was the heyday for the Brits, though, before you really collapsed into a world of chips and EastEnders. Harry stares at me as though I'm insane, and I keep my face flat. I don't want to give away the fact that the only reason I know about the EastEnders is listening to Ollie complain about how it's a pale shade of itself and nothing like Home and Away, or whatever that was. God, I sometimes hate having a memory that doesn't seem to forget the dumbest of things.
Asshole, Harry says. Not all of us watch the EastEnders.
Sure. Some of you ran into the middle of war zones rather than deal with all that cockamamie.
Cockamamie?
Thick lips purse.
Are you sure you're okay?
Nope. Been tortured for the better part of a year, either with really boring conversations or literally. Then, deciding the man's a little more stable and less likely to fly off the handle, I ask him the question I've been meaning to, even if I am somewhat curious who else is trapped here.
Mikito? She's alive? Harry shrugs. That's all I know. They let me send out the occasional report, but It's all heavily doctored and reviewed. Whenever I watch is heavily scrutinized, too. He frowns a little, tapping his skull. Even my skills are compromised, so I'm not exactly sure how much I learn is, well, real. The Weaver? She and the Shadow Council have their own people. Not legendaries, but a lot of them. Where she's using one skill, they're wielding a dozen. Makes everything hard to grasp. Identify truth gives me a headache each time I read any actual report. But 𝗵𝒕𝒆𝒻 alive, yeah. Can't say much more, other than that she and Bolo have been bouncing around the planet making a fuss. I sigh, but that's not unexpected. I doubt they'd let him in if he could actually provide me any real information. Still, I have to try. Any idea what kind of fuss? Mostly good deeds. Killing monsters, wiping out bandits. There are bandits on this planet? Even Earth had some. But the fact that you generally needed a safe place to rest your head meant that you either got bandit towns with large infrastructure levels involved, or the bandits became quite short-lived. Yeah, seemed like one of the groups had a classer with a zone of tranquility, and it made for temporary safe zones, Harry says. Wish we had gotten more options for those kind of classes on Earth. Thankfully, the library doesn't do a dump at that opening, mostly because I've already looked into it and the data dump happened then. Those kinds of classes are extremely rare, and even more so on dungeon worlds. It's almost as though the system knows that individuals who get such classes rarely leave their initial starting zones, and the fact that basic information would mean they start out as a basic class, and it's almost impossible for them to survive on a dungeon world, what with the other class requirements. The pacifist ones, Harry says. That's one version. Immobility, demarcation of their homes or residences, the requirement for large ritual areas. I list off the first few that come to mind. Makes it all difficult. Still. Yeah, we could have used a few more safe zones. Especially in places like Australia, I say. Harry can't help but nod. The country is still a mess a decade later. Sure, there are a few shores of civilization, but they're rare. Add the fact that pretty much the entirety of the backcountry is monster heaven, and you've got high-level adventurers all over the galaxy making their way there, causing their own brand of trouble. At least the Yukon managed to avoid a lot of those problems by just having the Duchess take over. I do wonder how she's faring. I kind of screwed her over too, though I got the feeling while she'd be happy to take her pound of flesh if she can get it, I'm low on her priority list. At least for now. So, doing the adventuring thing then? I say, rubbing my chin. That sort of makes sense. For all the benefits she gets being linked to me and getting experience from me as I up my system administrator levels, 𝗵𝒕𝒆𝒻 is still somewhat low-leveled for this region. Ditto with Bolo, from what I recall. If anything, the Dragon Lord is significantly behind us, unless he's managed to acquire enough experience to upgrade himself to a heroic. Looks like it. She's certainly seen the sights. There's a hint of doubt in his voice. When he sees the inquiring gaze I offer him, he continues. She might be trying to find information on where you are. Right. The Council's Guantanamo Bay. What do they call it? Something really dramatic, wasn't it? The Abyss, Harry supplies. Right. I thought this prison was relatively well known, I say. I heard of it even before we arrived. The look he gives me makes me go defensive. And not just from the library. Think about what you heard, will you, John? I frown, then run the information I have through my head. It doesn't take long before I realize the problem. Oh, there's no location information. Exactly. And most of the rumors are along the line of the Council has an ultra-secret prison where they keep the worst of the worst. More conspiracy theory than actual information, Harry points out. I sigh and lean back, staring at the man. He's relaxed a little, but as he catches my regard, begins to sense my motives for the questions I've asked, he tenses again. So you think no one knows where we are? No. What? I said no. I'm not going to try to leak that information in a coded message, or somehow do a dead drop of information to 𝗵𝒕𝒆𝒻, or make her my source so we can have a conversation. I didn't ask. I protest. You were going to, weren't you? I hesitate, but that hesitation is more than enough for the perceptive reporter. I knew it. Fuck you, John. You sodding fool. You're always trying to drag me down. It's no wonder Lana left you. Why, anyone sane would keep you light years away. I flinch a little at his accusation, though a part of me knows it's true. Those who are stable, who learned to move on and aren't hell-bent on destroying themselves, they know better than to associate with me. I wish he was wrong, but I don't say a thing when he stands and walks off. You're a goddamn user, John. And like any other addict, the moment you're done, you just throw your drug away. Except we're the drugs, and the damage you do... God, I don't know why I agreed to come. Then he's out of the sliding doors. I see his hand twitch and I just know he wants a door to slam, a way to vent his anger and hurt. There's not much I can do for him, so I sit there and watch him leave. I let myself stew in his words for a few seconds, but then I move on. No different than before. There's no startling revelation here, no life-changing moment of enlightenment. The sessions of screaming my head off have stripped away any sense of falsity. I know what I am and what I want. And yeah, if Harry's there, if he'll let me, I'll use him. Until he's no more than a shrub, then I'll move on. Not without regrets. I'm not that much of a monster. But without hesitation, certainly. So maybe it's a good thing 𝗵𝒕𝒍 and 𝗵𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆 have been taking their time finding me. Maybe. Chapter 5. I keep thinking he'll come back. I keep thinking we'll have a chance to converse again. Maybe I can convince him to help. Or maybe he'll tell me to go dig a hole and bury myself in it. Something. Instead, a week passes. A relatively quiet week with only a single torture session before I accept that Harry isn't coming back. Either that, or 𝗧𝗵𝗲 has decided not to let him return. I cling to that second option, just as I cling to the idea that 𝗵𝒕𝒍 and 𝗵𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒍 will bring me back. I clutch the thought tightly, holding the belief in my heart to warm the cockles of my soul in the deep of the night. So when they eject my cell into the void, I'm just a little surprised. There's no warning, no indication of a problem. There's no need to be. Unlike a regular prison, whatever goes on the other side of the door, the one that leads to normal reality, is hidden entirely. You could set off a nuke on the other side and it wouldn't get to me, not unless they wanted it to. Which means if there's a problem, like, say, a focused samurai and an obstinate dragon lord running around causing trouble, there's no need to alert the prisoners. There are more than a few tragic stories of individuals believing they've been abandoned in dimensional prisons or dimensional rifts, where they eventually succumb to the loneliness and despair and kill themselves, only for their rescuers to stumble in moments later to find the corpse cooling. It's such a ridiculous trope, but like most good tropes, it has enough of the ring of truth and morality that it keeps being played over and over again. Now, I know they've detached me from the normal prison due to a few reasons. Firstly, it's not as though I'm physically attached to anything, so it's not like a ship cutting its mooring lines free. There's no lurch, no change in motion or sway that alerts me. No, it's much simpler, and all due to the fact that I'm a system administrator. 1 second, I have my usual restricted access to the ticketing board. The next second, I'm getting a bunch of new notifications, and my restricted access widens to its full levels. Mana. Good old mana flows around me faster than ever, pushing into the dimensional plane I'm in, eroding the enchantments that keep my skills and abilities at bay. That's a good thing, especially since I can't break the damn things around my wrists and neck without help. Bad news. The stability of this dimension is also being pulled apart, I mutter out loud to myself, missing Ollie now more than ever. The spirit has much better knowledge about secondary dimensions. He could figure out how long this will take to break down, how long it will take before I become... Well, that's the other question, isn't it? I'm still in my little slice of reality, everything outside of me hidden.
I'm in a different secondary dimension for sure. The question is, which one? If I was the one creating the prison, I'd make sure that whatever secondary dimension my prison cell was locked to was a dangerous one, something entirely inimical to life. Not something partially inimical like the shadow dimension we spent so much time in, but something entirely opposed to life. Void, entropy, a howling mass of energy, all of those would work. Tough as I am, with my skills locked down, I doubt I'd last long in one of those, especially since I don't have the HOD or even my newer power armor. Fuck. I bite my lip considering my options. There's one that might help. A little. It's also dangerous, potentially shortening the lifespan of the dimensional cell I'm in. Doing so could screw up 𝗵𝒕𝗄's plans, make it harder for them to save me. If I sit and do nothing, that might be what she's planning for. I have to sit back and trust her, or take things in my own hands. Thousand hells! I paced a little, running a hand through my hair. I'm glad the system seems to feel thinning hair is a deficiency, because if not, between the stress I'm dealing with and the pain, I have a feeling I'd be rather bald. Stay or go. My neck gets cracked, my pacing resumes. I poke at the clothing I have, just simple jumpsuits with no defenses or anything. I eye the chair, then take a few moments to break off the feet to give me a pair of clubs. Pitiful weapons, but they might be better than nothing. That thought is reinforced when something slams into the side of my little bubble of reality and the entire thing shakes. It's big, so big that it could slam into the side of a building and make it all shake, and still have mass left over. So big, it impacts the very barrier of reality. I gulp a little and bounce a bit more, waiting. I can't help but wonder why they let me loose. What has happened? If 𝗵𝒕𝗄 really did plan for this to happen, and if not, if this is my end. They say you come to see things clearer when you're about to die, see all the regrets and opportunities you've missed. Mostly all I feel is the boiling pit of rage within me growing, the refusal to let this be it. If I'm going to get dropped into the middle of something, I'll go out swinging. I mime the motions with the pair of broken sticks, waiting, my stomach curdled and angry. Then I lurch as the entire prison cell twists and pulls, something clamping onto the dimensional plane, holding onto it with its mouth. Its very, very big mouth. I can't help but think, not again, as I'm threatened with being eaten by a monster. Then an all too familiar feeling rushes through me, and time, sped up for so long, reasserts itself once more. I return to normal reality in the mouth of something big and nasty, just as the walls of my dimensional plane pop, and everything comes crashing back together. Hard. When I talked about how things don't go so well when you return to reality without taking the proper precautions, well, the good news is being inside the mouth of a dimension-hopping creature actually counts as proper precautions. Most living things have some level of stability, an aura of personal reality imparted by their sentience, mana, and the system. A dimension-hopping creature just has a lot more of it. The bad news is that the sudden yanking from one world to another breaches the dimensional barrier, keeping everything together. Everything that's contained, which definitely includes me, explodes out of the creature's mouth, causing it to roar. That's the good news. Yeah, being spat out of a giant monster's mouth, getting coated in saliva and stinky, half-rotten breath is good news. After all, I'm not getting swallowed, or being introduced to new and novel stomach acids, or finding out that said creature swallows razor blades and hardened rocks to help crush what it eats. Instead, I just fall hundreds of feet without any of my usual skills or spells to stop me. Orientation takes a bit, my head still ringing from the roars and a piece of the table that clips me on the way out. In between the debris of the prison cell, I get my first glimpse of the ground below and 𝗧𝗵𝒷. The sky is blue, closer to twilight blue than the bright blue of Earth mornings. Clouds roam the skies, some of which I plunge through,
the mixture of acid and water within burning my skin as I drop. So, acid rain is a thing. As are giant green conifers, some of which look like skyscrapers. It makes me wonder exactly how high I am, how the atmosphere is managing to hold up here. Then again, the entire damn planet is heavy. The gravity is at least 1.5 times that of Earth normal. All of which is another way of saying I'm falling fast with big, nasty things all around me, occasionally impacting me as I struggle to get outside of the debris field. Free-falling has never been something I practiced as a human, and while I've done it a bit since the system advent, I've also had my mecha armor and flying spells. At least, I have to admit, this planet isn't too different from Earth from up here. Grass is green, trees are green and brown, the normal things. Mountains high up to the right of me, to what I'll call the west, since that's where the sun is angling toward. Oh, wait. Suns. 2 of them, neither shining that brightly, but that's different. Also, I'm catching sight of a moon in the distance visible in daylight. I know there are multiple moons around the planet, what with them hosting more than a few stations. All that, my brain processes in a few seconds. A ton of information, and somehow I feel as though I'm missing something. And it's not how the saliva burns or smells, nor the way it freezes on my body as I fall. Saliva. I blink as I feel something shift and pop in my head, and everything clears. System-assisted healing finally finishes its job, and I remember what I forgot: the flying monster. Spinning around, I catch proper sight of it at last. The giant, flying dragon that picked me up. I get a good, long look at its gleaming purple and green scales, the way it arcs itself and flares its wings, the bulk of its body that makes a 747 seem small, the way its wings are huge, almost like a bat's wings, but double the dragon's size. And the claws. Smaller, grasping claws in the front for use, not too small for usefulness like a T-Rex's, but a good size to grab and grip and rend. Then it pulls up, giant wings deploying to break its dive and curve it upward. I'm thrown around a little by the change in airflow, but the damn creature corrects itself without a problem. Long razor claws the size of my body closing around my free-falling form. I attempt to get away, but there's not much I can do. Not in the middle of space, not without my skills. It grabs me, wings deploy outward with a jerk that slams me into the edges of the claws, then we're gliding, the trees below all too close. And somehow, I'm not dead. First thought that goes through my mind is that the dragon's bringing me home for snackies. Like how birds will drag back prey for their chicks to feed them. Of course, bringing back live prey seems a bit much, but what do I know about the feeding and care of dragons? That's right, quite a bit. Stupid library. Second thought, coming soon after that, is maybe the dragon is a friend. After all, Bolo's a dragon lord, which means he must have had some form of relationship with a dragon. The entire codependent relationship between the native Zylargs and the dragons is, at best, messed up. Since they weren't exactly interesting for the system quest, the questers only have the briefest mentions of them in the library. They're focused more on the actual processing of mana through dragons. What I do know is that young dragons are considered overactive pests and monsters, at least until they age, level up, and gain a higher level of sapience. Due to the variety of mutations the dragons have exhibited, the way they handle their children varies too, and that includes the way they socialize with Zylarg society. You get the basic reptilian, non-transforming dragons who are just giant lizards with a lot of power and anger. They're the most common by far, and they are mostly egg layers. These dragons are actually the best parents, laying eggs and caring for their children until they grow up enough that they can hunt on their own. Of course, once that happens, it's the open skies for them. Dragons, all kinds, are rather territorial, so you won't find them sharing homes very much. A mated pair is rare. The majority just go into heat, head for the closest mating grounds, get their freak on, then move onward.
Oh, by the way, if you don't know, questers are really weird. The sheer volume of recordings of dragon mating rituals and studies I have in my head would have filled the vaults of the British Library and then some. Just why? Anyway, dragons. Lots of types, mostly reptilian, but some variant combination types. Some who might not be called true dragons, and in common parlance get translated to chimeras. And of course, you have the transforming/tamed ones. All the things that people call dragons, they're sort of the same, since many of the ones that can polymorph into, or start out, humanoid are also the ones most likely to work with and be the trusted steeds of a dragon knight. While reptilian dragon companions do happen, it's rarer, since they're also more stubborn and less likely to agree. Also, full sapience is often much, much further down the road for them, and until then, it's hard to keep a reptilian polymorph alive or tamed. On the other hand, the reptilian dragons are much more powerful in direct combat. Stronger physical bodies, higher resistance to damage, that kind of thing. The polymorphing kind have access to spells, but not skills or classes, so they're a little more limited. Then again, tell the 400-foot-long sapient monster it's weak. Go ahead. I won't be waiting for your return. Long story short, this might be Bolo's friend. Or it might just be your average high-level reptilian dragon. I can't tell what with my skills locked out. I struggle a little, trying to put my hands around the bracer on one wrist, hoping to pull it off. Of course, they don't exactly want me to do that, and I feel the secondary defenses kick in. Spikes extend from within both bracers, punching through my muscles and bones to connect one side to the other. Just like that, any hope of pulling them off is gone. I don't try for my neck. I can live, for definitions of live, with having my arms pin-cushioned by finger-sized metal from the feel of it. I can't do the same if it does that to my neck. I lie. I can live even if the damn necklace punches metal rivets through my neck. The system will keep me up and running. Not happily, mind you. Not well, but it will keep me up and running. But the chances of them choosing to add something more lethal if I struggle to pull the collar off are quite high. In fact, now that I think about it, I'm lucky they didn't link decapitation options to me trying to pull off the bracers. I feel a chill run through my body at that thought, and it has nothing to do with the fact that we're still flying high where oxygen and external temperatures are damnably low. I've got a bit of a pounding headache from the low oxygen levels, but again, the system keeps me up and running. One last option right now is for me to tap into System Edit. I can swing into the ticketing board and potentially review the mana flows and tickets to do with this dragon. I can't actually hurt it, what with the skill not meant for that, especially since I don't have access to my own skills, but more knowledge is good. More knowledge is very, very good. The deluge of information that comes when I tap into the dragon's status screen via System Edit makes my head hurt. I get everything from its names. 𝗵𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒎, the shining and terrible one, the blood star, she who sinned, to its titles, see above, and a bunch more Slayer ones, to a whole listing of mana flow diagrams, input and output, mana manipulation levels, and more. I admit, I get a little lost in the diagrams about mana flow, the way her presence affects the environmental mana and the incredibly high variance and changes. It's like nothing I've ever seen before, not up close. Sure, I knew 𝗧𝗏𝗏 was special, and I'd been watching the overall trends, but this is the first time I get to see individual details. And it's fascinating. It also explains why the entire planet has managed to survive for so long within the Forbidden Zone. I'm so caught up in the information, I never notice when the dragon reaches her destination and decides it's time to land. Of course, I do notice when she starts landing, what with the way she splays her wings. By the way, the entire flight thing has been rather more gentle and less bumpy than I'd expect, what with a certain portion of her entire flight being supported via mana use, and slows down. I crane my neck around, but being clutched tight in her claws doesn't give me much of a view.
All I can see is her belly, shining scales, claws, and out of the corner of my eyes, the fast-approaching stony ground around the mouth of the cave she's landing in. Very fast approaching. In fact, too fast. "Oh, shit!" I scream, which seems to annoy my captor. We land with a crunch. The crunch, mostly me. Bones shatter, muscle and tissue squish, then I pass out as the system's healings and my body fail. Chapter 6. "Gentle! I said gentle!" The voice is screaming as I wake up slowly. It's a familiar voice, one I'm surprised to hear, but find comforting in a distant way. I'm not exactly sure why, though, as I wake slowly from dreams of chocolate fountains, a giant tiger, and a certain popular 90s blonde actor feeding me chocolate-covered strawberries. "You also said he was a heroic. I was being gentle for a heroic." The voice is annoyed and defensive. Female, too. Surprisingly, my brain translates her accent as Parisian French, which is weird since they're speaking galactic. "He also couldn't use his skills!" Exasperation. Something in that sentence. I crack my eyes open, literally, since dried blood has a tendency to glue eyes shut, and try to move. Surprisingly, no pain. Then I remember the system would have fixed that. Well, all but my arms, which have something embedded in them. No collar, no bracers. Something pulled those off, which is good. Except that's not painful either. Ah! Harry, that's another familiar voice, screams as I lurch upright. He's still in the process of jumping a good 10 feet away from me, his body in the air. The rest of the surroundings I take in quickly. Everything from Bolo arguing with a svelte young woman with big curling horns like his, to 𝗵𝒕𝗏 standing guard at the door, and a 𝗧𝒑𝒐 a short distance away, arms crossed and looking tired. Also, I take in the dark gray granite walls, the bioluminescent moss, the hard stone floor, and the impact points where dragon claws hit the earth and walked in, digging in. Interestingly enough, the claw marks disappear on the way in. The front claws and streak of blood dissipating first, then the back claws eventually. The streak of blood on the ground leads all the way to me, which doesn't surprise me. What I don't see is the dragon. Or, as my brain catches up, I do. "Finally! What took you so long to wake?" the 𝗧𝒑𝒐 asks, glaring at me as he pushes off the wall. It's a little weird to see the Minotaur with his horns broken off, but even more so, the bear patches about his hairy body. I casually scan him, blinking in surprise when I read his status. "𝒂𝒐 Stormfist, Planet Breaker, Genocidal, Tide Breaker, Slayer of Trinar, Movana, Hakarta, 𝗧𝒑𝒐, Grimsar, Naiads, Puskeen, 𝗧𝒑𝒂, More. Level 41, Storm Warden, Heroic. HP, not applicable. MP, not applicable. Conditions, not applicable." My eyes narrow a little, the library finding his name and a few details. Most prominently, his disappearance decades ago. Among my many skills, the Eye of Insight cuts through most skills lower leveled than it, which isn't hard to beat if you're heroic, but still, that he has something blocking me from reading his information at this point, when we've been stripped of our usual weapons and enchantments, is rather amazing. Probably a bought skill, but still annoying. I tune out whatever else the 𝗧𝒑𝒂 has to say. It's not as though whatever he wants to talk about is that important. Instead, with my skills and abilities back, I cast, dropping some of my usual buffs on me. Soul Shield, for obvious reasons, but immediately after, I make sure the various purchased skills I've got are active, everything from Harden to Elastic Skin to Peasant's Fury. I also cast Haste and activate 1,000 Steps, Vanguard of the Apocalypse, Immovable Object, and lastly, Domain. Just in time for the hairy behemoth to smash into me.
A fraction of a second before he hits me, I hunch down, dropping my weight so that when I fall backward, legs sprawling behind me, and then lift upward, I'm under the 𝗂𝒐. A hand between and beneath his legs, jutting out, helps complete the impromptu throw, putting him over my shoulder. Of course, someone called the Planet Breaker isn't going down easily. In midair, he punches me hard enough that it breaks my soul shield, overrides immovable object and my own control of the earth via my strength attribute, and sends me careening through space into the nearby cavern wall. The rock wall, surprisingly, doesn't do much more than crack. Considering the amount of force he put into the attack, I would have expected to have made a much bigger impact. On the other hand, it was more of a love tap than a serious attack. He didn't even put any of his major skills into it. Not that he's letting me off easy either. By the time I bounce off the wall, land on the ground, and start rising, he's in front of me. Standing at nearly 8 feet tall, he's small for a 𝗂𝒂𝒃, but still a heck of a lot bigger than me. Each blow he throws with his sledgehammer-sized fists hits like I'm a scrawny Chinese kid up against Mike Tyson. He rattles my teeth, hurts my arms, and cracks my ribs. I ride out the flurry of attacks, sucking up the pain and ignoring how my health keeps dropping. The system does its best to patch me together, but there's only so much it can do, and if I don't make a move soon, I won't be able to, which is when he starts flagging. Big guy, high level of stamina. It's not a physical thing. It's a rhythm thing, where your brain does a little stutter because no one really trains to just keep hitting and hitting and hitting without stop, without a break. You can't. Most fights, you have multiple enemy combatants, other monsters on the way. You stop, check your surroundings, just for a fraction of a second maybe, but it's a gap. Enough of one that I can act. Rather than kick or attempt to get away, I step in. Big Minotaur means he's got a big reach, but deep inside his own guard, he's got a bit more of a problem reaching. I hunker down, make myself smaller as I launch a series of punches. Not hooks like he threw into me that rock me from side to side, but straight punches. Chain punches with that little flick of the wrist upward just after impact to add a little twisting momentum to put the energy of my attack deeper. The attack comes in on the center line, slamming into the 𝗂𝒂𝒃 and pushing his broad, hairy chest backward. I hit him a dozen times in a second, each punch landing with enough momentum and force to reset his brain, to keep him reeling. Even as he steps away to give himself space to reset, I follow and follow and follow. Until, of course, I run out of momentum myself and 𝗧𝒃𝒆 headbutts me. Lacking horns, it's not as dangerous as it could be, but the long lacerations from the broken-off horns leaves me bleeding freely and staggering back. I thrust out a hand in case he comes after me, but instead, he's stepped backward. Frowning as I wipe away the blood, the reason for his hesitation is quite clear and pointed. "What are you two doing?" 𝒔𝒕𝒆 sounds unhappy. Very, very unhappy. Getting to know one another? I eye Hitoshi, the legacy weapon, the soul drinker that she holds. One of the rarest kinds of weapon around because of how powerful it can grow over time. Now it's between the two of us, its tiny Japanese wielder glaring at us both. "By fighting one another?" 𝒔𝒕𝒆 says, exasperated. "Fine. You're a baka. I get that. Why didn't you stop them?" Now she's glaring at Bolo. The Dragon Lord doesn't exactly shrink from her regard, but the slight hunching of his 9-foot-tall frame is still noticeable to those of us tinier than him. He's dressed in his emerald scale mail, as usual, his curling ram horns gleaming and pristine the way only a cleanse spell can do. No hammer, but I'm assuming it's tucked away in his inventory for now. "They were fighting by the rules. I do not understand why you are angry," Bolo says. "What rules? They were just fighting," 𝒔𝒕𝒆 says. "There were rules," I protest. The Storm Warden nods in agreement, making 𝒔𝒕𝒆 frown. "What rules?" She looks between the men who all offer her nods before turning to the last female of the group, who looks askance at 𝒔𝒕𝒆. "For the establishment of rank, of course," the dragon woman says.
They are quite well understood by all true warriors. That makes Мкito freeze, her eyes growing cold. Recognizing the signs, I cough. It's actually, roughhousing rules, modified. You know, barroom brawls, chest bumping. No. Мкito takes the out kindly enough and turns to me, dismissing the dragon lady, who doesn't seem to pick up on the fact that she's been dismissed. She just looks satisfied still. I don't do barroom brawls. Right. I rub the back of my neck. Then, feeling the stickiness, I cast a cleanse on myself. Weird that Ollie... Shit. The single word makes everyone tense and focus on me. What? Bolo snaps. Ollie! I'm already recalling him, pulling mana from the system and throwing it at the rift that needs opening. Seconds later it opens, and a glowing dot appears, tumbling out of it. The dot spins round and round before slowly stabilizing, glowing so bright I have to squint to look at it. After a few seconds, it begins to contract, portions of a familiar form appearing. Thankfully, he chooses to appear fully clothed in his usual orange jumpsuit, which, even if entirely unflattering, is at least clothed. He's done nude Ollie before to make me uncomfortable, but seems to prefer this form for some reason. About damn time, boyo, Ollie grumbles, arms crossed, legs in lotus position as he floats over to me. Even as I stare at him, I notice how portions of him fritz out, becoming pure energy before snapping back into place. You okay? I'll live, because, spirit can't actually die, Ollie says. On the other hand, it wasn't entirely comfortable where I was right now. Ollie's appearance doesn't do much to my team. They're all used to him. Even Dragon Lady doesn't seem bothered by the appearance of the spirit. She was probably informed of him long ago. To my surprise, it's the Storm Warden who reacts the most, his jaw dropping and an almost reverential look appearing in his eyes as he stares at Ollie. Oh, I flick a gaze over to the Storm Warden and decide to leave it. Not something I care to pursue. Not now. Possibly not ever. Exactly what... Not talking about it, Ollie says. Also not the time. Now I tense too. Moments later, the rest of the team snaps their heads toward the north. I'm sure they're picking up what I'm seeing on my minimap. A bunch of little hostile red dots. Guys, we're missing someone. I look about for the robot. I hope they grabbed it. I hope they didn't just leave it behind. Then again, perhaps Ez is better off without me. I have him, Мкito waves. Where? Inventory. I open my mouth to protest, point out it's not inventory, but then again, it wasn't sapient, was it? So dropping Ez into inventory should be viable. It does raise questions, some of which I'm not sure I want answers to. Oi, boyo! Time to move! Ollie says, snapping me out of my thoughts. I nod, flashing a last glance at the minimap and wincing. Looks like trouble has arrived. Ollie does so much for me, from cleaning up my interface to translating strange concepts and populating things like my minimap and adjusting system time to local time that I don't even think about it. He doesn't either, in many ways. A lot of the things he offers me are just part of the linked bond. Some things aren't, though. You going to get dressed, boyo? In what? They stripped my inventory and altered storage, I say. Annoying that there are classes that can go into other people's normally secure inventory and steal things from it. There are a variety of skills, some of which randomly pull things from inventories, others with a more focused theft ability. It all depends on the skill level and how much time the thief has. In my captor's case, a lot of time. They just let loose an adventurer's bane on me who picked at my inventory until it was all gone, pulling out any random bit. Lots of chocolate, obviously, but a bunch of toys I've picked up, including things I no longer use, like my toothy returning blades and my anklet of dispersed damage. You do remember how we dropped the Spitz rocket back into its own dimension? Ollie says. I nod and he continues. Well, it's still there. They didn't steal it? I'm surprised, I'll admit. Nah, Spitz rocket keeps everything in a highly guarded location with the Grimsar clans. They might consider him a bit of a loon, but the 𝗏𝒏𝒴 won't let anyone steal a Grandmaster work from their guarded dimensional spaces, Ollie says. Bad for their reputations, you know? I grunt my agreement, even as I reach out sideways, tapping into the dimensional layer where the Spitz rocket's mainframe manufacturing facility is located. It comes to me faster than expected, appearing around my body and slamming shut within a breath. It's comforting to be armed and armored again, even as I conjure up my sword. There are many reasons why people like soul-bound weapons, and never being entirely unarmed features highly among them. We staying to fight, or going? I ask. The Yarick is cracking his neck, rotating his shoulders, and grinning a little in anticipation, while Bolo has strode over to Harry and is slapping armor onto the man. It's a weird sight, since they're solid pieces of armor up until the last second, when they open up enough to let limbs or torso enter before shutting themselves once more. Liquid metal armor of some form, highly flexible, very expensive, and generally less durable than the rigid kind. Mikito, standing by the entrance to the cave, is staring outward. Not that we can see the enemy just yet. Then again, if we could see them, it'd be too late to run. We go. No fighting? 𝗧𝒏𝒴 sounds disappointed. Not now, Mikito says. So how are we doing this? I say. Portals, Bolo says. Yeah, I got no waypoints around here, I say. Not left my cell, remember? Not you, me, the woman says, striding over. Now that Ollie's here, I take the time to really look at her status information, knowing he'll populate as much as he can for me. Elis Helligson, Kinbreaker, Heretic, Outcast, level 174, HP 17,720 of 17,720, MP 5,110 of 5,110. Conditions: Dragon Fear, Mana Well, Mana Conjunction, probably Warp. I cock my head, surprised by the titles. Then I look at her and Bolo, how familiar the pair are with one another, the occasional physical touch. Not that there's anything wrong with dragon and sapient relations. It's supposedly common. Still, something is going on there. For once I realize that my lack of interest in others might be biting me in the ass. I just don't know enough about why Bolo was exiled to understand what is going on, and more importantly, there isn't time to get into it. Elis waves her hand in a circle, and a short distance away a portal appears. It looks exactly like mine, which is rather a surprise. My eyes narrow, and for a moment, I get a flicker of the system notification, which isn't particularly useful, calling it a teleportation spell, version 29871. Sadly, there are so many versions of teleportation spells that when the spells are free-formed, the system can only do so much. Well, you going? Elis says, staring at me challengingly. We risked everything to get you out. I'd prefer not to have to repeat that assault, as it is. As it is, the galaxy will be dealing with the prisoners who survived for many years to come, Bolo says, his eyes darkening. Ollie's got his head tilted, staring mostly at Harry, whose lips are moving a little while he relates what's happened in the last few weeks. I kind of want that explanation too, but now's not the time. I stride over to the portal, glancing one last time at the minimap. Those dots are moving fast. I thought the point of ejecting us was to make sure we got lost and died in the secondary dimensions. You survived, didn't you? Elis says sarcastically. My foot passes through the portal, popping me into our new destination, all while I'm mentally admitting the lady has a point. And from what I know of the prison, I'm not even the most powerful prisoner, just the most annoying. Somehow, as my body gets torn apart and tossed through time and space into a new location, I know I'm going to get blamed for the escapees, too. Chapter 7. It doesn't take long for the rest of the team to stream through the portal. The moment they do, Elis shuts down the teleportation circle and opens another. I don't have to ask as I jump through again,
even as I watch Bolo pull a mana swarm grenade from his inventory. Our first stop was on a high cliff face overlooking a calm blue-green sea. Far below, I see a group of monsters snarling and tearing at one another, fighting over the newborn pulling themselves out of the cluster of eggs they're born from. The second stop is not where I expect us to be. The cold metal platform and the wisps of cloud a surprise, as is the lack of a railing when I nearly fall off the edge to plummet the thousands of kilometers to the ground. The entire floating blimp platform sits in the clouds, just bobbing along, while behind me I see dozens of other sapiens, mostly native 𝗧largs, with a few harpies and other aerial sapiens mixed in, crowded around a drinking shack. Then the portal slams shut and another opens, and we're headed for the next stop, Wilderness Clearing, where a really annoyed cat-lizard hybrid monster attempts to tear off my face. I skewer it, kick it around a bit, then kill it before looting the body and dumping the corpse in my altered storage. It makes me rather happy to have something in there. Underwater cave. I hate that one, even if the Spitz rocket keeps me from getting wet. Sonar kicks in, giving me sight along with the lights. More monsters, though these flee at the sight of us. I catch a glimpse of something much bigger coming down one of the many openings, though, an eel-like thing, just before I step through again. Dozens of portals and new locations, each one charted by Ollie and me. The spirit has his hands full trying to populate my mini-map and give me directions. Not that I want to reuse these locations once we're gone, but it's good to have some places on my map of the planet. It's rather scattershot. We even end up in the middle of the air at one point, free-falling, until I cast a fly spell to hover and another portal opens up beneath me. More than once, we pop up near monsters. But one thing I'm quickly realizing is that 𝗧larg is huge, like Jupiter-sized, which would make you think it's got a rather ridiculous gravity, but obviously it doesn't. That's because it has a hollow center of sorts. No, it doesn't make scientific sense. We're in the middle of the Forbidden Zone, remember? A lot of the planet doesn't make sense, not after all the mana warping the planet and its surroundings have gone through. I have a feeling, thanks to the poor mana translation effects of pre-System Earth, that's where Jules Verne got his inspiration for his famous story. Then again, human imagination is wild. Rule 34 and all, after all. Eventually, we stop, Isla striding forward without a word as I stand before the empty cliff face. She waves and the entire wall swings open, revealing the chamber within. She doesn't stop, walking right in, so I follow her. The moment I enter, my connection to the outside world and my mini-map shuts down, mana-blocking enchantments and materials shutting things down. Even as I look around, tense, the door slams shut behind us, sealing us within. Ilis is at a console, tapping away and viewing the information that pops up. Ali floats over, and other than a momentary glare, the woman ignores the spirit. While Ali's doing that, I'm reaching outward with my own senses, testing the defenses and sealing properties. It's fascinating to me how this entire thing works. The safe house, and I'm certain that's what this is not entirely blocked off from the system. Can't really do that when mana is included. Instead, it cheats by creating a forbidden zone within by using selective filtering of mana. Basically, it keeps any system mana out and forcibly expels it at a higher than normal rate while pulling in unaspected mana. Contrary to belief, there are fewer mutations within because the unaspected mana is forcibly converted to system mana at a high speed, which is then expelled and returned to the system with only a portion used to keep the entire thing running. It's incredibly inefficient, and I can tell just by eyeing the mana batteries, materials, and enchantments within that it's incredibly expensive. But it's also an artificial, mechanical way of creating a forbidden zone, locking out system shenanigans except the donation clause. It even bypasses the entire thing of leaving a gap in the system's senses, since there is a large amount of mana being donated. For all intents and purposes, this place looks like any other non-magical location to anyone looking at it from outside. Unless, of course, you're right on top of it. I take a few more minutes to spin through the code before exiting the system, finding that the team has spread themselves out. To my surprise, there's a pile of items in one corner. An assortment of firearms, explosives, simple armored jumpsuits, and regular clothing. Right next to the pile are a bunch of chocolates. Speaking of chocolates, Harry is wandering toward me, the box of chocolates in hand and a worried look on his face. John, so did you help them get in and choose not to tell me because of the listeners, or did you just get dragged along again? I say, cutting through the bullshit and not taking the peace offering. My words make the man flinch, the lines across his brow deepening for a long second. I don't relent, staring at him. He opens his mouth to reply, croaks a little, and has to visibly swallow some saliva before he answers. I didn't. Help them, that is. I stare at the man for a few more minutes, then nod and grab the box from him. I pop one of the pieces into my mouth, roasted almond bits in a dark chocolate covering, and speak around it. Whatever. So why the look? You changed your mind again? You on our side once more? I never left, Harry shouts, glaring at me. I've always been your friend. I'm giving him a hard time, but there's a point to it. So, you coming? Harry straightens with a nod. Yeah. Yes. Damn it, yes. I want to come. Why? What do you mean, why? This is the biggest story out there. Harry waves a hand around. If they still gave out Pulitzers, I'd be showered with them for covering it. But they don't. Instead, they'll probably shower you with knives and other spiky instruments, I say. If you're lucky, you have an out. You could leave, wander into a city or get dropped off and just stop. Why keep risking it? Because I'm a reporter. Harry's shaking a little from the emotions flowing through him. Whether it's fear or anger, I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure he knows either. It's what I do. It's what we dream of. Covering something important. Putting out information that can change the world and the people who live in it. Whether it's a war in a far-off country that no one can bloody name or place without a map, or a single refugee scrabbling to put food on the table. It's what we do. What makes us tick. At the cost of your life? Yes! Harry shouts, getting right into my face. At the cost of my life! What kind of life do I have, anyway? Any of us do after the system came. I don't have a girlfriend or mother or father anymore. My son's dead. My sister is so shell-shocked by what we had to do that she won't talk to me anymore. Because I'm a reminder of the world we lost. What do I have left to lose? I open my mouth to point out he still has his life, a potentially very long one too. Mikito is watching us quietly, and even Bolo and Eyeless are curious. The only person who looks bored is the Yarrick, rooting through the piles of equipment and pocketing stuff for his own use. It's not. Harry doesn't even notice my aborted attempt at speaking. So yeah, I'm afraid. I'm tired of being dragged along, forced to make decisions about what to do at the drop of a hat, forced to weigh risks and feel like I'm putting everything I care about. Care in the abstract, because Lord knows we don't have anyone left in reality. Everything I care about in danger if I refuse, or agree, or both. But at least it's better than nothing. There's nothing on earth for me. Just memories of a better time, of what-ifs. If I hadn't chosen to cover that peace summit, if I just stayed home for once, maybe I could have saved them. Maybe I could have done something more than watch my entire world burn down. His chest is heaving, his breathing hard as he finishes. Tears are tracking down his face. The only sound in the room is his heavy breathing and the clink of items dropping to the floor as the storm warden keeps browsing. So yeah, I'll come. Because I'm tired of being scared. And if I die, so what? Maybe the youngsters, those who didn't grow up with a world that only lives in their dreams now, maybe they can move on.
Maybe they can forget lazy nights at home, catching a match on the telly or having pints with your mates at the local. But I can't. I can't. The last words are a whisper, one that threatens to break my heart. We lost so much. For the first time, I realize maybe I'm not the only one who can't move on. Maybe Harry and 𝗵𝒕𝗏 left not just because there was a better story or because I was going, but because out here, the memories are a little weaker, the pain less common. Never gone, though. That doesn't change. All right, then. I put a hand on his shoulder, give him a squeeze, and drop it long before it gets uncomfortable for me or him. Harry stalks off, and I'm left with a box of chocolates and a realization that I'm a narcissistic ass. Then again, what's new? We gather around the living room, taking seats wherever we can find one. 20 minutes later. I want to see Ez, figure out what's wrong with him, if there is an Ez left, but it's not the time. Not yet. Once I was done with my chocolates and had fought off Xaxis' raiding of my pile, I managed to re-equip myself with my much-depleted standard loadout. A half-dozen types of grenades, a couple of mines, and a few temporary force shields, along with a lot of clothing, temporary shelters, and food. Basic adventuring gear. Everything else, from my enchanted equipment to the remnants of Saber, is lost. I'm not happy about that. But thankfully, the most expensive piece of gear I had was 𝗵𝒔𝒐. Unconsciously, for the most part, I had been following one of the more common combat methods, the one that relies more on skills and spells with only a few very expensive pieces of equipment. 𝗵𝒕𝗏 followed a similar build, especially since she had a 𝗏𝗏𝗀 to rely upon. Others shift the math the other way, focusing on multiple different pieces of gear, none of them too expensive, but still level appropriate. Bolo and, to my surprise, Harry are prime examples of that kind of fighting style. Well, not fighting in Harry's case, but, equipping style. Bolo's hammer is soulbound, but his armor, helm, gauntlets, and even boots are all items he upgrades as necessary. In the armor's case, even if it doesn't look new, it's an entirely new piece from the one he wore the last time we worked together. It just came from the same crafter. Harry, on the other hand, keeps a wide variety of equipment, but all of it cheaply bought for the level and specialized in its effects. He's more the use and toss method with multiple backups. I know from experience, he's the kind to have multiple defensive equipment in place, mostly focused to deal with area effect skills. His skills might keep him hidden and out of the direct line of fire in most fights, but it doesn't help if someone drops the equivalent of a nuke. All that being said, having the 𝗵𝒔𝒐 means I'm not all the way down. I'll still be nowhere near as effective as I was, while with some of my borrowed skills gone, but the 𝗵𝒔𝒐 will have to do. Just like the map that 𝗚𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆 pops into space to answer the question I've been asked. And that is where we're going. Not that I really know much about the local geography, but I figure that's where you come in, Bolo. Then glancing at Eylis, I add, and you, of course.
No,
she says flatly.
No what? We are not doing this. Dragging you out of your damn prison was bad enough, but at least we knew it was a survivable action. This is just suicide,
Eylis replies.
Why?
𝗵𝒕𝗏 asks. There be dragons, I intone, drawing a smile from the humans and eye rolls from the others. I don't stop, of course. Wake not, sleeping dragons, for you are small and crunchy. Or am I not reading the mana level reports right?
There are no dragons there,
Eylis states coldly.
Then what is the problem?
Harry asks, though a tightness to his eyes says that he's waiting for the next shoe to drop. 𝗚𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆 beats us to the shoe drop, even as Bolo opens his mouth. I note he's been deferring to Eylis a bit so far. Interpersonal relationships. Always lovely little conundrums of pain and heartache. It's why I blow all of mine up with napalm and run away cackling as the flames beat on my back. What scares dragons? the spirit says.
Nothing,
𝗓𝗏 says.
we are just not stupid enough to wander into a hive of 𝗚𝒚𝒄.
Hive? 𝗚𝒚𝒄? I mutter, prodding the library. I'm surprised. I've never heard of them or gotten a download before. If they can scare dragons, they have to be something. No surprise that the library decides to answer with the something. A lot of something. The 𝗚𝒚𝒄 is just the name the dragons use. They have a lot of names. A lot of different, terrifying names. World Devourers, Civilization's End, the Hunger are just the nicer ones. But most call them the Swarm. And that name I know. I've had downloads of them before. A lot of them, though mostly on a sideways notation. Now I get the full history, though there are surprisingly few direct reports. One of the disadvantages of them being mostly a Forbidden Zone monster/sapient type. No one's entirely certain if the 𝗚𝒚𝒄 are pure monsters or system-enabled sapients or something in between. It's not as though they're great conversationalists, being more the mate and devour type. First sightings started thousands of years ago, nearly at the same time as the dragons themselves. Unlike the dragons, who have formed their own civilizations and even managed to gain some semblance of acceptance, at least on Xylarg, with sapient creatures, the 𝗚𝒚𝒄 never have. Mutated insects, their home planet long lost to time, they jet through space in ships made of the corpses of their people, tens of kilometers long and wide. Occasionally, a few monsters are sacrificed to guide them along the floating waves of mana, using the system's need to transfer and churn mana and mana's own propensity to collect around the living to guide them. Eventually, they find a living planet. They hit the planet, shedding and burning the dead bodies of their people, until only those who have hibernated through the flight are left, forced awake from the heat. Eventually, they hit land, kill a few hundred more of their people, and create a zone of devastation from the landing. Then, they start eating. Each ship starts with lower levels on the outside and the core of the hive, high-level mutated forms, within the central area. Most hive ships are easy to handle at the start, as the low levels, many suffering cold and re-entry damage, are taken down. That works for the 𝗚𝒚𝒄, though, since that fattens up the native populace and monsters. Then the core comes out, and the real nightmare begins. Creatures that have lived hundreds, sometimes thousands of years, with the levels to boot. Like most hive creatures, they've got a wide variety of types, specialized fighters who level in their own roles. Mages, sneaky types, upfront vanguards, and drone warriors. Worse than their individual strength is their coordination. Scholars still debate if it's a true hive mind or just a weird skill that gives them their ability to work together. It doesn't matter to warriors. We just know it's a pain in the ass. You're struggling with one of their people, pushing back and maybe holding your own. Then out of the ground, creatures erupt and grab your legs, hold you still for just a few fractions of a second. You break free, but it costs you some hit points, maybe a cut here or there. Then as you set up for the fight with your original opponent, they're gone. And someone else, someone who can hard counter your particular skills, comes. Use a lot of penetration skills, that's fine. Here's a warrior who has stacked resistances rather than armor, making your penetration less useful. Add in a massive regeneration rate and you're suddenly struggling with the single man. You fight it out for a bit, the bastard taking forever for you to wear down. Whatever. They keep sending useless drones out of the earth, grabbing your legs, pulling at your arms, slowing you down. You win. Maybe you even kill your opponent. Then another one comes. Maybe they trade in, maybe they replace. Doesn't matter. Because the next time you're in the middle of a struggle, something grabs your legs once more. You react, as they have taught you to do, pulling at your legs, thinking it'll be easy to break free. Oops. It's a high-leveled grabber. A shield swarm member. And suddenly, you can't move, can't break free. You're experienced, of course, a real fighter. It only takes you by surprise for a second, maybe less. It doesn't matter, though,
Because they've got an assassin 𝗚�្� behind you, putting a tentacle through your back, the warrior in front of you gripping your face with his suckers and slurping out your eyes. You try to run, but of course, they've got anti-teleport 𝗚�្� on hand, all of them piled up ready for you. They grab you, drag you down, kill you. Maybe they sacrificed a few hundred minions, a couple of mid or high-level monsters. It doesn't matter, because they consume you and level themselves. And then they go on and eat the rest of your family, the rest of your planet, consuming every single iota of biomass until there's nothing but them on the planet. Then they pull together again, form one of their dead ships, and blast off to find another planet. I shudder, tearing myself free of the memories, the recordings that play through my mind. Some sick bastard put all of that into the library, tithing his memories, his last few minutes of himself and his people to the system, as a warning, as a promise of what was to come. It's a great and pointed lesson, which leaves me with just one question. Why is 𝗧𝗏𝗏 still here, I say? If they came for you guys, why are you still alive? 𝗏𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆 snorts. We're not easy prey, Redeemer. Not easy prey at all. 2. There have been exactly 2 cases of the swarm being beaten back. The first had a trio of legendaries on hand, including 𝗚s and his planet. After he rammed his planet into one side, the other 2 got to work before the swarm landed. The other case was exactly the same. The swarm ran right into the fixed defenses of 𝗕vina and the Galactic Council that was meeting at the time. They never even managed to land since the Weaver had figured out they were coming long before anyone else ever had. I pause, my eyes narrowing. And you're saying 𝗧𝗏𝗏 beat them by themselves?
In a sense, 𝗏𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆 says. They came when they were much younger, before they became the swarm, the world devourers they are now. They fought my ancestors and the ancients, the dragons of yore. It was, in a way, the very act that forged our bond.
I pause, eyes narrowing as suspicion grows about the place they're pointing at on the map. Wait, let me see if I get this right. You beat them, but not all of them. They landed, tore up a lot of ground, but you managed to eventually contain them. And then as a sign of what? Your new friendship and alliance between one another, you left the rest live? A slight pause as the 2 natives share a look. One filled with a slight amount of embarrassment, but more with exasperation at the tourist simplifying their history.
It's not that simple, 𝗏𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆 says. The war had damaged our people, such that it was decided to wait until an opportune time came to deal with them. Driving out the last vestiges, including the egg layers, would have seen them release whatever doomsday scenarios they had. And we're certain there are some.
I grunt in acknowledgement. What scenarios? 𝗏𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒎 says, frowning. While I was busy getting a data download, I vaguely recall Ollie giving them all a brief rundown of what the swarm really is. No one needed the sheer volume of detail I'd received to understand. Swarm bad, do not disturb. They travel through space. How do you think they do that? I say.
By using their dead bodies, Harry says, frowning. Isn't that what Ollie just said?
Sure, for the structure and body, yeah. But how do they steer? There's silence at that question before the 𝗏RK, having grown bored with the entire Q&A we've been doing, answers simply,
The swarm have dedicated antimatter members that form and create chain reactions in their bodies. Consuming the flesh of their own, they power the antimatter thrusters to drive them onward.
Exactly, 𝗏𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆 says.
And in the event of potential losses, to defend their egg layers, those antimatter specializers will destroy themselves.
So you just leave them alive? To level? I frowned, shaking my head. That makes no sense.
We go in and cleanse them once in a while. Deal with their numbers and high levels. There are numerous bounties involved, and of course their bodies are highly prized, 𝗏𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆 replies. It is a common way for those of the lower class to gain the necessary skills and levels to survive. He touches his scale mail. And their skin can be quite useful.
Wait, that's not dragon scale? I say. My words horrify both Bolo and Eyeless.
You think I would wear a dragon's skin?
What kind of barbarian are you to wear the skin of a friend?
Eyeless says, recoiling from me. I open my mouth to explain D&D and Earth folklore, then snap my mouth shut. There's utterly nothing I could say that would make what I said better. So instead, I change tack. You make it sound like people go in all the time. So what's the problem with us going in? I say.
Because your system administrator center is in the heart of their nest,
Eyeless says. Oh. Yeah. Okay, well, that tracks, I say resignedly. That's just about right, really. Chapter 8. I wish I could say the resulting conversation did not involve a lot of shouting and even more grumbling, whining, and pleading. The last two, mostly by me. The Storm Warden wanders away after a while, utterly bored with the discussion. I never get around to asking what the heck he's still doing with us, since the argument goes on until late at night, before Bolo declares the conversation over and walks deeper into the cave system/safe house, followed by Eyeless. Truth be told, I'd love to tell them we don't have to go, but I don't exactly have any other leads, and while I might be able to access another system administrator center, doing so is a huge risk. It's not one I'm willing to take unless all our other options are out, including walking into a valley of certain death. And really, it's not a valley of certain death, but more a valley of certain death without a full flight of dragons and a few ancient dragons backing you up. See, even the Dragon Kings, because you don't bring anything but heroics with you, and dragons know better than to let the damn 𝗚𝗏 grow without check. So every century or so, they get together and burn the nest to the ground again, killing a bunch of high-level 𝗚𝗏 along the way, then back out. All very ritualized and civilized. Kind of like changing the detonators on a nuclear warhead. You gotta do it every once in a while, because you don't want them to explode on you by accident, but it's still a butt-clenching exercise with lots of caution and careful, detailed steps involved. And not, done by your local yahoo off a random street corner with a spanner in hand and grease on his pants, with the tenner you slipped him sticking out of a pocket. If you haven't guessed, I have absolutely no idea how nukes work. Just like I don't really have a clue how to convince my allies that we need to do this. It's why I'm seated at the dining room table alone hours later. Ollie went invisible after the first hour of me prodding him for help and a debrief, muttering something about needing to finish Forever Night. I don't have the heart to tell him. That's where 𝗵𝒕𝒍 finds me. The tiny, really just over 5 feet or so, Japanese lady doesn't say a thing while she brews both of us a pot of tea, using some of her precious green tea from home before setting the cups before me. I sip the drink in silence, enjoying the heat and warmth, not even scalding my tongue on the boiling water. Yay, resistances.
They'll come around,
𝗵𝒕𝒍 says eventually. They? Not you, I reply.
You know I go where you go,
she replies easily. I don't even wince at that pronouncement. Not anymore. I've given up on trying to get her to give up on that line of thought. And truth be told, I rely on her. The way you rely on your dominant hand, missing it when it's gone. Yeah, I really do hate losing limbs. Then thank you, I say. She sniffs at me, her nose wrinkling a little as she does. I can almost hear the words she wants to say, but she doesn't, which is rather nice of her. How'd you do it? I say instead, changing the topic.
With difficulty?
𝗵𝒕𝒍 sips the tea for a second, making me wait.
The first problem was locating your prison. Thankfully, that just required a few missions for one of the elder dragons that Eyeless knew. Then we had to find a way to draw away enough of their reinforcements for the break-in.
I listen intently as 𝗵𝒕𝒍 weaves, in her simple and straightforward way, a tale of intense planning, cunning, and numerous side missions to free me.
Everything from finding allies in the most unlikely of places, individuals who wanted revenge or to free another within, to suborning members of the guards to gain information on the prison itself. A long tale, one filled with numerous hijinks and always rushed so that they could pull things together. The fact that they managed to weave together the shaky alliance that managed to break into the prison, set free a number of the individuals within before they ejected the rest of us, and most importantly, planned for the ejection to retrieve me is a wonder. It's also a testament to how hard the Galactic Council has been suppressing the races and empires. There were, for sure, individuals within the prison who deserved to be captured and contained. Many who needed to die, really, and boy was the knowledge of who was there helpful in gaining allies. But others had just crossed the council in one way or another and been unjustly captured. Among them, the Storm Warden. "What is his story?" I say, once she winds down. I gesture with my head toward where the big 𝗧𝒏 is sitting near the entrance, meditating. The big minotaur, seated cross-legged, breathing slowly as tiny thunderstorms form around his body, unleashing lightning that bounces off wet fur, is quite the sight. And smell. Wet cow in close quarters is not a great smell, though I'm not going to mention it to the 𝗧𝒏. "Rebellion," 𝗏𝒏𝒂𝒍 says simply. I frown, but the library has nothing to offer. Civil disobedience and history is only a passing interest to the questers. And with literal tens of thousands of years of history involved in the Galactic Council, there's only so much space devoted to something like that. "So, he gonna leave us, or—" I trail off, uncertain why he'd bother to follow us. In fact, I'm not entirely sure why Bolo or Eyeless are willing to help us further, though I know Bolo feels he owes me something. Personally, I consider us fair and square, but I won't argue about additional help. "I do not know. I do not think he has a place to go back to, though," she replies. "His nation was destroyed after they killed him, leaving them vulnerable to be taken by his rivals. His people scattered. You know the rest of his story, yes?" I nod. I recall Capstan, the story of their people. Their planet overrun, their people scattered and forced to live as mercenaries and refugees the world over. Small clans attempting to re-establish themselves wherever they could. It was an object lesson I had taken to heart early on, one that made me try to head off the same fate for humanity. That thought turned to what I did recently, the way I had betrayed Earth. Sure, my reasoning had been sound in my mind. I needed to put Earth back into a footing where they might struggle now, but at least they weren't wasting resources trying to play the same damn political game that was stacked against them from the start anyway. Now, the rules for Earth are gone, the stakes clear, and the pieces revealed. They can either fight and win, or roll over and let the various corporations, guilds, mini-kingdoms, and other interest groups take Earth over. They had 10 years to build up, grow in strength. Now they have to prove themselves. Or so I tell myself. A man out of time and place. There's a trace of sadness in my voice, one that I'm surprised to hear. It takes me a few seconds to realize that sadness is also laced with understanding, because that's what I am too, in a way, what most of us humans are. A powerful ally. 𝗏𝒏𝒂𝒍 finishes the tea in her cup and refills it, glancing at my mostly untouched cup. I down it at her glance and nod thanks as she refills it. "We need all the help we can get." I pause, then let loose the thought that worries me most of all. If they know where we're going, if they can find us, I don't think they'll hold back. Not anymore. "Legendaries?" She speaks the word I fear too. I nod. "Can we beat them?" "Depends on the legendary, I guess. If they aren't paying attention, if they aren't too powerful, if they don't have too many defensive enchantments, if they didn't put too many points into their constitution or resistances." I know how dumb I sound. "No, then." I reluctantly nod. The problem isn't just the health most legendaries have, or even the passive resistances many classes get. It's the fact that most legendaries have taken decades, if not centuries, to reach their level and have stayed there, meaning they've had the chance to buy and upgrade the enchantments, keeping them alive. And obviously, keeping themselves alive is rather important, so most have a variety of methods to do so. Even the Weaver, whose entire class doesn't involve doing damage, is enough to take us down. Or at the very least, she has the ability to run away from us before we can kill her. But the simple fact is, they won't be sending any of the non-damage dealers to stop us.
Who do you think they'll send?
𝗏𝒂𝒍 asks. Some senior admins, hopefully that bitch. I snarl, rage flashing through me for a second. I have to push it down, though it's a struggle. She doesn't even flinch at the abrupt spike of anger, somewhat used to me. She does raise an eyebrow at me until I settle my breathing and emotions. Inhale, exhale. Probably 𝗏𝒂𝒂, I continue. 𝗏𝒂𝒍 nods, recalling the champion of the council that we faced before, and who we definitely know is around. In fact, Bolo and 𝗏𝒂𝒍 had a couple of clashes with the bastard over the month plus I was locked up. He's their everyday goon and seems to have a hard-on for us. For their legendary, I pause, reviewing what I know of who they have alive. Interestingly enough, the majority of the legendary powers aren't aligned with any side of the conflict. Most prefer to do their own thing and have the power to make sure they're left alone, like the legendary pilot who flew around on his personal planet. Only those like the dragon, who desires power in all the ways that means, and the Weaver, whose class makes it make sense, involve themselves in politics. Part of the issue with people getting all the way to legendary class is that they have to be a lot of stubborn and even more individualistic. After all, at a certain point, you just have to keep going when all your peers fall behind you. The call of friendship, the resting a bit and letting yourself just be because the rest of your friends, your family, your lovers are there, it's powerful. The Emperor, I say finally.
He's the weak one, isn't he?
𝗏𝒂𝒍 says. For variations of weak, sure. He doesn't have his empire anymore, so a chunk of his class skills don't work. But he does have this. I pull on the system, drawing forth the class skill. The only reason I know about it is because of the way the damn Emperor's class skill affects us all, and thus made its appearance in my system administrator board. Class skill, a towering reputation, legendary. What use is skill in combat or knowledge and wisdom to rival the gods if none know of it? What shield is there to an empire if all scoff at the emperor who sits upon it? And what power can an emperor, both feared and loved, hated and dreaded, bring to his empire? This is a passive skill. Mana regeneration reduced by 5 permanently. Effect. Emperor gains a boost to class skills, attributes, health, and regeneration based off reputation.
And?
𝗏𝒂𝒍 says after she finishes reading it. It's galactic reputation, I say. I could show you the math behind it, but let's just say that the fact that the Emperor is as well known as he is, including having numerous plays, books, sensory, immersive, and other shows made about him, boosts his reputation quite well.
You're saying he's getting a boost from all over the galaxy,
𝗏𝒂𝒍 says. Yep.
That's broken.
It's a legendary skill, I say and shrug. It's not as powerful as having his own empire, but because he isn't ruling anyone, he's also not getting any major negative modifiers. 𝗏𝒂𝒍 frowns, and I nod. Yeah, I think he was informed about the actual equation involved, then gamed it.
Then the stories.
She whispers the words in dawning horror. Wiped out his own empire. Yep, I nod. Or let it fall, I shrug. One or the other, but I'd bet that's what he chose to do. More personal power this way, from this skill, without having to worry about running the empire or getting into major conflicts with other kingdoms. He can even sponsor guilds himself.
Then he's not that weak,
𝗏𝒂𝒍 says. As I said, by definitions of weak, he probably is. I sigh. Like,
The dragon could probably kick his ass in a one-on-one fight. Don't you remember the reports of the Emperor losing in the first altercation? I shrug. But then again, it's the dragon. Not many can stand against him directly. Still, not weak. I nod. Mikito grows silent, and our discussion hangs heavily over us for a time. Eventually, she sips the remainder of her tea and nods, as if coming to an internal conclusion. She stands, bowing to me a little.
Then I guess we'll just have to plan for a way to neutralize them.
I pause, surprised at the confidence she shows. When she sees my look, Mikito smiles at me serenely.
We've made it this far, haven't we?
I can't help but nod, taking her optimism at face value, choosing not to think of it as potential fatalism. There's something else I have to ask, too. Ez? Mikito glances around, decides it's safe, and holds her hand out to the side. Ez's familiar red form appears, though he's gone from having a humanoid form with 2 arms and 2 legs to doubling each, a body more similar to a vertical centipede than human. The same red coloring is still there, though, as are the human-looking eyes. What? I stare at the silent creature. What happened?
We had to shut him down to capture him,
Mikito says. She turns the body a little, showing me the blinking gunmetal half-sphere lodged in Ez's back.
It's shut down all his current processes. But John...
Yeah? I don't look at her as I regard Ez.
John!
Firmer now. Yes? I look up.
He's compromised. You can't turn him on. Not unless you're sure you can fix him.
I work my jaw for a second, anger rushing upward as she tells me what to do. My fist clenches and I want to scream at her, my most trusted friend. I almost rise up out of my chair, but her silent, calm regard is a pail of cold water on my anger. Anger that isn't meant for her anyway. After all, she isn't the one who failed 𝗬𝒐 and Ez. I get it, I say softly. She waits for a beat, regarding me before she nods and turns away, leaving me to contemplate the still machine. Golem. Friend. Son? Luck? Or planning? Either way, a coding tablet was in the inventory pieces left for me. I'd wondered about its inclusion and just dumped it into my rather empty storage. Now, sticking the leads into the liquid metal slots of Ez, giving myself access to his code, I find myself making use of it, and letting out little mental whimpers. Unlike what every single bad movie in the old world shows you, programming is not as simple as waving your hands around, typing away for 20 minutes while slamming energy drinks to metal music. In fact, one of the first problems you'll encounter is the simple fact that not all of us have permissions to access the core code. Breaking security often requires specialized tools, or even better, knowledge of the kind of laziness the individual who slipped the security measures into place prefers. Because trust me, the vast majority of security precautions are scuppered by sheer laziness. That's the good news. The bad news? I have neither the tools nor the knowledge of who wiped and reprogrammed Ez. I don't even have a clue about the programming language used. When I was creating Ez and modifying the other golems, I wasn't doing actual coding of the languages that ran them. That was all 𝗬𝒐. Since he'd replicated his own code, the assumption was that it wasn't the electronic code within them that was the problem. Other articles had tested multiple versions of code over thousands, tens of thousands of years. None of those worked, so I hadn't bothered to even try. Instead, I'd changed the system code. But now the problem with Ez isn't his system code. It's the actual programming they put in him. Even his status says that. 𝗧𝒑𝒂𝒍𝒆 𝗧𝒚𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒎 Autonomous Station Maintenance Golem. Curium Omega Line, version 1.03, hacked. Ez is the son of John Lee, the rogue system administrator who helped in the creation of this masterwork golem. This masterwork golem is a custom-built autonomous machine whose base format is developed from the versatile station maintenance line of golems created by the sentient golem 𝗬𝒐 217th generation. This masterwork golem was modified during creation by rogue system administrator John Lee in an attempt to provide it sapience, with additional foundational crafting skills provided by the sapient golem. Currently, 𝑺𝒚𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒎 core programming has been modified. A circuit breaker has been installed, halting all operations of this autonomous golem, including interrupting the current AI. Weapons: mana beam projectors, 𝗬𝗓𝗵𝗔𝒐 line ×1. Durability: 3,173 of 3,914. Core: Class 1 𝗬𝒐𝒐 modified 𝗧𝒚𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒎 engine. Battery capacity: not applicable. See mana engine notes. CPU: GS-412 Tier 2 𝗬𝒑 AI Tier 1. Armor rating: Tier 2 Enhanced. Special abilities: Persistent Mana Engine and Forbidden Zone Mana Scour. Enhanced Durability. Force Shield Projection. CPU Overclock. Active Skills: Soul Drinker Level 1. Status Warp Level 2. One single word gives me hope. Modified. Not altered, not wiped, but modified. Yet Mikito clearly said it had been wiped. Then again, I trust non-programmers to use the right terminology as much as I trust them not to have tried turning something on and off again before asking them to do it myself. What? Working IT support scars you? Delving into the system code for 𝑺𝒚𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒎's status doesn't offer much. One of the aspects of it being marked as an item is that there just isn't much information offered. It's not considered important by the system, so change logs are very, very sparse. In the end, all I can tell is the timing of the change, soon after my capture, and minor alterations in durability. The only good news is that 𝑺𝒚𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒎's durability has been slowly increased, while the line indicates its CPU has not deleted its original AI. And I only got that second line after I poked at it a bit with System Edit. Somewhere, trapped inside, I have to believe that 𝑺𝒚𝒔 is still working. Problem is, I'm not sure how to get it out. The next morning, Bolo and Eyeless come out swinging. The argument takes a while to resolve, and I end up with an understanding of why they're helping us. So, you need to somehow provide enough of a benefit to the dragon community that they'll accept you to, and, more importantly, your kids? I get a pair of nods, after which Eyeless shoots Bolo a rather heated look. And because of your, past, you figure helping to take down the Shadow Council is the way to go. And because I owe you, Bolo adds. You got me out of an unescapable prison. Pretty sure that covers that debt, I say. Bolo sniffs, while Eyeless preens a little. I'm surprised by that, but decide not to pursue the difference in opinion the pair have. If for no other reason, that it'll probably do my head in if I ask. And you think me completing the system quest will help with your rep with the dragons? Finishing a mythic quest that has never been completed should help, Bolo says. That kind of prestige is hard to rival. I can't help but agree with him on that point. Still. You do realize this is probably a suicide run? Even if we manage to get there, I have no idea how we'll get out, or what we'll do once we finish the quest. I doubt completing the quest will give us any special powers beyond perhaps a nice little title. Eyeless smirks at me.
You look down upon us dragons too much, human. Completing the quest or truly hurting the council will see us lauded by all. The remnants of the council would never dare act against us once we recover our status.
Then she bites her lip a little, showing for the first time a trace of uncertainty.
Our grandfather would never allow it.
You won't, Bolo says heatedly. I shake my head, choosing not to argue with them. After all, the entire discussion about their grandfather and their illicit affair is kind of bonkers. The fact that Eyeless is one of the rare humanoid-born dragons and was brought up with Bolo as a sister of sorts makes their entire relationship scandalous. It's why Bolo left in the first place.
especially when he reached the full Dragon Knight position and took her as his mount. It was only after meeting me and getting dragged into all our insanity, along with the levels he gained, that he chose to come back. I'm not entirely sure what triggered that decision. Maybe just having enough levels under his belt at last, but here we are, on his planet, with his sister cum lover cum steed. Whatever, just glad you guys have some form of protection for the after, I say, waving it away. Ali smirks, floating over and prodding Harry in the side. The reporter growls at the spirit, even as Ali speaks. Relax, boyo. Other than you and Makito and probably the Storm Warden, who all intend to die in a blaze of glory anyway, we're safe. Harry, once he releases the information, will likely level to a point it'll be painful to harm him, what with his studied neutrality skill. And I'm, well, just a poor linked servant. Our deaths will be glorious and violent, 𝗧𝒐𝒃 says, grinning wide and almost gleefully rubbing his hands together. I don't intend to die, Makito says. The goal is to keep John alive and not die. Are you a samurai not all about the honorable death? Bolo says, frowning. The Koda Bushido is a complex topic, one prone to interpretation and change over the course of history. It's not something you can glean from being force-fed bad anime, Makito says, looking pointedly at Ali at the end. Hey, Rurouni Kenshin isn't bad anime, Ali protests. Makito snorts. As I said, my goal is to keep John alive and stay alive doing so. If death comes and I am able to achieve my first objective, then that is what it will be. However, I do not seek death nor desire it. It is but a potential outcome at all times and a certain one in the end. Bolo nods and grins. You know, us Dragon Kings, we see death as just another enemy to be beaten. Eventually we might fall, but many last for centuries, if not millennia. You know, I much prefer lone wolf and cub, I say. Of course you do. Wait, who's the cub? Ali pauses, floating over to me. Are you calling me a mewling baby? If the shoe fits, I drawl. Beside Bolo, Isla stares at all of us. Then she turns to her brother and prods him in the side. Are you sure they are worth saving? Oh, they definitely are not worth saving, Bolo faux whispers to her. But they are the most likely to finish the job. Ilis nods, accepting Bolo's words, and I roll my eyes at the pair who grin at me. Whatever. At least we're all on board for now. So now what? I say. We wait, Ilis announces. We move, Makito says at the same time. The pair glare at one another, and I wince, knowing that this will be another long argument. Chapter 9. In the end, Makito wins the argument. Rather than wait and hope the search for us dies down a little, we choose to head out as soon as possible. The main point that wins Makito the argument is the fact that the longer we wait, the more chance there is of new reinforcements arriving. Where we are, portaling, or any other teleportation methods are going to leave a trail a mile wide. We've got lucky once, but they'll find the trail eventually. Travel inward is done via hyperspace tunnels and the like, and the longer we wait, the more people from the outskirts may be drawn in. Now, obviously, a large number of individuals are in play already. However, our biggest concern is the legendaries, and with myself having been captured, there's a slim chance they might not be able to reach us before we get to our destination. After all, with the way things have heated up on the galactic scene, there's no way the Shadow Council has been keeping their biggest players hidden away in the middle of the Forbidden Zone, which is what Xylarg is, for all intents and purposes. All of which is why we're headed toward the Valley of Certain Death. However, I don't understand why we have to use this. I wave a hand around me, taking in the metal cylinder we're strapped to. The entire cylinder is dark gunmetal gray, with straps and pull-down seats alongside the walls. Think of the army transport pictures you've seen with a lot more gray and a lot less interesting sights, and that's pretty much what we have. Flying around would draw too much attention, Eylis says.
Any form of teleportation is likely to be picked up. While the Council might not run 𝗧𝒏😏, they have enough sway to gain access to our sensory readings. It would be a small matter for them to locate us, especially as we are not able to scramble the information now.
I nod. They'd gotten the Weaver to help last time, having her provide her skill to scramble the information when they broke us out. For a full day afterward, all the teleportation information had been heavily encrypted and made incredibly expensive to purchase and unscramble. Even with the funds the Shadow Council has on hand, the sheer volume of false impressions she created, along with our repeated teleportations, ensured we were able to escape the initial tracking. Now, however, we have to be careful about standing out. Flying, teleportation, piercing the dimensional veil, all of that is a danger. I get that, but I mean, there's gotta be a better choice than this. I thumped the side of the carriage, the grinding and squeaking of the insides resounding through the tin can. If the constant noise, like metal chalkboard nails coming down, isn't awful enough, there's the motion. Rather than moving in a straight line, we flow in a twisting motion, constantly swinging from side to side as we head down.
Holoplanet centipedes are a time-honored tradition of entering the planet, 𝗏𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆 says. There are so many of them crisscrossing the crust that no one can track them all. Never mind their natural camouflage abilities and extended senses. They're also one of the fastest ways down, especially when combined with a trusted tamer.
I snort, feeling my stomach lurch again as we twist once more. The entire damn contraption we're in is just one link in the body of the holoplanet centipede. The original monster so large that chopping it apart and adding this metal tube before stitching it all back together again is considered perfectly normal. Tubes of gray goop cover the outside of the tube, the hard chitin and veins having been recreated via spells and skills. And cutting through the planet is the fastest way there, eh? I say.
It is. We'll have to cross a portion of the holoplanet on foot, but it's significantly faster than trying to do the same journey above ground, 𝗏𝒏😍 repeats patiently. Relax, boyo. He's right. I already ran the math multiple times. If we want to reach our destination cutting through the planet, even if we have to walk on their twisted inner surface, we'll be a lot more efficient. If nothing else, we won't need to deal with their seas,
𝗏𝒐 sends. I grimace, recalling the data download I have on the seas. Like any planet with a significant body of water, the underwater and sea-living creatures have become a nightmare of their own. Leviathans, kraken, electrified and poisonous jellyfish, and giant squids are just a few of the things Earth has to contend with. Blue whales, mutated and given a taste for meat and a huge increase in reproduction, roam the waters like damn orcas, bullying ocean-going vessels and getting consumed by giant squids. And that's Earth. 𝗧𝒏😏 is the home of the dragons. Anything that can't contend with them on a one-on-one basis are prey, and dragons have big, big appetites. I'm worried if I know that, and you know that, then the admins know that too, I send back.
Not as if we have any other option. Anyway, because it's a small globe within, there are multiple ways to get there,
𝗏𝒐 says. How does that work anyway? Why can't we just, fly through the center?
You mean the holo center in the center of the holo planet?
I hear the smirk in the spirit's voice. Even knowing that I'm walking into his trap, I answer in the affirmative and get, instead of words, an image. A green grassland and savanna, a world turned inside out, a sphere where everything grows inward, where clouds and shards of earth float in a ring that blanket the world and give it relief from the blazing ball of plasma and contained energy in the center. It's not a sun. There's too much mana imbued into the thing, too artificial to make it a real star. Still, the energy it gives off, both the warmth and the power it provides, is enough to offer the plants within the biome a source of energy to grow.
What in the thousand hells is that?
I exclaim, staring at the mental image 𝗏𝒐 downloaded to me. Yeah. You'd think we'd have something like that in the library, but there's a surprising gap about hollow planets in there. There are a few articles, discussions about the mana flows, academic variation studies about the way the system seems to favor normal planets in general, since there's a reduced cost in their upkeep. But the studies peter out pretty fast since no one ever gets any point upgrades looking or delving into the mysteries of holoplanet creation. It's a weirdness, but it's a weirdness created by mana or sapients playing bonkers with the natural laws of the universe, not the system. That's kind of the thing with questers. Once something is shown not to progress the system quest, they abandon it. Pretty typical holoplanet. Power source in the middle, hub of water and clouds caught between the local sun equivalent and the Earth via a localized gravity shear, and, as I larg special, the floating island communities in between. Those are weird. We won't even discuss what those things are. What if I want to? I grump. Alrighty then, boyo. 2 words. Trapped elementals. I pause, mind spinning through the possibilities. Elementals, probably earth, though maybe air or some weird mixture like sky metal or something, trapped in the rocks and given form, forced to float forever, burning on one end, protecting the ground on the others. I can see, rotating the damn image that Ollie gave me in my mind, that there are brief periods of darkness when the larger clumps of these elementals get together. Time for plants to cool down, to switch methods of processing energy, to rest before they're exposed once more. With the sheer amount of cloud cover, the world beneath the faux sun is more Vancouver spring than sunny California. So no flying through the center because of the weird gravity planes, the living elemental islands, and the giant ball of energy that probably melts us all. I sigh. Explain again how we're not just walking into the middle of a trap. Because as fast as we're moving, they probably won't have scrambled everyone to meet us. Don't forget, just because we think it's the most obvious route doesn't mean they will. It's not as though you told them where you're going, right? I shake my head. At least, not the location. Ollie nods. Exactly. So while it is a likely route, it isn't a guarantee. Also, inside the hollow planet, there are multiple routes we can take, so even then, they'll have to split up to cover all the ground. I want to point out that there are ways of telling where we'll go. Fortune tellers, oracles, and other future probability tellers are all potential problem makers, even if they are hampered by the sheer volume of unaspected mana in the system. But the damn centipede lurches again. I clutch the edge of my seat for a second, wondering what is going on before the angle of descent changes once more. Gravity spins us around, slamming us downward at an angle, making my stomach play catch-up for a second. By the time I figure out where up is when the new gravity planes reinforce themselves, I find we are no longer moving, the rest of the centipede's body slowly emerging from the hole it created. Seconds later, Bolo jumps to his feet, waving to us all with a shit-eating grin on his face. I roll my eyes, knowing he knew what was coming and refused to let the rest of us know. He gloats a little until he gets smacked by Eyeless. The doors to the hollow planet slide open moments later. Surprisingly, it's not Bolo who makes it out first, but the Storm Warden, the big Yarrick looking greener than me. Very surprising, since we should all be immune, physically at least, to the shaking. Then again, the man has been imprisoned in a secondary dimension for who knows how many years. The kind of mental scarring he has is likely something I'll never truly understand. Drawing a deep breath, catching hints of cinnamon, aspen, and fir, along with other woody scents I can't place, I unstrap myself and brace myself for a whole new experience. At least this time it doesn't involve counting the number of teeth regenerated by the system. Gods, my humor has gotten dark. Woody, with a mixture of sulfur, ammonia, and chlorine, is the way I describe the smell of the hollow planet. Rotten wood, fresh wood, newly broken sap, all of it is there. The sulfur isn't a surprise, considering where we are. The ammonia is from the centipede, a pervasive stink that drove me nuts until I forcibly ignored it. More intrusive than the smell is the heat. It's cloying and higher than Earth normal, sitting in the high 30s Celsius at the very least. added to the humidity, and I'm grateful I'm no longer human, or else we'd really be suffering. Idly, I wonder what the wet bulb index would be, or if something that was meant to tell people when to take care in high humidity and extreme temperatures even matters to system-enhanced individuals anymore. Probably not, now that I think about it with any real consideration. After all, you're more likely to get eaten by a mutated koala than die from heat stroke. Turning my head, I scan the surroundings, grateful the team decided to get me a retracting helmet. Hot or not, I prefer keeping my peripheral vision unhampered, unless I'm in the middle of a fight. Then, with the HOD or Spitz rocket, external cameras provide me full vision, even if the helmet itself looks like a featureless mask. As for what I see now that I'm out, churned up grass and a pile of dark gray and black sand from where the centipede exited the ground. Stepping up the mound itself, noting how the creature is curling in on itself, creating a mound of chitin and legs, its tamer murmuring to it, I'm grateful I don't need to fight the thing. Level 178 and backed with a tamer would make fighting such a monster one heck of a pain. More importantly, the clearing we're in looks to be rather restricted. Barely 30 meters away at the closest side is the start of the forest. The shrubs here are much shorter, their leaves spread out across a wider range of space. They're quite a vibrant green, the shortened canopy offering other plants a chance to grow and spread out themselves. Lots of shrubbery and cane-like trunks with thorns galore beneath the primary forest layer. Between the proximity of the light source and the surprising amount of mildly reflective plants, illumination while walking through the forest won't be a problem. If anything, the constant bathing of light, except when a bunch of elementals clump together by chance or desire, will be an issue. More interestingly, with my senses extended, I note the way my electromagnetic force ability is twitching. The boundaries of space and time around here, the basic role of physics, are warped in this location. The elemental floating islands above are lighter than they should be, their molecules repelling one another to decrease overall density while still holding together. The ground itself is denser under my feet, especially in a layer a couple of kilometers down. Even if it's not part of my skill set, I can tell that gravity itself, the weird gravitic plane that is holding me down instead of having me collapse into the center, is happening, beginning around the incredibly dense Earth location and moving outward. In fact, the sheer energy I'm feeling, I could swear that beneath our feet, there's molten lava. Which makes me wonder how we went through it without getting burnt. Deciding I want to know, I asked the question out loud.
Separate dimensional planes coexisting with one another, the Storm Warden replies, surprising me. It's strange how you can spend days with a person and never speak with them, not beyond the basics, when the two of you are not people. Woven among one another. Sometimes the two dimensions cross, and you get flooding between the two before they pull apart. Mostly, though, they stand separate but somehow close enough to this reality that they both interact with it. Part of the tamer's job is to know how to enter the right dimension when you cross through.
So all this around us, I gesture around me, we're basically sharing space with a molten planetary core, too, that could breach at any time? No. Ollie floats over to me, hands on his hips while he sits cross-legged, looking very disapproving. What? I say innocently. No, Ollie repeats, wagging a finger at me as though I'm a bad dog or something.
Why is your spirit denying you?
𝗧𝒃 asks. He frowns as he does so, deepening the heavy brows that make up his face, dark brown fur rippling in the wind. Funnily enough, the frowning doesn't make him look more intimidating, but actually cuter, at least in my opinion. I kind of want to go up to him and cry out, "Stuffy!" while snuggling into all that fur. What? I know I have a death wish. How would I know? I keep smiling blithely while tilting my head up to the sky, letting my senses expand fully. The elemental force stuff doesn't seem to offer much, not that I expected. My system administrator senses, the ones that expanded when I got the class, on the other hand, there's something there, right on the edges.
It's not exactly meant to be doing this, but maybe
If you don't stop, I swear I'm going to find a ton of goblin shit and dump it on you, Ali threatens, floating right in front of my eyes. What exactly is the Redeemer trying to do? 𝗧𝒏𝒃 rumbles. There's a coldness to his voice now, one that was not there before. The hair on the back of my neck rises as he speaks and shifts his balance ever so slightly. I grow serious, looking at 𝗧𝒏𝒃 and answering his question. I'm just feeling the edges of the dimensional boundaries, trying to find them. The idiot is thinking he could use it as a weapon, Ali says. Maybe a last-ditch attempt to stop himself from getting captured. Tear a hole, probably with his portal skill, right? I shrug. To Ali's surprise, 𝗧𝒏𝒃 lets out a low rumble, one that sounds like a mixture between a trash compactor running and a cow masticating its food. An interesting idea. A suicidal one, Ali snaps. Oh, come on. You said it yourself. You can't die. Why are you acting all upset? I tease Ali. Just because I can't die doesn't mean it doesn't hurt being burnt alive. Also, you might have forgotten, but you've got friends here too. And, an entire damn civilization inside the planet? You trying for genocide now? Ali says. Not trying. A weapon is a weapon, 𝗧𝒏𝒃 says. If he does not explore the possibilities now, there's no way to know how effective it might be. Better now than in the heat of the battle, no? You're insane, both of you. Ali throws his hands up and floats toward 𝒔𝒕𝒆 and Harry, who are chatting quietly, catching up. As he reaches the pair, he gestures, telling them about us. So, Redeemer, are you truly considering using the dimensional planes as a weapon? 𝗧𝒏𝒃 says, now that Ali isn't around to tease. I look at the 𝗏RC, considering how I should answer. In the end, I decide to go for the truth. The truth is easier to use, simpler than trying to lie. Anyway, he deserves to know what he's getting into. I give him a simple nod, and the Storm Warden gives me a wide smile. I barely brace before he claps me on the shoulder with enough force to shift me a little from where I'm standing. Good. I had a feeling one who acted against the council and their masters was worth following. I'm glad to see I am right. I, too, shall contemplate this, 𝗧𝒏𝒃 says and strides off, a few seconds before 𝒔𝒕𝒆 and Harry descend on me to berate me on my latest idea. I admit, I'm uncertain if I should be worried or grateful that 𝗧𝒏𝒃 agrees with me. It's a bit worrying when you might not be the craziest person on the team anymore. Chapter 10. For all my valid concerns, we get moving soon enough. 𝗏𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆 waves us out of the clearing, pushing us to move through the forest to our next stop. Where that is, I'm not certain, since we've agreed not to discuss too many specifics once we left the safe house. Sadly, anything we talk about now could easily be bought. Rather, we rely on 𝗏𝒏𝒄 and 𝗏𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆 to ascertain the best choice for our routes. Not that the rest of us are entirely blind to the options. We came out where we did because no one lets the centipedes exit near their settlements. While they're mostly under the control of their tamers, knocking out or eliminating a tamer is an easy way to cause chaos. The rampaging high-level monster in the middle of one's defenses provides a suitable distraction for everything from bank raids to assassinations. Which is why we're trampling through the undergrowth toward a city. From there, it's a matter of acquiring further local transportation. Unfortunately, changing environments and a forest that's enhanced by both the environment and a surplus of mana means that routes constantly alter. It means we'll need to ascertain new routes to our destination. Tramping through the forest, eyeless at the forefront and occasionally unleashing her flame to clear out the truly stubborn vegetation, things are relatively quiet. 𝗏𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆's dragon fear aura keeps most monsters away, a clear and loud warning to anything that isn't in the high levels that there's so much chaff. It's uncomfortable, of course, for us to wander along behind him, but none of us are slackers in the mental resistance departments. Overall, the hike is long and boring and entirely eventless. Or it should be. which is why when I'm slammed into from the side and sent spinning into the untamed undergrowth, I'm caught entirely by surprise. I bounce across the ground, destroy a couple of trees, and get impaled on a limb that refuses to move. Blood wells out as I tear myself free by instinct, the system already patching the wound close and my resistances pinging off the poison that is invading my system. It's powerful poison. It has to be to affect anyone around here, so it's swamping my resistances. Not for long, I'm sure, but long enough for the monster to get to me. I only catch a glimpse of it before it is on me, its multi-row jagged teeth tearing into my raised arm. Plated body, a quartet of eyes, a six-limbed body that is more dinosaur rhinoceros than sleek cat. Its head is elongated, its mouth clamping down on my hand as it flips me up. Rearing upward to its full 12-foot height, the middle pair of legs tear into me, making me realize it's got truly sharp claws. My armored jumpsuit might as well be cotton for as much good as it does. Claws dig into muscle and flesh beneath, and only my skills provide me any form of protection. Even then, my muscles get shredded, and stomach and intestine lining starts falling out. Instead of moving, instead of fighting back, I'm in shock. A part of my brain refuses to accept the damage, the attack. Another part is struggling to act. A year of being forced into inactivity, into becoming nothing more than a compliant doll for others to beat up on and torture, has caused more damage than I realized. A part of me expects to get ripped apart, to be put through the ringer, to be hurt and hurt more. Lightning arcs through the sky, slamming into the creature. It forces the monster into shock, throws it backward, and makes it open its mouth. It releases me, dropping me to the ground to tumble away, my body already healing as the rest of the team arrives. 𝗵𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒐 hits it at full charge astride her ghost horse, swinging her naginata as she rides past it. Not a lance charge, but a swing of her weapon to tear through the monster and open a long wound down one side, tough plated armor doing nothing to stop Hitoshi. A glowing red trail of lifeblood follows the weapon as it exits, life siphon at full work. She swerves away as the storm warden arrives. No weapon. He just punches right into the open wound, widening it with pinpoint accuracy as he sinks his fist into the opened flesh. 𝗧𝒏𝒃 grins for a fraction of a second before he unloads the full extent of his ability into the monster, channeling the fury and power of a Category 5 storm into the monster. The creature balloons, lightning dancing through its skin and grounding through the vegetation and earth around it. Even as it thrashes and attempts to get away, 𝗧𝒏𝒃 uses his other hand to grip a fold of plate, refusing to be tossed aside. The monster screams and roars, then suddenly explodes. The explosion is enough to throw 𝗧𝒏𝒃 off its back, his body arcing through the air to smash into trees. At the same time, the rest of us are assaulted by the shards of armor plate, 𝗵𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒃 barely dodging a spinning plate that attempts to behead her. It doesn't stop the samurai from riding in, though, as the bloody, naked monster with lightning burns running through it staggers back to its feet. She swings her weapon again as it rears up to face her, taking an arm off before she veers away again, dodging a retaliatory attack. Bolo hits it a second later, the hammer coming down on its lower back and crushing spine and legs. After that, it's just a matter of cleanup for the others. The others, because through it all, I'm crouched on my knee, watching. My heart beating like a machine gun, my mouth dry, my limbs refusing to move no matter how I tell them to. The rage, the anger that has driven me forward, that I use to snark back at the administrators and to keep me defiant, it's not gone, but it's out of reach, refusing to come to me as my friends save my ass. "What happened?" Bolo says, striding over to stare at me, having finished off the monster. His girlfriend has semi-transformed, parts of her elongating and expanding while she eats the corpse, one clawed hand tearing off raw and bloody strips. "Nothing. It just caught me by surprise," I say defensively. I'm ashamed about my helplessness, of how little I did to save myself. For the first time, I wonder if that's how the civilians back on Earth felt when I came striding in, saving their asses and killing monsters left and right. "That's a load of year old dragon waste," Bolo snaps. "I've seen you fight. You don't freeze after an ambush, you charge it. You are completely frozen." My lips curl up, my temper fraying. A part of me can't help but note my reaction. Wonder where the anger was earlier. Adrenaline that had dumped into me in such volume beforehand is now at a more manageable level, but makes control hard to keep. Maybe it's easier now for me to fight words with words rather than blade and blade. I'm used to it now, talking and screaming and bleeding. "And there! That look in your eyes!" Bolo stabs a finger between my eyes, waving it in front of my face, as though doing so is somehow revealing of all the things I've done wrong. "You lost track of me there, went somewhere else." "I've been doing that ever since Pharrell dumped his goddamn library in my head," I reply. "No, not like that. That look is like you're somewhere else. Your face goes blank. This one, you're gone too, but you're also here, in pain, in fear." "Did they break you?" Bolo lowers his voice, a trace of sympathy in it now. "Were we too late?" Yeah, whatever," I say, pushing him away from me. Bolo lets me, which is good, because he's stronger than I am. I dumped a lot more points into willpower and intelligence than he did. Well, intelligence, proportionally at least. He has a very high intelligence score. Lets him dish out a lot of damage fast, but he's less of a long-term fighter. I'm fine. It's just been a bit. I don't look at him as I walk off, heading in the direction that we started off with. I don't look at him to see his reaction, or at Eyeless, who's busy eating, and I definitely don't look at Makito, who's giving me a sympathetic look. Because I know he's right. I froze, and that isn't acceptable. Not for me, not here, not now. "Ali?" "Ya boyo." His voice is uncharacteristically quiet and sympathetic. "Remember day one?" "I do." "Remember what you did for me?" "More like to you," Ali replies, still with that same tone. I draw a deep breath, waving Harry away. The storm warden doesn't say a damn thing, just watching as I walk off by myself, the others hanging back. I needed it then. I need it now. "John, we don't have time to coddle me. We don't have time for me to be slow or weak or human. This time, it was a monster. Next time, it could be 𝗂𝒃 or an admin." The truth of my words silences Ali's protests. "You want me to call the monsters to you?" I nod, already leaving the safety of Bolo's aura. I can feel it being suppressed, tightened up, so that it doesn't interfere with me. Me leaving the clearing is clear enough that I need time, space, monsters. As much as I might have denied it, we all know I froze. I'm just grateful they're letting me fix it, even if, as usual, it's not the healthiest or smartest way of doing so. "How many?" Ali asks. "Just keep them coming until I tell you to stop." The silence that greets that pronouncement is profound. I know Ali wants to protest, but is uncertain how to. I get it, but no time, old friend. Just do it. "Never let it be said that working with you is boring," Ali says out loud. He floats up high, hands weaving together as he pulls on the threads of the world, his elemental affinity. I can feel it taking place, the small shocks and twitches he's sending out to attack the monsters around us, to draw them in. I draw a deep breath, slip on the Spitz rocket and conjure my sword, and get ready to go to work. I just hope immersion therapy really works. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Slow and steady, my breath rushes out of my nostrils, touching my lips and chin as it reflects off the inside of my helmet. My heartbeat is thundering in my veins. I feel an artery flicking in my neck, my hands growing clammy. I'm more nervous than the first time I sneaked a kiss with a boy, and that was by far more nerve-wracking than my first kiss ever. I'm so involved in my own personal hell that I don't even notice the monsters when they arrive. The first group is a pack, A dozen flying squirrel-like creatures with the long arms of monkeys and the tucked-in limbs of their brethren. They glide through the air above me, strafing me with plasma orbs that exit from behind. The world goes red and black as smoke and flames blossom around me. Nearby, a mutated plant explodes as the temperature spikes, showering the surroundings with furious, flaming hot seeds. The plasma squirrels don't give a damn, gliding through the air and using the self-generated updrafts to hammer at my shielding. Soul shield flickers and dies, giving way. The Spitz rocket's internal force shields take over, though I know those won't last long. I'm standing there in a sea of flames, and all I can think is that they're shitting fire on me. Move, boyo! I ignore Ali. I pay no attention to the growing heat and the incessant whine of the Spitz rocket as it informs me of even more danger. Instead, I look within, searching for the part of me that drove me onward. Not the anger, but the part that Ali tapped into, that first fight, that first battle. The part of me that just refused to die, even when faced with an overgrown ant. I search for it, even as another monster comes out of the darkness, a living snake of earth and metal that ignores the heat to wrap itself around me. Occasional plasma balls strike and bounce off its scales, making them glow before it releases its counterattack at the flying squirrels, a wave of heat that cooks the surroundings almost immediately. The squirrels flee higher into the sky, though not before the bottom two collapse from the damage, their fur and the delicate membranes between their wings burnt up. The snake creature's body extends, earth arms exploding from the scales to pick up the bodies, and new mouths forming to crunch and eat the still living squirrels. Then it turns to me. Come on, boyo! This is just the appetizers! We got some real threats coming! Ali sounds worried, but I can only note it. Where's the man who, seeing the threat, ran toward it? Where's the lizard brain that doesn't know how to quit? Where's the bloodthirst that turned me into a killing machine that strode across a forbidden planet, taking down monsters tens of levels above him? And who the hell is this trembling, crying man who can barely stand? John! The scream is higher, louder than ever. The snake monster is crushing me, extruding earth hands gripping and ripping at heated metal, digging in as it looks for the soft, gooey, fleshy center. The Spitz rocket is shrieking at me, as though it sees its own death coming and refuses. And I'm doing nothing. How much is too much? When is enough? I talked a big game, defied the administrators when all I had to say was nothing. But now I'm out here, being asked to fight again, being forced to push and kill, and for what? For what? The hammer blow saves me. It comes down hard from high above as the hammer smashes me and the snake into the ground. Legs and knees crack, the earth beneath my feet compressing as I'm crushed. The elemental snake creature wrapped around me is pushed off a little, its body damaged. It rears up, scales glistening as heat builds, as shards of rock rush up to fight the giant pounding weapon. A scream as solid flesh is pierced, as monster meets monster over the tasty human. I'm caught between two uncaring forces, a succulent treat for the winner. My wants, my needs, my dreams ignored. Like a child seeking love and reassurance and safety from an uncaring parent, left to stand alone in the late of the night, bruised and grief-laden with demands for completed homework and a lost lunch bag. Like a planet full of sapients, living their mundane, boring, safe pedestrian lives, clad in the comfort of mundanity and forgetting the wonder of everyday existence, robbed of it all by a system and a council with a flick of a button, a political maneuver. Like 1,000 solar systems, 1,000,000 planets, a gazillion lives caught in the vagaries of an uncaring, unknowing, unknowable system, whose only drive is to replicate itself like a virus, destroying the host body it lives within. Caught between towering forces, as one dies and another grabs me, lifting me high only to be consumed. As more, ever more monsters arrive and a spirit throws lightning at the massive maw, seconds from being swallowed, from being consumed and forced to experience that cloying, burning, claustrophobic sensation again. I move at last, because something breaks within me, and tears and pain give way. I throw my head backward and scream, the 𝗧𝒐rocket amplifying the noise, the rage, the pain, the loss of it all escaping me. I scream and call down the heavens themselves. Energy warps and twists and tears at fingers, the cyclopean giant nightmare releasing me as his insides boil and his mouth snaps shut. I fall as heavenly energy ends. I drop down to hell, where more monsters await. If heaven is not enough, then I'll bring hell. I'm well acquainted with that, at least. Chapter 11. Fire-blackened earth, nubs of trees and flames roaring in the distance. Corpses of monsters, some over 40 feet tall like the giant, others barely the size of my fist but made of something so dense their falling had impacted the ground and created craters. Through the 𝗧𝒐rocket's cracked helmet, I smell the familiar stench of voided bowels, ash, and cooked flesh, along with the tinge of human and alien blood. And yeah, alien blood smells different. My breathing is still deep and heavy, my stamina nearly drained. Mana is nearly gone too, though it's fast recovering as I stand, sword extended by my side, gunky fluid slowly dripping off the end. I dismiss the weapon, cocking my head to the side and feeling something snap and crack. Footsteps, all too familiar and heavy, and even heavier, but not familiar, come from behind and to my left. I turn a little, catching sight of Bolo and 𝗧𝗏, the big dragon king shaking his head as he surveys the swath of destruction. You know, we were looking to do this under their noses, not create a Category 4 event, Bolo says lightly. Category 4? I say.
Mass destruction pursuant to a heroic,
𝗧𝗏 answers, gesturing about her. Right, that makes sense. I finish rotating my neck and dismiss the 𝗧𝒐rocket to let it fix itself. Sorry, just had to get something out of my system.
You're good then?
𝗧𝗏 asks, fixing me with a firm gaze. I notice the rest of the team coming up, Mikito with Harry, while 𝗧𝒏 stays at the back, bringing up the rear. Not that there's much to be worried about right now. Ollie might have gone overboard with aggroing the surrounding monsters. Right as acid rain, I say. Bolo nods happily and gestures for 𝗧𝗏 to come with him. Together, the pair trail break toward the settlement, which must have gotten one heck of a show. Hopefully, the pair can settle the monsters down. Acid rain, Harry says, sounding amused. It's common on Xylarg, I say. Just doing like the natives do. Uh-huh. Harry doesn't sound convinced, but after a bit, he nods to himself and leaves.
Are you okay?
Mikito's voice is softer, her eyes searching my face for weakness. It's there, so much so, and I can't help but offer her a crooked, twisted smile in answer.
John, we can stop. Rest.
No, we can't. I rub the back of my neck, realizing I've got a lot more hair than I like. In fact, it's long enough I could probably do up a tiny ponytail. Or a man bun. Nope. I haven't fallen that far. There's only one way forward, and that's through. For all of us, I say. We've got to reach a city, get to a shop so I can download some programming code to fix 𝗍𝒏. Then we need to get to our destination. She looks dubious, so I offer her a tight smile. Don't worry. I can do it. I might not be running toward the answer right now, but I can walk.
And when you can't anymore?
Then I'll crawl. I rotate my shoulders and walk, watching as Mikito falls in step with me. But I'll make it, and I'll make sure you do too. I just needed to shake out some... I consider my words and find the most appropriate one. Trauma.
Most heal their trauma,
Mikito says wryly. I'm not, most people. You don't climb to the top if you're most people. And maybe somewhere out there is someone who's untouched, untraumatized by what they've gone through. Maybe an artisan or some ivory tower academic whose life has been easy and simple. I hear the bitterness in my voice and shake my head, dismissing it. The best I can hope for is just to use my pain to push me on.
𝗏𝒂𝒧𝒄,
𝗵𝒂𝒊𝒂𝒍𝒆 says warily.
It's not.
It is, I cut her off. For me at least. There's sadness in her eyes when I glance over, which is why I refuse to look at her. Instead, I pick up the pace, trying to catch up with the others. There's a reason Lana gave up on me, even if she would never say it out loud. There's a reason Roxley held me at arm's length. And my only other semi-serious relationship was with a lady with whom I never had a chance of anything more. You can't heal those who refuse to stop injuring themselves. You can't save those who constantly throw themselves into the fire. Maybe I don't have a death wish, but the difference is so close, you couldn't feed a goldfish on it. The settlement, when we finally make it, is on full alert. Bolo and Eyeless are still standing outside the shining earthen and metal walls, shouting up at the group holding position over it and arguing about entry. The slight shimmer in the air speaks of force shields in play. The quartet of large anti-vehicle beam weaponry trained on us speaks of a less than enthusiastic welcome. As I get close, Bolo finishes cursing them out and throws his hands up, stalking back toward me. I open my mouth and he glares at me, shutting me up before informing us of what is happening.
They're not letting us in, Bolo snarls, citing danger to their settlement from having us within and the potential problems it could create. The settlement owner sees letting us in as a greater risk than irking us.
Buggering hell, Harry says, looking at the impassive walls. They're lined with sapients, the vast majority natives of the planet, having curly horns and differentially shaded skin. All of them are huge, another annoying factor. In a way, it's really frustrating that so many of the aliens are taller than us humans. Then again, size does matter to some extent, especially at the lower levels. Now what?
Eyeless and I shall try to negotiate with them again when they've...
Bolo's head whipped to the side, his voice rising.
What the hell are you doing?
Rather than answer him, 𝗧𝒏𝒃 keeps walking forward. Guns and anti-vehicle weaponry train on him, especially when he doesn't stop moving with that ponderous gait of his and reaches the shielding. He slows only a little, just enough to time his punch to his footsteps as he hits the shielding, shattering it. No surprise, the beam cannons on the walls and quite a few of the sapients open up on him. Instinct has me pulling on my skill, adjusting timing and location so that when they open up, everyone in our group except 𝗧𝒏𝒃 is covered. Sanctum hammers down around us, trapping and protecting us at the same time. We can watch what happens, but there's nothing we can do to help. Not that 𝗧𝒏𝒃 cares.
Damn it!
Bolo's fist thunders into the sanctum walls, eyes narrowing.
Let us out, damn it! If we'll let him...
What, make things worse? I snort. Pretty sure him tearing the walls down and electrocuting the defenders is as bad as it gets. The Storm Warden's fifth punch is enough to shatter the gates. Attacks are hitting him, but I get to see his defensive methods in play. Rather than a fixed defense like my soul shield, the Storm Warden actually has a swirling band of energy around him, one that redirects and absorbs energy from the attacks. The attacks seem to charge the band of energy around him, though a portion of it always leaks through, even as the cloud of lightning and plasma grows in intensity with each shot fired. Then, as though a critical point has been reached, the energy unleashes itself. Lightning arcs out from the cloud, striking at the Xylar guards and the anti-vehicle weaponry targeting him. 𝗧𝒏𝒃 strides right in, ignoring the effects of his cloud attack. Smoke coming off his body as a mist rolls out, covering the ground and making the rest of the city disappear.
He's insane,
Eyeless says, shaking her head.
You don't attack an underworld settlement. They often have heroics of their own.
As if to punctuate her words, 𝗧𝒏𝒃 comes flying out of the town, crashing through the wall and taking the portion he strikes with him. Streams of cloud and mist spill off him as he bounces across the ground and trees, only coming to a stop when the huge Minotaur gets his feet under him and utilizes his full strength. He shakes his head, dirt and leaves falling off his fur before he bunches his legs and shoots forward into the gap.
Not a moment too soon as he clashes with someone exiting it, big beam weapon held down by the man's side. The energy rips into 𝗧𝒔𝒄𝒂𝒍𝒆, his cloud taking and shedding the energy while releasing arcs of lightning all around. The pair fall back into the town, leaving us none the wiser of what is happening within, outside of the screams, crashes, and booming echoes of clashing bodies.
You know, I think he might have been feeling left out, Ollie muses.
When we all look at him, he gestures at me.
John got to show off a little, so he's just doing the same. And, doing it better.
Come on, he's not that immature. I trail off, staring at the others who are nodding.
This makes sense. It is the Redeemer's fault, 𝗏𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆 says.
Of course it is, Harry replies. It's always John's fault.
Hey!
I exclaim.
I know not you well, Redeemer, but this statement has the ring of truth to it,
Eyeless says, grinning. Arrgh! I glare at the sanctum, considering hacking it to let me out. Otherwise I'm trapped inside until its duration is over. And 10 minutes is a long time in a fight. This is why I never use this damn skill, I mutter. The others just grin as we settle in to watch. It's not a happy thought, having one of ours in the midst of a fight by himself. But if he's looking to show off, then us getting involved is just as bad. Anyway, as more than one eruption shoots out from behind the walls and low-hanging blimps and other VTOL craft take off, I doubt the Storm Warden needs our help, even if there are heroics within. 10 minutes is a long time. It's a very long time when a mini-war is going on right outside of your bubble. Even longer when the bubble contains 6 of us, even if one of them can shrink down like a pot-bellied, foul-mouthed, orange-clad fairy. By the time the sanctum disappears, we're all raring to go, and more than one muttered threat about using the skill has been sent my way. Thankfully, in the last couple of minutes, the mist is slowly dispersed. Since we still have 𝗧𝒔𝒄𝒂𝒍𝒆 on Harry's shared party chat, we know he's still alive, but he's been radio silent for a long while. Rather than jostle his elbow during a potentially life-threatening moment, we've chosen to stay silent. It's the least we can do after all. Entering the settlement is a lot easier and drama-free this time around. Oh, sure, a number of bodies are lying around, people being pulled out of the rubble of the fight, but surprisingly few corpses. Then again, as I scan the levels of those around, I don't see a single person below an advanced class still on the streets. Not until someone, using an earth-moving spell, peels apart a collapsed house and reveals a secure room, its occupants running out. I guess anyone truly vulnerable, which at this point includes basic classes and non-systemized kids, was evacuated a while ago. After all, if they were confident enough to confront and ignore a Dragon King, they must have known the kind of damage an irate Dragon King and his steed could bring. I just don't think anyone expected a crazed Storm Warden to escalate the entire issue. Nor do I expect to find him in the city square, legs kicked back, giant mug of what I can only guess is the local equivalent of alcohol in hand, chatting companionably with a trio of fighters. A quick scan tells me they're heroics, 2 combat types, 1 artisan crafter. The slowly healing wounds on all 4 are testament to the fight that went down. Even as I watch, the artisan's leg pops back into place, the spider creature's thin mandibular limbs reattaching.
About time, 𝗧𝒔𝒄𝒂𝒍𝒆 says, waving at us.
Turning to the other heroics, he continues.
These are the others I told you about. Bunch of cowards hiding behind a skill, growls the first Xylarg combat classer.
The pair seated by 𝗧𝒔𝒄𝒂𝒍𝒆 look similar, almost like they share a familial bond. Brothers, I'd guess, since it's hard to tell their age, what with the slowdown in aging that heroics get.
I bet I could have popped it, da!
The second speaker's voice is surprisingly high-pitched. Not like a woman's, but still high. Also, father and son heroic pairs are very uncommon.
2 strikes! 3 at most!
1,
𝗧𝒔𝒄𝒂𝒍𝒆 says, preening. You do know that you're talking about my skill, right? I say, stepping forward. I slip into a lazy drawl for some reason. Perhaps because a part of me figures that if they want machismo, the Duke is a good example of that.
So what? It's a coward's skill.
I take a second to scan the older one's status.
curious to see what it says. 𝗍𝒐 𝗪𝗏, Sheriff of the Underworld, Centurion of the Gates, Gravitic Sheer Survivor, Slayer of the Ones Within, Hollow Earth Defender, Level 11, Heroic, HP 5,420 of 5,420, MP 3,424 of 3,780, Conditions, Chosen Domain, Hollow Earth, Grounded, Shared Pain. A quick flicker over to the side notes that 𝗵𝒄 𝗪𝗏 is the same class, though he's barely crossed the threshold of heroic. Interesting class. The library has already dropped details of the class to me, noting in particular one interesting interaction that offers the pair quite a bit of strength in their chosen domain. The highest level among them is the artisan, and the spiders scurried off. Ollie keeps me apprised of his movements via my minimap, but it doesn't look like he's going to pick a fight, and furthermore, is just done with company. Or perhaps he's choosing not to get involved when there are 4 heroics to their 3. You'd think you'd be grateful I chose to stay out of it, I say, gesturing at the pair. It only took one of us to beat you guys like a 2-penny drum.
Penny?
Eylis mutters to Bolo. Primitive form of currency. They use metal.
Not credits? How primitive were they?
Some of them were trying to make electronic digits a form of currency, Bolo says. Somehow it was shared too among all these laptops. I'm still not sure why storing computers on their laps was considered important.
And you're sure we have to work with them?
Bolo nods. I ignore the byplay since, while the pair was talking, the kid shot to his feet and got in my face, shouting about how he was going to show me. I considered beating him, then I had a much better idea. Okay, I say.
Okay?
𝗵𝒄 parrots back at me, clearly confused. Since I'm speaking Galactic, the closest equivalent is something like, if you want it, except shorter. 1 second. 𝗵𝒄 frowns even more while I focus within, pulling up the equations and adjusting them. I don't use System Edit at all, not wanting to draw attention, but grabbing him and tossing him into the air without warning and throwing up the sanctum is a minor risk, especially since I've used everything else in the Eritrean Honor Guard skill set by now. 𝗍𝒐 lurches to his feet, only for 𝒧𝒔𝒄 to get in his way, making the man stand down. I think 𒧧𝒔𝒄 wouldn't have if not for the fact that he's realized I didn't hurt 𝗵𝒄, just gave him what he wanted. A sanctum to punch through, high up in the sky, surrounding him. So now, where were we? I say, smiling at 𝗍𝒐 and 𒧧𝒂. 𝗍𝒐 pauses, then looks at his hand and the mug still in it. Drinking. Nope. We were about to talk about how you're going to help us get to our destination. 𝗍𝒐's eyes narrow while 𒧧𝒂 frowns. Above, the sanctuary shimmers and twists, the kid within still hammering at the skill. Now that he's not connected to the ground and drawing strength from it, nor even connected to his chosen domain, sanctuary actually creating a new one by its very existence on the inside, poor 𝗵𝒄 is at less than half strength. The fact that 𝗍𝒐 realizes, and, more importantly, that he's all alone out here, with a bunch of zealous heroics who don't seem to care about social niceties. I could provide some context and directions, maybe point you to the best underworld guide that we have, if it'll get you all out of here faster, 𝗍𝒐 says finally. I grin and wave Bolo and Eylis forward, stepping back to let them do the actual negotiations. I do love it when a plan comes together. Chapter 12. Now this is more like it, I say, grinning wide. Seated on the swaying back of a dinosaur-like creature, a proper one with scales and metal plates rather than feathers, whose back comes up to around 3/4 of the tree line, is quite lovely, especially since, at this moment, we've managed to break out of the tree line into a short-lived series of rolling plains. Short-lived because I can see the encroaching forest in the distance and note how the ground is already returning to its natural state. Still,
It's one heck of a thing to be seated on a dinosaur, surveying a prehistoric alien world in the equivalent of a palanquin. Makes you feel like a Raja. Except, without the colonialism, genocide, and exploitation. So maybe not so much. Outside of taking cheap shots at dead civilizations, feeling the massive monster beneath me move at the gentlest of proddings of its beast driver is wonderful. They're not exactly a beast driver, of course, what with the need to specialize to control such monsters, but close enough. There are a few common variations, some a little more specific than others. Almost all of the variations focused in this biome. The usual trade-offs, though I'm a little surprised by the number of individuals willing to make that trade-off. In the wider galactic universe, specializing yourself to a specific location is uncommon. There's just so much to see that most people don't bother. Unless, it's a specific kind of thing like cave adventurers or underwater dungeon explorers or meteorite pilots or... You know what? Maybe I'll stop trying to generalize hundreds of billions of people and just say that I don't see it that often. You should come up, I bend over and shout down to 𝗵𝒕𝒍. To my surprise, the samurai had objected to riding on the dinosaur. Instead, she conjured her ghostly steed and is riding alongside the massive creatures. She muttered things about safety and maneuverability, but considering each step threatens to crush her, and these things are highly mobile, I'm sure the flash of fear that crossed her eyes when asked to ride the monster had more to do with her objections. Weird, the random mental hiccups we have. I'm fine, 𝗵𝒕𝒍 answers me once again, glaring up at my cheekily grinning face. What can I say? I'm having fun, and there's little enough of that. The other person who can't ride is 𝗬𝗏, though she and Bolo are on her hover transports that cut through the opening behind the group. The creature beneath me, an actual herbivore, even mutated, had thrown quite a few objections to letting a giant carnivore, even in her transformed state, on its back. Rather than fight it, we'd just agreed to let them ride behind on the transport. The Storm Warden and Harry have joined me up here, though that had been a brief debate about splitting us up along the line of the convoy. Harry refused, and the argument petered out pretty quickly. Anyway, keeping all of us positioned in the center of the dinosaur pack means we can help out when necessary. It helps, of course, that I finally got my extra hands deployed. I'd kept them unsummoned for a bit, mostly because I wasn't in the mood to look at a twisted reflection of me as recorded by the system after months of torture. However, after my last temper tantrum, I girded my loins enough to pull them out. So far, they're normal-ish. No, I'm not looking too deep into matters. Instead, I keep them spread out over the convoy, 2 in front, 2 behind, myself in the middle. 3 o'clock, 700 meters, boyo, Ali calls, floating alongside me lazily. A quick perusal of the minimap shows the glowing dots of a group of waiting monsters. After that, repeated uses of Beacon of the Angels on the location burns through the defenses and the tree line without an issue. Once I'm done, and they're easy to spot and injured, the Storm Warden unleashes a series of lightning strikes from the clouds above, finishing off the fight. We make a pretty good team, I say to 𝗧𝒏𝒃, grinning as the points roll in. What's am I? Chopped liver? Harry says. Marmite? No one would call you Marmite. That'd be cruel. I pause for dramatic effect. To Marmite. What is this Marmite? 𝗧𝒏𝒃 says, sounding confused and intrigued. Before I can go into elaborate detail, Harry cuts me off. Just a native Earth dish. It's not really produced anymore, so the value is shot up. At least the original stuff. A few groups are trying to recreate it, but with byproduct of things like Apocalypse Ale creating rather interesting variations. It's intoxicating, then? 𝗧𝒏𝒃 asks. Not the original, Harry clarifies. Though considering Apocalypse Ale and the like are made out of poisons and other hallucinogenics, I can't really say about the new things. Fascinating,
The Yarick rubs his chin. We Yarick had a dish like that, from the Pasmar herds we used to raise, an offshoot of our kind that we raised for meat and milk. The crud that they regurgitated after the 4th round was taken and fermented further with the byproduct, a delicacy. Ali makes gagging sounds, and I do my best to keep my face expressionless. It's a big system, and the dietary predilections of aliens are just as varied as the classes created to support it all. Just because it sounds horrendous doesn't mean I have to comment on it. So, changing the subject, Ali says, spinning to hover in front of me. When are you going to start going through your character sheet? Huh? I say. Your character sheet. Level up information, titles, all of that jazz, Ali says. I frown at the spirit, curious where he's going with this. We could have this conversation over our mental link. That he chooses to do so out loud means he wants something from me or my answer. The question is what? I'll do it in a moment. In truth, there's no real reason to delay. I've gotten out of the habit of checking, what with not really having access to most of my information for ages. I'm sure there's quite the backlog, but really, what's the point? I won't get any skills or attributes, not as I level the Eritrean Grand Paladin class, not until I beat my System Administrator class, and that won't be for a while. Probably not before I reach our destination, in fact. Truth be told, we're lucky there are enough dragons around that we even have a system connection. It's a light in a long, dark tunnel otherwise, with the system struggling to give us anything beyond the most basic of functionalities everywhere else. Certainly, no interfaces. Moment, Ali snorts. Get it done now, will you, boyo? You're like a child who won't open his present because he's afraid it's a Nintendo rather than a PS4. What do you know of presents, I say, or consoles? I had a very long time to watch your television series in my dimension. We had a bit of a timeshare, so when I was dismissed, another half-dozen years passed. Relatively speaking, that is. Ollie shrugs. Not that it matters so much to my people, other than the constant fear of running out of entertainment. Come on. There's an entire galaxy worth of entertainment, Harry says. The Galactics might not produce the same things as we did, but there's only so many themes, plots, and characters. Exactly, Ollie says. Finding something new is always hard. Even more so in the main galaxy itself. The introduction of new cultures always sees fascinating new takes, though we might have to dig a little. Like reality shows. I mean, sure, there are galactics who have done that, but the idea of tossing people naked and alone into the wilderness without the very same skills and tools that made them actually strong? Zaxxas cleared his throat. Actually, in the 298th quadrant, the 𝗏𝒼𝒻𝒲, there's a series of aliens who do that as a ritual to grow their children. They're egg layers, you see, so they need to select their children efficiently. Before my imprisonment, the 38th season was just beginning. Yeah, but that's all ritual and cannibalism, not entertainment. See, that's just about when I tune out the pair. Rather than suffer their inanity, I turn to my status screen as asked. I'm sure Ollie will let me know if and when other monsters arrive. In between, I have a level up to look at and dismiss, a whole category of kill notifications to quickly peruse, monster data that I can discard, more system quest updates from my escape from the prison of the lost, from my arrival again on Xylarg proper, and more. Status notifications flash past me one after the other, while I absently peruse the back end of the information blips as they come to me. Not a lot is useful in there, though the way notifications surge and splinter and the information exchange protocols in place are quite fun to review. I even make a few adjustments to the base code, making sure to ping the system in multiple upload locations. I highlighted upload because it's not exactly like there's a cable running from our heads to the system. It's more pervasive than that. In fact, because it's more pervasive, I can't help but poke at the data streams, trying to figure out, again, how the system works.
From a programming point of view, it seems the system is a differentiated multi-load network run on separate servers that constantly talk to one another. Except there are no real server farms, no central processing areas. It's not as though it's all running the same code, but with their own areas of responsibility. It's just that each node runs things by itself in its own area while also being in constant contact with the rest of itself. Like a hive mind, but more linked. I'm not even sure I'm describing it properly. Some have postulated that the system is so advanced and runs on so much weird time-space reality-bending mana that each node is basically a brain powerful enough to run the system itself, but at the same time also contains the entirety of the system. That's been backed up by people trying to, essentially, destroy the local equivalent of the system. All but one small section. And no, you don't really want to know how you go about destroying an all-pervasive, all-knowing, maniformed reality operating system. Let's just leave it as highly restricted, banned classes that deal with information forms. Anyway, it's all fun and games until I get a notification I didn't expect. Title acquired. Defiant. Sort of. You've been subjected to over 300+ standard days of torture and have yet to give your torturers what they want. This has shown admirable courage and significant idiocy. You might also be a masochist at heart. This title may be lost. Effect. You may now alter your pain thresholds by plus or minus 30%. I snort, shaking my head as the system snarks at me. Or was it a system administrator who chose to write that, since he had nothing better to do? Or a galactic council member, reviewing things like this and making the minor changes they can make? Titles are one of those aspects. Title: You're almost there. Having achieved a System Quest rating of 95%, you are nearing the true secrets of the system. There are numerous powers that might not desire your success at this endeavor. It's a good thing persistence and the ability to run away really fast have been ingrained in you. Effect: Information about title holder and his allies are now locked under System Administrator protocols. Acquisition of further information about title holder or his allies will require approval of Senior-Most System Administrator. Experience gain has increased by 347%. That title shouldn't be mine. I don't have a 95% completion rate, and yet it's here. Trying to figure the hack out just gets me bounced. Looks like I don't have the clearance to view that. Son of a bitch, I say. What? Ali says, eyes narrowing in suspicion and concern. 𝗧𝒔𝒄𝒂𝒍𝒆 scans for threats and finding none, well, none worth discussing, looks back at me and waits for my answer. Just a title, I say. Acknowledging the prompt, I watch it populate in my status screen. A mental nudge sends the full text to Ali, though he dismisses it after a second. Saw that one, Ali says. I didn't even have to change anything on it. I grunt. Much of my display is cleaned up and sorted by Ali, making life easier for me. Though ever since I got Galactic as a language pack, it's been a lot simpler for him too. No need to translate from System to Galactic to English. Of course, it's rather fascinating how Galactic works. Not that everyone in the galaxy only speaks the language, but with the system allowing language downloads and basically implanting the knowledge, it's really easy to make a universal language in the way even English never managed to do on Earth. While there are regional variations in accents, pronunciations, and spellings, it's still relatively close because of the system. On the other hand, for the racial and cultural purists, the system also works the other way. You don't have to worry about losing a language because you can just download the entire language pack into a young adult's brain. And since everyone is actually fluent in the language, it's easy enough for children to pick up on it. Same with cultural practices, though those, like most mass consensus-based things, slowly evolve over time. And what exactly does the title do? 𝗧𝒔𝒄𝒂𝒍𝒆 says, interrupting my musings. Hides us. From the administrators and anyone else looking. I rub the back of my neck, eyeing the surroundings before sighing. Be more useful if we weren't contained to one planet, but something's better than nothing.
Are humans all this dumb? 𝗧𝒐𝒃 asks 𝗀𝒐. Hey!
Harry protests, turning away from his recording of the surroundings and his commentary to his soon-to-be audience.
I resent that.
Also resemble, I pipe up.
You know he just insulted you, right?
Harry says, by calling me stupid, while I sit on a dinosaur in a hollow planet in another galaxy, riding to my almost certain death. I shrug. The sting is worn out.
Yes, 𝗀𝒐 finally answers 𝗧𝒃. This one more. But exactly why are you saying that now? This something is better than nothing? 𝗧𝒃 says. Some oxygen is certainly better than none, but lack of oxygen is still bad. Some monsters are certainly worse than no monsters, if you want a safe night's sleep.
It's a saying, I say, exasperated.
From where?
Earth. In English.
You're speaking galactic. Use galactic metaphors, 𝗧𝒃 counters, or else speak your barbaric language.
You know what? You can take your galactic centrism and shove it, I snarl, then get up to shift forward a few feet on the large palanquin so I don't have to talk to 𝗧𝒃. Just before I sit down, I note his grin, the way he preens at winning the fight.
You okay, John?
𝗀𝒐 sends. Yeah, getting a little tired of big and ugly testing me, though.
So why aren't you doing anything about it?
𝗀𝒐 sounds genuinely curious. I consider how to explain it, then simply answer, arguing with a dead man seems kind of dumb. Not exactly nice to call him dead, but then again, anyone joining me is pretty much guaranteed to visit the Reaper. If he wants to pick on me to make himself feel better and distract from his own pain, I can deal. Anyway, it's my quest he's on. He and Harry can hate me all they want, so long as they help. There's a profound silence over the mental link, as though 𝗀𝒐's literally sending that silence to me. It's a neat trick, but also annoying, so I send back a mental nudge.
Just checking you're still you, because that almost sounds mature and reasonable.
Whatever. I got a status screen to view. And so saying, I pull up my new status screen. Been a while since I poked at it, especially with the levels I've gotten. I'm also curious about the new titles, wondering if they've done anything to my screen. I doubt it, but worth the check. Status screen. Name, John Lee. Class, Junior System Admin, Grand Paladin. Race, human, male. Level, 27, 30. Titles, Monster's Bane, Redeemer of the Dead, Duelist, Explorer, Master Quester, Galactic Silver Bounty Hunter, Galactic Bounty, Polonium, Galactic Rebel, Corrupt Quester, Chaos Bringer, Curse of the Anathema, Earth, Breaker of the Galaxy, Defiant, sort of, You're Almost There, Living Repository, Class Lock, Health, 7,000, Stamina, 7,000, Mana, 7,720, Mana Regeneration, 561 per minute. Attributes, Strength, 504, Agility, 597, Constitution, 700, Perception, 547, Intelligence, 772, Willpower, 666, Charisma, 225, Luck, 436. Class Skills, Mana Imbue, 5, Blade Strike, 5, 1,000 Steps, 1, Altered Space, 2, 2R1, 1, The Body's Resolve, 3, Greater Detection, 1, 1,000 Blades, 4, Soul Shield, 8, Blink Step, 2, Portal, 5, Army of 1, 4, Sanctum, 2, Penetration, 9, Aura of Chivalry, 1, Eyes of Insight, 2, Beacon of the Angels, 2, Eye of the Storm, 1, Vanguard of the Apocalypse, 2, Society's Web, 1, Shackles of Eternity, 4, Immovable Object, Unstoppable Force, 1, Domain, 1, Judgment of All, 6. Grand Cross, 2. Extra Hands, 3. System Edit, 4. Defense of the Fallen, 3. External class skills. Instantaneous Inventory, 1. Frenzy, 1. Cleave, 2. Tech Link, 2. Elemental Strike, 1. Ice. Shrunken Footsteps, 1. Analyze, 2. Harden, 2. Quantum Lock, 3. Elastic Skin, 3. Disengage Safeties, 2. Temporary Forced Link, 1. Hyperspace Nitro Boost, 1. On the Edge, 1. Fate's Thread, 2. Peasant's Fury, 1. Combat Spells. Improved Minor Healing, 4. Greater Regeneration, 2. Greater Healing, 2. Mana Drip, 2. Improved Mana Missile, 4. Enhanced Lightning Strike, 3. Firestorm. Polar Zone. Freezing Blade. Improved Inferno Strike, 2. Elemental Walls, Fire, Ice, Earth, etc. Ice Blast. Ice Storm. Improved Invisibility. Improved Mana Cage. Improved Flight. Haste. Enhanced Particle Ray. Variable Gravitic Sphere. Zone of Denial. I need to do something about my false class, I send to Ali, frowning at the lower level. Lots of levels to catch up on, especially considering each level requires millions of points even for me. Well, you do have your new title in play. I nod, rubbing my chin. I poke at the last line again, pulling up the system code once more and tracking it back. It has hooks going into all my allies, but I can tell immediately that the amount of experience boost they're getting isn't as much as mine. Absently, I locate a monster and blast it with a conjured enhanced particle ray spell, watching it shrivel. I have to release a couple more spells since it doesn't fall immediately, what with me needing to work on my actual spells more, but it eventually dies. Lookjaw's Brain Parasite, larval form, level 74, killed, plus 7,492 XP gained, plus 18,505 XP boosted. Tracking the XP flowing from me to the others in the system, I note that it's not a 300+% increase, but a total 300+% gain, which is still nice, but not nearly as high as I'd like. On the other hand, as usual, 𝗏𝒍𝒂 is getting a drain from it, and hers is so goddamn broken! She's not only getting a percentage of my boosted experience gain, she then gets a bonus amount increase on top of that when it arrives. What? Ollie grumbles at me. Experience gains and the system edit information I get are one thing he doesn't bother editing or doesn't have access to, respectively, which is why he's surprised when I explain it to him. Yeah, bloody broken. It's what a good system administrator would fix, I think. I grunt, fingers twitching, as I almost call up the ticketing board. But passively viewing the information is one thing. Pulling up the ticketing board is probably another, though just looking can't hurt. Then again, I've heard that one before. So, what you gonna do about it? Ali speaks out loud, floating over to me and raising a bushy eyebrow. I stare at the data I have, then dismiss it, grinning widely at the little spirit. Whatever. The title works for me anyway. It looks like it might be time for some good old-fashioned grinding. I feel a little guilty, knowing I could be spending my time looking over the data download I received when we hit the shop in the settlement, that I could be figuring out how to fix 𝑺𝒚𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒎. However, a part of me is doing that already, the part that the system enhanced. Crunching through the programming notes, putting the information into easily digestible parts that relate to older programs that I know. I could speed it up, but there's something more important to do. Because end of the day, personal power is important in this world. And no matter how long it takes to fix 𝑺𝒚𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒎, and I know instinctively it's going to take a bit, he's just a machine for now. There are limits to what he can do. And perhaps, just perhaps,
I'm not looking forward to the way he'll look at me, at how I'll be accused of failure, of the things done to him. I push the thought aside and force my grin to widen. 𝗏𝗍 can't help but smile back, while 𝗧𝒔𝒄𝒂𝒍𝒆 looks at first confused, then savagely enlightened when Harry explains the terminology. Time to dance. Chapter 13. It's never as easy as it seems. 𝗏𝒍𝒄𝒂𝒍𝒆 and the rest of the caravan complain about us leaving to do our thing. I don't get it. What with them already asking us to do the killing and safeguarding, but it seems clearing a forest path and going wholesale destruction is supposedly different. Meh. The argument only gets convincing when I tell the others on the down low what is happening, at which point Bolo and Eyeless grow extremely enthusiastic. The only person who is upset about all this is Harry, who can't maximize his experience gain, what with us not allowing him to release any further news. Also, it helps to mollify them a bit when I leave one of my extra hands behind, sending the others on a wide-ranging hunt for problems. Letting them do their thing will help with making our trail harder to follow. Sometimes, I almost wish I had conjured one up on the planet's surface. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. Now that I know I have a little more leeway, I bounce around using Blink Step to range far and wide. At first, Makita wanted to stick close to me, a little paranoid after our separation. I had to point out she was becoming as bad as a clingy ex before she left me alone. Not before calling me a lot of other Japanese names, none of them baka. I could figure out what they mean, but considering baka is idiot, I'm sure whatever else she used was a lot nastier. What I don't want the others to know is that I'm still off. It's not always, nor even that often. Yet, as another fast-moving tongue, one with barbs on the end and a hollow center for slurping up the gooey insides appears, I find myself freezing, flashbacks catching up to me. Memories of having monsterized lampreys clamped onto my body, bits and pieces sucked out, the creatures burrowing deeper, chewing and slurping and dumping a venom that liquefied me. I shudder as the system comes in, cleansing fire in my brain as it finds something it missed, helping ease the burden. It's still there, but removed, like a movie I watched long ago, a torture porn freak's greatest hits collection. Then I'm back, lamprey mouth clamped onto the 𝗬𝒔𝒂𝒍𝒆 metallic hide, the tongue pulsing as venom pumps onto the metal suit in an attempt to eat its way through. A sweeping blade cuts upward, parting tongue from body. Then I use a blade strike to follow up. The monster arches away, its worm-like body retracting backward. Blink Step behind it, hand grabbing its head as I throw myself downward, thrusters firing. We crash into a nearby tree, and I drag its face down the thorny bark, the barbs tearing holes through its body as it thrashes against me. I care not as I drop my sword and turn, calling forth a polar zone on a nearby copse of trees. Hundreds of tiny worms growing on the leaves and eating the sentient, carnivorous wildlife shriek as the temperature drops. It drops further as I tap into my elemental affinity, borrowing 𝗏𝗍's link to the greater electromagnetic force to grip at the electrons that are slowing down due to the spell. I crush them in my mental grip, creating a localized area of force where they don't flow as easily, doubling, tripling, quadrupling the effects of the spell. The shrieks are muting, the creatures dying. Ice forms, and even the trees begin to expire. Keeping my mind on the monsters, the pressure on them, I turn to my next victim. A casual flick of my other hand tosses the squirming worm away, its barbed tail ineffectively striking at my back. Soul Shield firms up my protection before I conjure my sword again. Blade Strike, pushed through the 𝗬𝒔𝒂𝒍𝒆 overdrive option, cuts the still-living worm apart, along with a group of trees, a couple of monkey-like creatures, and an armored hedgehog that was trying to hide. They're all incidentals, as 𝗏𝗍 highlights my next target. Blink step, again and again. A tribe of semi-sapient creatures, all of them hidden from normal senses. No scent, no sound, nothing on the normal bands of the visual spectrum. Ali found them using his elemental force. The only real way to beat his level of affinity is by not having molecules or by using system hijinks. But I don't have his full strength. Instead, I sense them through the system, cheating via their tenuous connection to the system. They're spreading out, working in hunting parties of 3 each as they head toward my last known position. They wield crude weapons and long claws, and they creep forward with nary a care in the world, confident in their camouflage. While I hover in midair, it takes them a bit to recognize me, more than enough time for me to do 2 things. Firstly, I scan them, picking out their leader. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 Elder, Alpha, level 201, HP 20,198 of 20,198, MP 2,281 of 2,287, Conditions, Tribal Leader, Praise Lament, Aura, Friend of the Forest, Greater, Camouflage, Greater. Everyone else is lower, with quite the wide range, but the bastard is nasty. I consider my options really quickly. A thrill of fear runs through me, but more importantly, a savage glee. Praise Lament is a fear-based aura, a powerful one. It's why none bother the 𝗏𝗏𝗏, and even the lowest member of their tribe has it. The tendrils of fear, of creeping terror and overwhelming dread press down on my mind. The system doesn't even bother to rouse itself, for the aura does nothing to me. I've seen and dealt with worse. There's nothing the 𝗏𝗏𝗏 can offer but a quick death, and that is no longer part of my nightmares. On the other hand, that tribal leader condition is a passive boost. I've seen its like before, and this one isn't significantly different enough that it's worth me reviewing the exact data stream. Like most leadership-based buffs, it gives him an increase in everything from health and damage reduction to speed and strength on the offensive side. Rather than take him out first, I pull on my spells. I don't use them much, but this is a good time to pull out some old favorites. Enhanced Mana Cage slams upward, trapping the leader. Then, because I can do it, I drop Sanctum on the bastard. Before his people can get to him, I conjure earth walls all around, pushing them away and even letting the walls fall down a little on him. Then, a variable gravitic sphere right over the center crushes him to the ground and holds the monster still. With him trapped, or as trapped as I can get him, I pay attention to the other 𝗏𝗏𝗏, a spear thrown with such force and mana impetus that it cracks my soul shield strikes me. I start juking, narrowly dodging the first couple spears and taking 2 more in quick succession as the rest of the 𝗏𝗏𝗏 who held back follow up. My soul shield shatters on me, but that's fine. Blink step takes me out of sight before bullows and ropes arc over where I am, the creatures conjuring them from their own little pocket dimensions in their bodies. They use the pocket dimensions as weapons too, since a cut thrown at the back of one of the monsters sees my sword ripped in half as a portion of it just disappears in its fur. What the hell? Ali? I flick the remnants of the blade into the face of another 𝗏𝗏𝗏 as I skirt backward. I conjure my swords and the 1,000 blades follow up, even as the 𝗏𝗏𝗏 tries to grapple with me now that I'm in range. That was not listed in its conditions. Not my fault, boyo. This is the Forbidden Zone. Not everything comes through properly here. I snarl, but don't have time for arguing. The damn thing isn't even slowing down, and a blade strike only damages it a little. The other blades, flashing through the air, are sliced apart by its dimensional storage ability, but I notice something fascinating. Blink step from Ali's point of view puts me in an entirely unexpected location. I perch on the tree branch, feeling it creak alarmingly as my blades, still following their initial path via magic, even those cut apart, slice into the monster. It's limited on how big a defensive hole it creates, I send to Ali. Options flash through my mind. Of course,
Going range and unleashing my area of effect skills like Judgment of All, Beacon of the Angels, and Grand Cross would work. Hell, I have quite a few chaining lightning spells that would do the job. Though, that's just boring. For the first time since I escaped, I'm enjoying the fight. The other battles were struggles through trauma and rage and need. A push to get moving again, to keep me in the fight. The impetus of survival drove me on with blood and death and blood as I danced through the sky. But that's not enough. Not to keep going, not to keep fighting. Even for the most broken, twisted versions of me, even knowing I might die, just surviving has never been enough. Not without a bit of joy. Not without a bit of that battle lust. It's why I don't call down the heavens on the 𝗏𝗏𝗀. Why I don't play artillery cannon. Instead, I get down and dirty, blink stepping in and out, my swords conjured and dismissed as I thrust, cut, and sweep them apart long before they realize I'm there. Fate's thread plays its part, grabbing hold of my opponents with a metaphysical string, yanking them into one another only for them to either get sliced apart through unfriendly fire or to crash to the ground. And their surprise allows me to pin them to the ground. I grab spears, bolos, and even the occasional rock, borrowing their weapons to wield against them. I blink step face up and sliding across the ground underneath my opponent. A quick thrust impales them from beneath before I bowl them over. Even before they finish falling, I'm gone, reappearing on a branch farther away. I hit and run, tearing them apart with attacks that never stop coming. My mana drops like a waterfall, but my attacks are beginning to tell. I focus on crippling rather than killing, so that when the group regathers beneath my tree, they're moving slower, injured. That's when I drop in amongst them, swords dancing. In the movies, when the hero fights dozens, they never get a scratch on them. Maybe a punch here or there, but only for dramatic effect. Opponents come at you one at a time or with just enough of a beat that you can pull off a stunning defense. In reality, when you have to do battle with multiple opponents, you're going to get hurt. Multiple opponents might not attack at the same time, but they do so close enough that you might get punched in the back while you're retracting from a block. Or a furred invisible monster might try a body hug even as you finish lopping off a leg. Time slows as I spin and cut, swords appearing and disappearing from my hand as they shatter and crack, as edges disappear into a void never to return. Portions of the Spitz rocket flicker away as they pull apart my armor with their own skills. But there are limitations to all things, and they can only take so much before they have to stop. Their pocket dimensions aren't an endless void like my need for validation. So while they shave away portions of Spitz rocket and my body underneath with particularly well-placed strikes, they also eventually hit an end. That's what keeps me alive. What keeps them from being true nightmare monsters. Cut, dodge, cut, drop, conjure, dodge, headbutt, scream, cut. Time flows like my blood and theirs, coating the ground. But all good things have to come to an end. And this one arrives when the damn alpha breaks out. He shatters his prison, the system providing a thread of the feedback toward me when an indestructible skill gets broken down. The feedback isn't enough to throw off my concentration, not least because the system is so corrupted here that it can't. A second later, the Alpha 𝗏𝗏𝗀 arrives at our location. In his haste coming over, he shatters the bones of one of his tribe mates, bowling him over and sending him crashing into a couple of others. The claw that strikes toward my face is a dark void, a look into the abyss I'd be cast into if I allowed it to hit me. I don't. Blink Step takes me away even as I stop playing. Grand Cross forms high above us, the weaponized circle of power crushing everything to the ground. The gravitic plane buckles under its artificial conditions and proceeds to push upward, retaliating against my skill. Caught between the two, the 𝗏𝗏𝗀 scream and struggle to get away. The Alpha is the only one that manages to drag its body free of the attack, small bones shattered, blood flowing from its eyes and other orifices. I chuckle darkly before I saunter over to it. Not for dramatic effect this time, but
because I'm really low on mana. The Alpha surges to his feet, garbling at me in some weird language. I don't understand it, but it doesn't take a galactic linguist to parse together threats. After all these years, I have to admit, they blend together. Lousy honor, threats against non-existent wives and kids, friends and family, the promise of retribution and torture and a painful death. I don't bother letting it finish, cutting at it. It blocks my attack, finding strength from its rage and despair at the loss of its entire family. For a second, we share a look, and I find myself reflected in its eyes. For a second, we stare at one another, before the bastard puts its claws through my stomach. When it removes its hand, it leaves a big scar, just about missing my spine but taking out chunks of everything else in neat circular holes. Blood and bile pour out, and along with it, any sympathy that might have begun stirring. Grinning savagely, I get back to work. The little shit isn't going to kill itself. Days of fighting, our bodies immersed in the thrum of mana and the push of blades through muscle and flesh. The rhythm of the fight overtakes all other considerations, with the team keeping the convoy protected and sheltered in our dome of doom and destruction. I range further, Blinkstep taking me far into the nethers of the endless forest that covers the hollow world. At times, I stop to survey the edges of the split dimension we live in, sensing through my elemental affinity and system-expanded senses the frayed edges that border between the two. Occasionally, lava bubbles forth from a gap, changing the environment and leaving pools of magma and baked earth around it. In the other dimension, the monsters are different, creatures of fire and earth, wielding the elements as naturally as their overheated bodies. The normal ecosystem does battle with the interlopers, the edges of the ecosystems in a constant battle, both overt in the push and heave of bodies, and covert as plants transform themselves to better handle the heat. Vegetation changes with dizzying variety, yet they stay together in amazing consistency. The trees are of the same breed type for the most part, but the mutations from living in a high mana environment see them grow sentient and vicious. Everything from elemental affinities to explosive thorns and grasping tendrils, it all shows up. There's even a copse of trees that I blink-step close by, thinking it's a clearing one late evening, only for half-shadowed immaterial trees to tear into me. Living shadows wrap around my limbs while a domain twists into space, blocking escape. I have to call down a beacon of the angels onto my very location multiple times to shatter both the domain and destroy the trees. Over time, the battles become routine, the hiccups in my movements slowing. Flashbacks come, but slower and with more distance, their presence muted by the system. I heal in an artificial way, papering over the raw, bleeding psychic wounds with system staples and driving need, knowing that at some point it'll come apart. With my extra hands in play and my own activities, I suck up experience like it's 80% cocoa coming out of a buffet chocolate fountain. Days pass in this haze of battle, time enough for the convoy to arrive at our first stop. With all Lee and me playing blink-step hopscotch and triggering simple portal, we get back just in time for the force shields to turn off at the city, revealing the cluster of buildings within, and the ambush waiting for us. Chapter 14. Actions have consequences. Tearing apart the ecosystem with abandon has revealed our location to local forces, and they charge us without hesitation. Settlement defensive weapons, suborned from the owners, open up on us, firing a series of blasts before control is ripped backward. Other Shadow Council loyal masterclassers activate their other abilities, a pair of juggernauts rushing forward to bounce the pair of slow-moving dinosaurs, still in pain, aside to crash into Bolo. The Dragon Lord is thrown backward, momentum and physics taking control for a few seconds. The juggernauts never stop moving, as per their name, shifting direction to charge after him. Closely following the pair are fast-moving shadows and a pair of casters. One is healing a juggernaut from a deep slash on one arm, the other throwing buffs and curses. Not that I have time to worry about that. The settlement's anti-monster weaponry has targeted me, the single extra hand I have in play, and Eyeless. The first blast is shrugged off by my shield, but the second throws me backward. My hand isn't as lucky, having been focused upon by a third again as many artillery cannons as fired upon me. He bounces backward only for more firepower to target him, including a couple of debuffs that drain his mana. Considering the hand is just mana, that's not a good thing. While I struggle to right myself and Ali turns away a third wave of attacks, I reach out to my hands, hoping to contact them. Unfortunately, the hollow planet messes with our comms, shutting down my ability to bring them back. I waste precious seconds that a hacker, or the galactic equivalent of it at least, uses to tap into the Spitz rocket, shutting down its defenses and mobility options. The heroic class mecha can't stop that from happening, but it is able to block any further or more dangerous assaults. "Thousand hells!" I curse. It goes out over party chat even as I tap into my inventory ability and drop the Spitz rocket directly into it. That frees me up and takes away the hacker's biggest method of hurting me. I also will the neural link off, using a hardwired disconnect to ensure that no one can get in and hurt me. It's one of the reasons a hacker isn't the most common class, and why people like me still prefer our swords at times. But the delay is enough for the next party of master classers to get into position. The moment I'm free, they slam down a binding ritual. Glowing lines of power appear underneath my feet as they lock me in place. My skills short-circuit, the mana meant for them rerouting through the very same lines. The quartet of robed casters stand around me, channeling magic and mana to hold me still, while another pair of master classers appear before me, weapons leveled. "Status!" I call, even as I attempt to conjure my weapon. It works, since this is a system ability and not one that requires mana. But my other swords that drift alongside me, that are intrinsic to the Eretran Honor Guard weapon style, are missing. "Killing time!" My hand snarls, but a glimpse of the minimap shows him in battle with a team of master classers. He's down a lot of mana, his health, his life force, almost gone. Even as I watch, the cannons keep firing, hitting him and those he's fighting without care. "Busy!" Bolo snarls. There's a resounding crash, one I know well, from a hammer impacting an unwilling participant in the Dragon King's game of whack-a-mole. Out of the corner of my eyes, I see a juggernaut go airborne in the far distance of the forest. The group has definitely covered a lot of ground. There's no answer from Eyeless, but the screeching dragon in the sky, dueling a pair of worms and what I can only call a manticore, is answer enough. I don't even recall them taking to the sky or her transforming, but I was locked down for a few seconds. Long enough. "I'm good. Mostly," Harry answers, his voice a little strained. Ali flashes Harry's icon and I see it surrounded by red dots on my minimap, but his health isn't dropping. Hostage perhaps, but not a combatant. Good enough. "Fools, for arriving to your own demise. I shall bathe in your foolish blood, dance in the rain as your disemboweled mewling bodies crawl back to your foolish masters. Tell them to send the worthy, the dangerous, the legendary. I am Zaxxas Stormfist, and I shall not fall to fools like you." Thunder roars above us all, and rain falls as though the drama queen meant for it to happen that way. I almost believe he did. The minimap gives me a better view of what is going on than the idiot, but he and his opponents, a swarm of them, rather than the smaller number of master classers they gathered for the rest of us, are tearing through the settlement. Keeping exact track is difficult. I can almost see why they sent a ton of opponents at the Storm Warden. The Storm Warden has a number of area of effect attacks, but they're mostly geared toward buffing and debuffing. Some of his skills, like his aura and clan chaining effects,
are entirely useless without his lost family. Others boost his physical abilities and his melee damage output, wielding the powers of the very named storm to create environmental effects. The lightning he unleashes every once in a while is nasty and chains, and against a group of basic classers, he would be a true nightmare. Teams of advanced classers have the survivability to weather the incidental debuffs, though, along with healers and other spellcasters to boost them and strip away the effects of his storms. And rather than provide 𝗧𝒔𝒃 a single, massive attacker that would take forever to wear down, as they are doing to 𝗏𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒏, they give him multiple targets. The Storm Warden might kill his opponents, given enough time, but there's always another. It's a gamble, meant to wear him down with the sheer volume of bodies and keep him busy. A gamble that, if used against someone like 𝗏𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒏 or 𝒔𝒕𝒊, would see their people dead much faster. Against 𝗧𝒃, they have just enough time to pull back to heal up and remove debuffs before wading back in. Enough time to allow the master classers sent against the rest of us to come back and deal with him. In theory. 𝒔𝒕𝒊 is a duelist, in a sense. Her skills meant to allow her to deal high levels of damage against a small number of opponents. She's dueling the only heroic classer in play, a veritable insult to people like 𝗏𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒏 or the Storm Warden. At her current levels, she's definitely middle of the pack. But unlike the rest of us, she has a clear advantage. Hitoshi grows in size, tearing at the 20-foot-tall metal elemental construct that assaults her. The metal fish heroic that controls it is hiding within the greater body. Yet, Hitoshi's attacks leech power from the elemental, its body rusting as the weapon passes through it, cutting apart body with preternatural ease. Round and round, 𝒔𝒕𝒊 rides her ghostly horse, attacking the monster even as spikes of metal erupt from the ground and the creature, bands of constricting metal crushing her and her steed in an attempt to restrain and kill. Then I have no more time to watch as my own troubles reach me within my cage. But I've seen enough. You're tossing your lives away. There's not enough of you to stop us, I say. An echoing boom and a cascade of lightning coming from the sky, striking the settlement and the fighters within, punctuate my point. Walk away. And let you hunt us down, breaker? The woman on the right, wielding a pair of swords, slightly curved, a twisting and sharp guard rising from each end, answers me with a sneer. I won't. I have no interest in you. And we're to trust you, anathema? The rebel? Even more scorn now. I'm amazed she can pack it all in. Come on, there's an explanation for all— Hey! I interrupt myself as I jump backward, the short spear her partner wields suddenly growing in size as they thrust it at me. The female with the spear, or what I'll call female, though I'm not entirely sure since she's purple and chrome and rather androgynous, but with what I assume to be egg sacs along her legs, is fast, her attack managing to catch me even when I dodge. Ali, I catch the next attack on my sword, deflecting the spear upward into the side. She flurries the attack, the tip of the spear nearly disappearing from sight. I react purely by instinct, blocking the attacks, and even then it's not enough. I stumble to a stop, back pressed against the cage, grateful it's not searing me, and bleeding from a trio of wounds I failed to block. Working on it, but I'm a little busy too. Surprised, I check upward, only to find Ali dogfighting a swarm of other spirits. None are his size or density, if that's even the right word for the feel he gives me, but there are a lot of them. Of course, the occasional one just ups and disappears as their summons ends or their owner dies, but they twist and tear at the spirit, assaulting his ability to be in this realm. Fine, I'll do it myself, I say out loud, more as a final warning to my opponents than anything else. I feel a little twinge of guilt, mostly because it seems they're convinced I'm an oath-breaking rebel who's thrown the galaxy into uproar over my personal whims. Which, is kinda right, but the blade that cuts up at my face nearly takes off a chunk of my skull. As it stands, I get away enough that it only lops off part of my ear. Wool gathering in the middle of a fight is not the way to go. I might outclass them, but they're highly skilled and have full access to their abilities.
A quick counter-thrust by me is blocked by the sword wielder with her other weapon, even as she brings her weapon back to cut. I pull a piece of bone from my inventory to block, the loot cracking under her attack. But while I'm defending from one person, the spear dips low and cuts at my thigh, plunging deep before withdrawing in a shower of blood. Hobbling to the side, my body already healing the damage, I try to put one opponent in front of the other. The pair don't allow it, though, moving with a smooth economy of motion and a level of awareness of one another that shows the amount of training they've put into their teamwork. Another clash of blade and bone, another flurry of attacks. Something glowing in green yanks my leg down so that a low-line spear thrust becomes a thrust aimed for my lungs. I manage to dodge most of that, leaving a line of pain across my back by tumbling to the ground entirely. As I roll to the side, I do so over a series of spikes that plunge into my body and expand within it, gripping flesh. Pain. I tear myself free, manage to get in a lucky strike with the bone that leaves a deep bruise, and come up. I pour mana into my skills continuously, attempting to overload the spellcasters, even as my temper gets the best of me. No more defense. Wading into the battle, taking the cuts and stabs, trusting in my enhanced, over-leveled body to keep me standing, I clash with the pair. My bone club shatters, and I throw it into the face of the sword wielder. The spear wielder pins one of my legs to the ground with the extended weapon, and I use my now freed hand to grab at her weapon and yank her close. I get a good stab in before she makes the spear I'm holding disappear and forces me to tumble to the ground unbalanced. Another pair of cuts, these nearly detaching my arm from its shoulder. My weapon falls to the ground, fingers no longer able to hold it. Another roll, another sweeping kick. Damage piles on, my body healing and fixing what it can, but the pair are targeting limbs and connections, forcing my health to work overtime as the critical attacks pile up. For the first time, I worry a little. So, I cheat. My blood pools on the ground, soaking into it as my breathing grows labored and my nerves are on fire. The pain is easy to handle, the loss of function less so. I'm forced to push myself further and further in an attempt to stay in the game, but I'm not the only one pushed to the wall. I have a few more aces, but I hold them in reserve, worrying that this is a fake-out. I get in one strike for every 3 or 4 of theirs. With penetration, my attacks cut deeply, tearing into body and flesh. With inventory working as a passive, I pull out grenades and throw them onto the ground or to the edges, filling our tiny lightning circle with noise and fury and kittens. Chaos grenades. You gotta love 'em. The kittens breathe streams of acid and venom before they disperse, breaking up into their constituent parts of energy and chaos. In the meantime, the clear fighting field we are in becomes pockmarked with holes and obstacles. Foam grenades pull and restrict, only to be torn away, leaving behind remnant locations. A high-explosive webbing mine springs into play over a foot, wrapping the attacker up for a few seconds as they struggle to free themselves. Blades cut downward, levering themselves free. In the meantime, I grip the spear, and when it disappears, I'm ready for it. The bear hug is just a ploy to stuff a pair of incendiaries down the armor covering her egg sacs. When I'm thrown aside and kicked away, I activate the gel rounds, watching as her lower back and legs get coated and burn. That distracts for much longer than a few minutes. All the while, I try casting spell after spell, pulling upon the mana of the world. When I pump in another 1,000 mana into a skill, the others outside finally fail. No skill, no ritual can last forever. Not my sanctum, not their binding one. At a certain point, everything fails, and the sheer ratio of mana used on my end to the amount they have to pour in to control it and block activation of a skill is highly in my favor. It helps that I have an almost limitless supply of mana when I tap into System Edit, when I let it flood into my system. I don't actually edit anything, but just the shift in energy is enough.
Judgment of all activates, and even blunted by our location in the middle of the Forbidden Zone, we're still buffered by the dragons and the status of Xylarg. It's enough to hurt, to kill in some edge cases, and after that, taking care of these two with Soul Shield, 1,000 Blades, and a lot of healing is simple enough. By the time I'm done, the town is a wreck. The others have fought off or killed their own opponents, and the convoy wants nothing more to do with us. All in all, a typical win for Team John. I thought flying was a bad idea, I say, frowning at the group. We're gathered inside the settlement, staring at the lone, floating blimp that has made its way back under the watchful eye of Eyeless. The blimp is weird, a steampunk and new age combination of floating gas bag and jet thrusters. I'm told they use an inert gas within to provide lift, the necessity of a much slower flight speed forcing this compromised design. It was a bad idea when we had to worry about being found out, Bolo gestures around us before going on. If they don't know where we are now, they're dumber than a bag of Dromas droppings. So what? We go fast and hope we outrun problems? When the pair nods, I shrug in acknowledgement. I do have one more question, though. Why can't we just ride Eyeless there? She's more than big enough. I trail off, catching the sight of her slowly reddening face. Say that again and I'll kill you myself, Bolo says coldly. I open my mouth to apologize and get glared at by both offended parties. I shut it while the pair walk off, Eyeless muttering about wanting to kill me again. So, I take it that's a no-no then? I say to break the silence. Riding a dragon is considered extremely intimate. Only bonded dragon knights and their ilk get to do so. Anything else? Harry shakes his head. Well, if you want to make an enemy out of a dragon for life, you could do it. They lose a couple of idiots every decade or so who think it'd be fun to blip themselves over and ride a dragon. Damn, I should have... I consider what I was about to say. It's not as if I've thought to get a data download yet, and really, it's a social thing. Of the many things that I do, social stuff is just not one of them. You should maybe not open your mouth so much, Zaxxas says, smirking. At least before you get a cultural download. I forgot, all right? I had other things to sort out. Anyway, I can just get one now, I say. Then why are you talking? Zaxxas says. I pause in my rebuttal, then glance around before realizing they're right. The damn Yerick smirks, and Harry can't help but snort a little in laughter. The only person who seems to not be laughing at me is 𝗵𝒕𝗄, and that's because she's near the main entrance watching for trouble. Rather than waste more time, I walk toward the city's entrance, only for Bolo to shout down at me loud enough for all to hear. Hey, Baka, it's time to go! Over the party chat, I can't help but mutter to the man, we do have this up and running, and I just need 5 minutes, 10 at most. No time, boyo, Ollie shoots over from the sky, eyes glowing a little. A scan of the minimap shows no danger, so I can't help but frown. The spirit is fast to explain, his voice coming a little hurried as he continues. Zaxxas pulled the storm closer when he used his skills. That altered the local climate. The elementals that normally control it, the ones in charge of keeping things working, are coming in hot and angry. I frown, turning to look at Zaxxas, who is listening in. I see the Storm Warden's eyes go wide, and for the first time since I've known him, he looks worried. If we don't take off now and get moving, they're going to catch us, Ollie says, gesturing for me to get moving. I do, even as 𝗵𝒕𝗄 hurries over too. Harry is already up the beanstalk tether, clambering hand over fist, but Zaxxas overtakes him a second later by jumping and grabbing hold of it farther up. Well, what are you waiting for? Bolo calls from high above. An engraved invitation? I cast one last look into the center of the city, knowing that the shop and everything I want to get is there. I might even... Then I shake my head, dismissing my desires. If wishes were fishes and all that. A moment later, my flight spell kicks in and I rocket upward, headed for the blimp, running for our lives from a group of angry elementals. Really? How bad can it get? Chapter 15. Thunder crashes all around us, the world lighting up in vivid pink, green, and blue. Storm clouds mixed with granite and more metal-laden dust surround the blimp, reducing our normal lines of sight and giving the lightning that crackles and illuminates us a hallucinogenic property. In the clouds, occasional shadows flit in and out, drawing the attention of the gunners. So far, nothing has attacked us. In the last hour, the storm has arrived, drawing the full attention of our captain and his ship's mages. They're working overtime, keeping the environmental shielding that surrounds the craft from being shredded. More than once, a bolt of lightning has struck the shield, arcing over the entirety of the craft before dispersing on the other side. The light show is amazing, though it leaves those of us within blind for precious seconds before we recover. Even so, treacherous atmosphere or not, the ship can handle it. Or at least, that's what the late Master Class Dauntless Captain assures us. Standing on the deck, breathing in the ionized air, feeling the slight thrum of the engines and the much larger shaking as a rumble of thunder passes through the barrier, I have to admit, so far, they're correct. Below deck, the extra hand I summoned is keeping an eye out for trouble, though thus far, we've just had to wait. At least my other hands have survived, even if we abandoned them. For now, they'll continue to do their thing before I de-summon them. Gotta grind that XP. Having extracted a copy of the basic login screen and the code around it from 𝒬𝒔𝒄𝒂𝒍𝒚𝒑𝒔𝒆 still form, I've been running simulations through my brain, with the aid of the system, to crack the login while on the top deck. One of the joys of having all this code downloaded from the shop into my brain and the additional abilities the system has given me is that I can do things like this. No need for a computer. My brain works as one. It does make me wonder when I'm fighting, taking and processing and using skills and spells faster than your everyday human, how much of those points in intelligence is dedicated to that, and how much is dedicated to weird little offshoot abilities like this? As always, the system is a black box that offers nothing more than subjective observational data. Much like I'm observing the thrum of power all around us, the shake of the engines and the earth beneath me. I can't shake the feeling that the elementals are just getting started, which is why I stand up here rather than chilling within. You feel it too, don't you? I say to 𝒬💑. The Storm Warden nods, tilting his head and regarding me. After a moment, he answers me, his voice low and almost ritualistic.
The air is charged. The winds are chaotic and ever-moving. They long to escape the grasp of the elementals, but they will not let them go.
Yeah, that, I say. Think we're gonna have to... I find myself cut off by stage 2 of the damn elementals' plans. Around us, giant cyclones of air emerge, the whirlwinds going from Cat 1 to Cat 2 within seconds. They keep speeding up, making me think they won't settle at tiny, piddly dust devils. The captain seems to agree with me as he screams at his helmsman. From a steady push, the aircraft picks up speed. We stop going from normal blimp-level speed to full jet thruster levels of velocity, the counterforce pushing against my face and skin. Instinctively, I tense against the deck, strengthening the pull between myself and the enscrolled wooden planks beneath my feet. All around us, the winds pick up and push against our bodies. Lightning arcs around the swirling clouds of dust, sparking off metallic sand and crystallizing it before it shoots onward, jumping from twister to twister. Strangely enough, each time it jumps to another cyclone, it grows stronger. "Holly!" I shout, raising a hand seconds before the first of the lightning arcs hit. I grab at it, feeling the elementals fight me for control. Their abilities are different than mine, the way they interact with the lightning coming from a different set of equations. But they're elementals, creatures of the storm and wind and climate themselves, and I'm just human. I twist and disperse the electrons, but they pull them back. I try to increase attraction down one side, and they just pull even more lightning, letting my pitiful attempts disperse the energy they pulled. Then there's no more time as the lightning strikes. Energy arcs all over us, lighting up the shield that surrounds us with spiderweb tracings of energy and malevolence. The winds from an artillery barrage of ice particles, sending it crashing into the side of the blimp and wearing at our defenses ever more. Mana engines shriek as they pump more energy into the massive shielding arrays of the ship, but cracks appear even as our hair and loose clothes stand on end. Lightning explodes with the suddenness of bad news on a warm summer day, breaking apart any shred of normalcy and leaving you a broken, wretched human. Electrons ripple through the exterior, arcing upward to connect with muscles, clothing, and sapient figures, sometimes with such force that only smoking ruins are left behind. Screams and the continuous rumble of thunder so close that it vibrates our very bones roll onward, leaving me deaf to the spirit's shouts. Whirlwinds catch at us, threatening to pull us toward them. The ship's engines strain as we seek to escape, smoke erupting from overburdened, clogged technology. Spells are fired from below and within the ship, attempts to curve away the very air and give us space. Out one side of the ship, dragon breath spills, targeting the cold air above that drives the formation of these unnaturally sized twisters. In the face of the storm, we are but playthings for the elementals. I struggle onward, doing my best to offer some protection to myself, to the gunners, and 𝗧𝒔𝒄𝒄 beside me. In a small sphere about us, there's a level of normalcy, but it's not enough. Not until Ali appears, floating at the prow of the ship, larger than life. He's grown in size, as though his very stature gives him strength, and the dozens of meters tall spirit dominates the sight lines ahead. He's no longer dressed in his orange jumpsuit, but in a long, flowing gray robe. Hands spread wide, he screams into the cacophony, and wind and rain and lightning parts. Silence for a second, even as lightning reroutes around the Faraday cage of metallic sand Ali has ripped from the sky. Noise is muted as the spirit lowers the cohesion between particles. Wind slows, struggling to overcome to sluggishness, he pushes forward, taking the easiest route as kinetic energy disperses below and behind us. The ship lurches forward faster than ever, and I throw in my own meager skill to aid him. A second later, more spells are cast, boosting our momentum and allowing us to race forward as we try to escape the clouds that continue to roll around us, that electrify the air and threaten to tear us down. 𝗧𝒔𝒄𝒄 steps up, his fist thrust into the sky. Something else forms in the cloud. A pair of somethings. Titanic cloud creatures rip and tear at other semi-solid masses deeper within. Cyclones and whirlwinds that threaten to strike the ship and pull us down are pushed away. Gusts of counterwind playing out as the storm warden takes full control of the air itself once more. We push forward, through the storm, the shielding finally flicking back to life. Crew members, saved from damage, are finally revived by the grace of the system and health potions. And ahead of us, our tiny, not so tiny right now, savior still cries out. Finally, I manage to hear what Ali is screaming, cackling. I can't help but sigh.
You shall not pass!
Chapter 16. The initial period of stormy weather lasts just over an hour. By the time we break out of the worst of it, with Bolo and Eyeless having chosen to head out with 𝗧𝒔𝒄𝒄 to handle a couple of the more eager elementals themselves, Ali, the mages, and I are wrung dry. The spirit crashes into the deck, bounces, and shrinks down to his normal size before floating back to me as though on a tether, the Faraday cage of metallic sand that guarded us falling down to bounce off the restored shielding. Thunder and lightning resume, the noise reverberating through my chest like standing next to a pair of very loud speakers at a heavy metal concert, while the lightning scorches my eyes. But neither are at the level of the initial assault, and the ship holds them off. Mages are rotated as necessary as the mental toll of casting and recasting spells wears upon them. Mana regeneration is sufficient in most cases to keep them running, but it's not the same thing when you have to piece together the spell forms directly.
It's why classes and skills are so important. Why pure battle mages rely on a few tried and tested spells. Doing the equivalent of high math in the middle of battle is tough enough, even when the system might help out a little with the boosts in intelligence. As for myself, I rub a temple as I scoop up Ollie and deposit him on my shoulder with my other hand. No bleeding from the nose, just a really bad headache, which is an improvement. I assume the constant brain damage from handling and managing knowledge beyond my mortal ken has toughened up my mind that playing second fiddle in a battle between spirits and elementals is not enough to cause another stroke. Yay for little mercies. I trundle downstairs, content to leave the trio and the mages behind to deal with things. I get to the dining room, grab dinner, and get to the eating, but I only manage a single plate before I fall asleep, darkness claiming me entirely. When I wake, Ollie is nowhere to be seen, though his presence is distinctively felt, as is the self-satisfied smugness of his emotion through our bond, and my plate is gone too. I retrieve another one, tackling my meal properly, idly scan the details of the party chat and statuses. No one is dead, which is a definite plus compared to the crew. I'm just grateful none of the crew chose to slit my throat while I was sleeping. A quick perusal of the skies shows we're still in the middle of a very large storm, but the feel of it seems quite different, less malevolent, more natural. Seeing that our latest crisis has passed, I reach out to my hands. The one on board is topside, throwing magic around and grinding out XP, while the others are still around. Except for one. I frown for a second, shrug, and call him forth, letting him get on with things. No need for orders. The system knows what I need done, and as a sort of duplicate of me, the hand disappears out the door after grunting at me. Yay, nonverbal communication. I finish my meal and go hunting for my companions, hoping to have a word with them. If nothing else, a plan for when we arrive at our destination would be pleasant. The first I find is 𝗵𝒕𝒍. To my surprise, she's not practicing, or meditating, or resting, but working on thin slices of paper, words scrolling down one sheet while she writes on another. I clear my throat after a bit. "I heard you. What do you want?" 𝗵𝒕𝒍 says, not looking up. "Hoping to discuss what we're going to do when we finally land?" I say. 𝗵𝒕𝒍 turns, stares at me, and laughs softly, bitterly. "There's nothing to talk about. We land, we fight, we either make it or we don't." I frown. "You've grown a lot more fatalistic since I met you. Better than death-seeking?" Low blow. 𝗵𝒕𝒍 grins, then gestures at her papers. "If that's all?" I shrug, not satisfied, but happy enough that she's willing to go with it for now. Curiosity has me asking, "What are you doing?" "Fan club mail." I feel my stomach lurch, remembering a trio of her people. The ones who left with 𝗲𝗏 the librarian. We know he was caught and executed in public as an example for me and the rest of the galaxy, to ensure that everyone knows the cost of defying the Council. I haven't thought of the 3 Musketeers since I was caught. I'm not sure if I was trying not to, because I knew they weren't likely to survive. If the legendary librarian didn't make it out, I can't see how a bunch of newcomers who had just reset their levels down before building themselves back up would manage it. They survived. Her words shake me from my thoughts, and I find myself staring at the woman, jaw dropping open a little. "How?" I manage to blurt. "𝗲𝗏?" 𝗵𝒕𝒍 holds up a hand. "I don't have all the details, but they managed to run for a bit, bouncing from library to library. Eventually, the Galactics caught up, and rather than let my men get caught, rather than let the other corrupt questers be caught, 𝗲𝗏 stayed behind." "I'm glad they survived," I say. "Are you?" 𝗵𝒕𝒍 says. When I frown, she continues. "Are you really glad they survived? Or are you just parroting words because you know that's what you're supposed to say?" I frown, irritation flashing through me. Where is this coming from? "Just a curiosity. Checking that you're still you." My continued glaring has 𝗵𝒕𝒍 shaking her head a little. "My apologies. Perhaps I'm not as settled about our end, or the chaos we've caused, as I like to think." I glance at the papers again. I draw a breath and let it out, asking the question she probably wants me to ask, but won't say directly. How bad is it?
For my people?
She looks down, sadness crossing her face.
I've only got a glimpse. Lana and the rest, they can't get information to us. It's only because I'm the, celebrity that I get my mail at all, and only because the fans are willing to pay.
I nod, understanding in some ways what she says. Not the exact mechanics of the fan club, of course. It's not as though I've got one, nor do the questers care about such a thing.
And my club has swelled. We're celebrities, all of us. I don't know if you've checked your galactic reputation lately.
I shake my head, for I haven't. Well, one of my skills works off reputation. It's Eritrean, and that's less easy information to acquire than from my own status screen.
But standing against the Shadow Council has seen our reputation increase overall. Of course, we're deep in the red among some sectors, but
we're doing well, which means you've got more fans, I say. She smiles a little, flicking her hand sideways. A second later, notifications bloom with new messages. I pop one open seconds before Ali gets hold of them and wipes the queue. But the sight that greeted me is seared into my mind, I'm sure, for the rest of my life. Why? I cry. You got to be a little slower, boyo. I filter a lot of those messages for you. He had 3, and there were barbs on them. Not everyone understands human biology very well. A pause. All of you meat creatures are strange in a way. Just rearrange for fun times. Why keep so firmly to a single form? I don't know. It's not that easy. Sure it is. One skill and boom. You're good. I shut him down, suppressing the link before he goes into graphic detail. Truth be told, I can sense Ali's amusement anyway, but at least I don't get the details. My eyes refocus on Makito. Our conversation is quick as thought, so barely a second has passed. Why did you send that? I say, hurt by the violent attack on my psyche.
Your fans can't get to you, so they join mine and send mail to me hoping I'll pass it on,
Makito replies, opening her hands wide. There's a little vicious glint in her eyes, innocent though she might play.
I'm just being helpful.
Stop! She smiles wide now.
Truth be told, such messages aren't as common. While the war hasn't affected the majority yet, not directly, the economy has taken a beating.
I can't help but frown, so she explains.
I don't know if wars do help the economy, but gearing up for them is never good. Reserves are called out of their normal jobs, supply lines are cut short or disrupted, old orders are thrown aside as the needs of the military take precedence. End of the day, chaos.
And the fighting? I say.
Harry will have a better idea. It's mostly on the outskirts, independent planets and border ones. No planetary deaths. Not yet.
I shudder at the thought, but Makito continues dispassionately.
Lots of stations destroyed, though. Merchant fleets and the like are being restricted or somehow being lost to pirates. Then, of course, there are the adventuring guilds.
What's wrong with them? I say, frowning. Technically, the guilds are supposed to be above it all. They're third-party organizations whose only job is to clear dungeons and help keep the commerce and earnings from dungeon clearing flowing. And, keep people safe.
Nothing, ostensibly. Except now that people aren't watching as much, they've started making moves against one another. Old grudges, takeovers of locations, underhanded tactics.
I wince, then turn back to her earlier accusation. I can't help but turn it over in my mind. The accusation, the bitterness inherent in the words, if not her tone, sitting badly with me. And you think I don't care, I say.
I know you care. Or you used to, at least. But this quest of yours, it's become everything for you. And I know there's no way else but through. Not for us, but...
Makito gestures around.
We've dragged so many innocents into it with us. How much more? How many more will we, sacrifice before this is over?
And if I said the whole galaxy, would you still follow me?
I made a promise, didn't I?
Makito says.
You don't start regretting the purchase after you've bought it. You just accept it.
Seems like a recipe to keep one trapped in a toxic relationship.
And is it?
Is it what? I ask.
Toxic?
I shake my head. I don't know. Sometimes I think you'd be better off. Other times, I know it. You shouldn't be here. You should be...
Where?
𝗏𝒂𝒍 replies softly.
Nowhere. I was like you, without a goal, my dreams ashen, the love of my life dead. You and Lana dragged me along, gave me a purpose when I had nothing. I'll always be grateful for that.
I close my eyes, then open them. I don't want to admit it, but I have to. This conversation should have happened ages ago. I didn't do it for your sake, you know. 𝗏𝒂𝒍 cuts me off.
You're lying to yourself. Oh, I know bringing me along, healing me wasn't your primary goal. But did you even think what was? Those first 2 years when the world died and we needed heroes, so many chose to hide, to look out for themselves. And you? You saw a problem. You sought to fix it. You fought and killed and bled for people you'd never even got the names of, because it was the right thing to do.
I shake my head, denying her words. She's wrong, of course. I did what I did because I needed to do something, to kill something back then. That raging pit of despair and fury had to be fed, had to be controlled. It still does.
I pledged myself to support you then, when you first disappeared, to do what I could to save Earth, and to help you when you got back,
𝗏𝒂𝒍 says.
I still believe that you'll find a way to help our friends.
This quest, it has nothing to do with Earth.
Perhaps not directly.
𝗏𝒂𝒍 taps the document on her desk before continuing.
But I'm sure you'll find some way to do good. You always do. And if it means sacrificing millions, that's what we'll do.
Not we. Me, I insist.
It might be your choice, but we all share responsibility for enabling you. And if not responsibility for the actions, we certainly share in the guilt,
𝗏𝒂𝒍 says flatly.
Trying to take that fact away just makes me...
You?
Angry and infantilized.
I hesitate and choose not to follow up. I can't strip her guilt from her no matter what I say. And she's right. It's not really my place to even try. Even so, I don't know how many or who we'll lose, 𝗏𝒂𝒍, but at the end of this road, I have to believe there's something worthwhile. Something that makes all this, I gesture around us, taking in not just the craft we fly in or the planet, but the entire damn system. Make sense. Make all those deaths worthwhile.
And if there isn't?
I shake my head. There has to be. 𝗏𝒂𝒍 smiles sadly at me then, as though the wound that drives me on is bare to her very eyes. The grief in her eyes, the pity in them, it is a dagger to my heart. One that drives me out of her room as she tackles her paperwork. I leave her to it. The words she said, our conversation buzzing still in my head. Harry's the next one for me to find. I'd say it was a funny coincidence, but it was rather deliberate. The humans are still those I'm most comfortable with, especially compared to 𝒂𝒐 or 𝗏𝒐. 𒂂𝒐, I'm not entirely sure cares about us one way or the other. We're just a means to an end. A violent, painful end. As for 𝗏𝒐, I'm pretty sure she only tolerates us because Bolo likes us. Otherwise, I've seen the way she eyes me during meal times. All joking aside, the dragon worries me. She can manipulate the mana around her in ways I have no hopes of matching, and that gives her the advantage of surprise. Add her sheer size and strength and levels, and in a straight-up fight, she'd be a real pain. I might be able to win, but not without cost, and certainly not when Bolo backs her. Which, of course, is the entire point of the dragon whatever class. As for 𝑺𝒚, I might have a way through the lock that keeps me from accessing whatever slave program they're using on him, but I'm not sure I'm ready to let him free yet. Right now he's just locked away, in suspended animation, if you will. The moment I free him, I'll have to deal with him. A small, uncharitable part of me wants to leave him trapped forever. It's small, but it's there. The guilt at even that thought is enough to make me flee from contemplating the little golem, at least for now. Now, Harry's much more my speed, no matter how much I've put him through and how much he hates and loves me. "What you doing?" I say, leaning against the door jamb and watching the British reporter hard at work. He's trimmed his hair tight, such that the curls are right up against his skin, losing the burgeoning afro he had sported in prison. Probably easier, considering we're using helmets for the most part. Same reason why I've taken a buzzsaw to my hair and cut it short. While the nanites are pretty good at not catching stray locks, even once is more than enough. "You're not cute," Harry says, turning away from the empty air he's staring into. Of course, it's not empty for him, but I can't see his notifications or system projections. I think Roxley would disagree. I pick Roxley mostly because he's still the hottest individual I've ever bagged. Or did he bag me? I'm still not entirely sure who used who in that relationship, which is, of course, one of the reasons it never really progressed very far. Well, that and me leaving the planet. "He likes bad boys," Harry replies. "I'm much more into the stay-at-home kind." I blink. "With your career? The heart wants what it wants." Harry touches his chest before continuing. "Why do you think I was single when you met me anyway?" I nod slowly. I really don't know much about Harry's background, I have to admit. It's not something I ever asked about, not even during the long, slow nights as we passed from one starless void to another. I hesitate, a part of me wondering if I should ask, another part of me really not caring. Thankfully, Harry saves me from my indecision. "Are you going to free Ez or not?" "I will." My hand clenches and then reopens. But it's not that easy. I'm pretty sure he's still in there, but I don't know the code well enough to tell if there's a fail-safe or kill switch in there. Until I've gone over it all, I'm not willing to play with it. Harry grunts in acceptance, his eyes flicking over to where his screens must hang. "So, Makito said that you might have a better idea about the state of the galaxy," I say, deciding to just get on with it. "Details about the wars and the like?" Harry snorts. "What?" I say. "Should have known you'd be here for a reason," he says. I shrug, only mildly guilty. After all this time, he should realize I'm not the best of friends. "You want the summary or a data download?" I hesitate. "How about both?" The words have barely left my mouth when I get a ping. A quick glance tells me I've got a data packet ready for opening, but Harry's started speaking, so I pay attention to that instead. "So, outright war hasn't been declared. Not that the battles that are being waged, border skirmishes if you will, are any less costly just because some politicians haven't shifted to war footing." A slight pause as he considers his words and the system. "Though, I guess there are some differences in the system. Actual war footing is a class skill, and I bet there are a bunch of things those with the right skills could do, no?" I nod, the library already downloading the morass of information into my mind. I barely sway when it does. Yeah, generals, admirals, chief of staff, all kinds. Some societies even have multiple cabinets they keep running, switching who is officially in play depending on where things stand. There are even a few classes and individuals who have shadow war kind of skills. Spy masters, rebel leaders, covert generals, the like. Right. Might make an interesting topic. Harry flicks his fingers quickly, slapping a note on his notification screen before he gets back on track. "Anyway, no official wars have been declared, at least among the main factions. There's a few smaller factions, puppet states and kingdoms, that are already fighting and which the bigger groups are using to test out new tactics. Proxy wars for the moment, really." "When do you think they'll switch over?" I ask. Good question. Maybe a few weeks, maybe a few months, maybe even a few years. I don't really understand the politics properly, but I can guess that a lot of it is just..." Harry shrugs. "Well, posturing." I frowned. "It wasn't what Catherine said." "She's running one of the covert forces, so I doubt it feels that way to her," Harry says. "Don't forget, she wasn't officially supposed to help us. The entire empire is held back, and they will continue to do so until they're ready. While tensions have been high for a while, There's a difference from high to all-out war. I grunt, rubbing my neck. I understand what Harry is saying. And it's not as if anyone could have confidently predicted that I would throw the entire galaxy into disarray, at least not to this extent. That they still have entire fleets running around doing battle and call it skirmishes just means that galactic society is much, much bigger than what I'm used to. Do we know the total losses? I ask. Harry is quick to shake his head in negation. Too quick. You know something. Nothing official, he says. Everyone is either hiding losses or over-exaggerating them. I grunt, but wave for him to continue. But there are estimates, put together by people on the ground, people who are bypassing the information blocks for their own uses, information that is double or triple verified. I get it, it's probably accurate, I cut him off. Just spit the number out. Just under 7 billion, Harry says. There are a lot of numbers under 7 billion. Like even a single digit under could be 100 million, I say, my mouth working on automatic. On the other hand, I'm stunned. I mean, sure, I knew the galaxy was huge. We've traversed the world again and again, and sure, each planet might have fewer total number of sapients. The nice thing about the system and the Galactic Empire is that crowding just isn't necessary since terraforming is actually quite easy with classes in play than you'd expect, but some planets have tens of billions still. But that's more lives lost than there were on Earth before the system. I rage against the system, against the Council for their callous disregard of turning a planet that wasn't ready into a dungeon world. I cry at the lives cut short, fates robbed from the free, the sundering of a planet. And yet, I've already caused more loss and destruction than they did. A single decision of mine has made me a greater villain than the entire council. Even knowing the potential outcome before I made my announcement, it's another thing to actually have these numbers provided to me. Are they truly wrong to want to contain people like me? To kill me and hide their secrets? Sure, it wasn't great, but were the system administrators doing something so unjustified and wrong that I had to destroy so many lives? After all, every day of our lives, pre- and post-system, we walk by everyday evils. The homeless man on the street, the father shouting at his son in the grocery store, the starving refugees desperate for a drink of clean water. Every day, we choose which evils are acceptable, which ones we can live with. The politician who takes kickbacks from corporations, the celebrity cheating on his wife in full public view, the boss hitting on his employees, knowing that if we try to rail against each injustice, we will burn out and fail those we truly care for. Were not the system administrators in their hidden, time-twisted realms such a compromise? Perhaps that was what the council members who knew of them thought. Perhaps it was how the administrators held on to power for so long. Deals are the heart of civilization, a give and take of personal and greater needs. And when such giving and taking clashes too greatly, that's when society breaks down. Selfishly, I upset the apple cart, all to get my way, to give Earth a small chance, to create an opportunity for me to learn what I needed. And now the galaxy suffers, and I'm the villain of the piece. And Earth, I finally say, realizing I've missed whatever Harry's answer was. I could probably make myself recall it, but it doesn't matter. What's 100 million here or there? Just another number. In conflict, Harry says, they've managed to get the adventuring guilds on their side, some not even tied to the other great powers, but in turn, a lot of other corporations are coming in. The only good news is that all the other dungeon worlds are facing the same rising tide of conflict, and they're all much more lucrative than Earth. So it's still only those looking at long-term gains, or who need a foothold, any foothold in play. I grunt, rubbing my neck. I know there are others. The Guardians, the settlement owners, Lana and Roxley, and other embedded interest groups who are protecting the planet. Now that the gloves are off, the basic profit-loss equation is playing out. Is it worth taking over a continent or two if you lose a bunch of high-level individuals doing so? Especially when such individuals could be of use at home when a galactic war is brewing? It's the best I can hope for, really. And after some questioning, Harry is able to elaborate and confirm my expectations. It's not perfect, but it is what it is. So they're 𝗏𝒃 good? I say, finally. As good as can be, Harry replies. Now, if you don't mind, he gestures into blank space and I end up nodding. Yeah, sure. Kicked out once more, I leave the reporter to do his thing. Instead, I finally make my way back to my own room. There is one other person I need to look into after all, and I've been putting it off long enough. Chapter 17. What shall we do with you, my little non-sapient, sentient golem? Able to think, able to logically puzzle out problems, but somehow missing that spark of life that separates a very clever machine from true living beings. I poke the red golem, watching my finger sink a little into its fleshy metallic exterior. Then I withdraw my finger and watch it spring back into shape, the four-legged format it currently uses not even rocking under my prodding. For a moment, I consider putting 𝗍𝒔 away, but decide I've been coward enough. Tapping into the golem's interface with the required tools takes only a few moments. Applying the program I've written to crack the security protocols blocking alterations to its base programming takes a fraction of a second. Luckily for me, whoever decided to update 𝗍𝒔 did a sloppy job. No skills, no classes were used to change the little golem's operating unit. It's possible that 𝗍𝒂𝒑's base programming is too complex for them to mess with. After all, the programming necessary to manage the liquid golem flesh and structure has got to be fiendishly complex. And who would expect for the most secure prison in the world to be successfully assaulted? Or for a golem to be stolen out from it, when there were so many other better things to take? Come on, come on, come on, I mutter, watching the code scroll along. I would never bother trying to watch the raw code while I was human. The speed would have been too much for a poor human brain. Except I'm not human anymore, and keeping track of 101 things visually is par for the course. Dancing through a hail of bullets is easy when each seems to move in bullet time to your brain. I'm idly noting a half-dozen errors, making mental adjustments to the code while watching to see the results, watching how my program bounces off multiple defensive firewalls and goes around again for more. I didn't, for obvious reasons, write the cracking code myself, instead buying the basics off the shop. But the alterations are all mine, and watching as it switches somewhat smoothly between hodgepodge Frankenstein program matrices is amusing, until suddenly it stops, and I'm in. Swiftly, I extract the base code overlaying 𝗍𝒔. I've seen glimpses of it while poking at 𝗍𝒔's interface, but this is the first time I can review it fully in pristine condition. The good news is that it's not altering itself, being a more simplified program. The bad news is that, like my own cracking program, it's a hodgepodge of a variety of programs thrown together so that they can do their job, which makes it more vulnerable, but also could lead to unknown effects if I just delete it all, especially since much of the code hooks into 𝗍𝒔's core programming. After all, it needs to make use of 𝗍𝒔's program to move, to undertake more complex tasks than go there. So tearing it apart isn't a simple matter of deleting specific code, since in a few cases, they actually do seem to have overwritten prior programs. In areas like that, I'll need to restore to an earlier version if I can find it, or write the code itself. Now, 𝗍𝒂𝒑's code, 𝗍𝒔, that is also highly complex. It's a machine learning code, one that changes based off environmental impacts and influences. It gives 𝗍𝒔 great flexibility, allowing 𝗍𝒔 to learn and grow as it encounters new situations. just like a human, really. But just like a human, there's core programming that doesn't change. Or shouldn't change. Small things like how your intestines work, how your heart beats, how the brain fires. Things that we don't consciously control or shouldn't be consciously controlling, but are necessary for everyday life. As has similar constructs. But those are the things that the program is tapped into. By bypassing the overlay, the conscious aspect of the golem, and putting that portion to sleep, they turned Ez into a mindless zombie. Or mostly mindless. Portions of it still run and work, still learn and grow while in that zombie state. Unlike now, when Ez is totally turned off. Or not? What the hell? I poke at the information feed I'm getting, the constant flow of energy going out from its mana battery into its CPU. That's not the actual terminology, but it's the closest thing to work for me, and really potato, Are you still running, Ez? The draw isn't significant, just enough to keep the basic functionality running. Like when you've got a plug stuck into a wall socket, and the electricity is running a circuit through the electronics, but not really doing anything. Not really standby mode, but not exactly zero draw either. On the other hand, the more that I stare at Ez's full code, the more I get a nagging feeling I'm not seeing it all properly. For a second, a long second, I hesitate. Then giving up, I plug the tablet into my neural link and tap into the code that way. The neural link is wetware, if you don't mind the cyberpunk reference. It's an interface that lets me make use of tech through my mind, but it's also an added vulnerability. For the most part, I don't run much through it other than my mecha because of that vulnerability. Thankfully, willpower and intelligence both seem to provide a high level of defense against hacks, so the few times someone has tried to cause damage to me via the neural link, it's been painful and distracting, but not dangerous. However, tapping directly into code like this is much more dangerous than someone hacking in. One's sneaking in via an open window, or shattering the window if you will, while the other is throwing the door wide open, calling out "dinner's ready" and hoping nothing nasty arrives hungry. That being said, there's an advantage to using the neural link, and that's my ability to make full use of the intelligence boost the system provides. I grab the code and tear it open, displaying it within my mind's eye to review in real time in its entirety. Sort of. I have a ton of intelligence, but this is the code running a fully sentient golem. I can't read it all, or even see it all, but I can highlight the most important bits. Instinct that had driven me to look for it gets to gloat for seeing the code in this way. I can see the changes, too. Small changes. A line here, a character there, tiny little scrolling bits of information that warp and twist when they should be entirely static. What are you doing, Ez? What is happening to you? I say softly. For the first time seeing Ez, seeing its code change and twist, I wonder if ripping out the code is the right thing to do. Could this perhaps be the secret to sapience? The drive for freedom? Until now, we've treated Ez as nothing more than a child, just as 𝗍𝒂 treated all his other creations. A useful tool at times, given tasks, but never truly tested. Could it be that what the golem needs is not care and love and understanding, but pain and pressure and purity of purpose to become a real boy? Is it perhaps, like with Pinocchio, where the only way forward was to be eaten by a whale? Or am I just biased because of my own upbringing? When does aid stop being helpful and becomes actively harmful? Where do you draw the line between suffering and growth? I have no answer to that question. Spending the time revising my code to rip out the slave code leaves me with little time to ponder the question, though I do find myself considering it every few minutes. It slows down the work I do, as does me listening for something in the code. Neither a cry for help nor a dismissal of aid appear, so I'm left staring into space, pondering if I'm doing the right thing late into the night in my cabin when the others find me. "We missed you at dinner," Harry says, leaning against the door. "Sorry, I was going to say I ate, but I haven't.
In fact, now that I'm realizing it, I'm quite hungry. One of the negatives of system-empowered bodies are that they still require calories, and quite a few at that. It helps that higher-level monsters are more nutrient-dense, though how that all works out, I'm not entirely sure. Just that it's often better to just eat higher-level monsters than lower ones. It doesn't give many benefits, unless you've got a chef or other class making it, but it extends the amount of time between meals, which is a bonus in itself. I'll grab something now.
Yeah, you might want to wait. I've got a call. For you, Harry says.
A call? I frown. From who? How?
Harry makes a face. Class skill. It lets me contact and speak with informants in a safe manner. But the how, well, that's... He shrugs. Systematic is my guess. Because I sure ain't trying to talk to your favorite torture buddy.
I stiffen. There's only one her who could be speaking with him using that skill. Only one her who would know enough, care enough, be able to enough to contact him this way. My mind spins, a quiet, gibbering part, wondering if we're compromised, if there's a galactic strike force coming in, if 𝗏𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆 and his team, the remaining members of his team, will arrive, crashing through the side of the ship, weapons blazing. Then I breathe out forcefully, emptying my lungs and making myself stay in that deflated position for a few seconds before breathing in again. I remind myself that if she could find us, she would have. That she might have hacked her way in this way, but the root administrator must have anticipated something like this and given us the quest reward. We're safe. We have to be. I breathe in and exhale slowly, finding my center once more, finding my calm and that raging ball of fury that empowers everything I do, then nod at Harry. She's waiting? I ask.
She is.
Then put her on, I say, gesturing to the wall. Harry steps in, pausing only for a second when Ollie literally fades through the ceiling to pop out, muttering softly about sensing my emotions. I brush aside the mental query he sends me, not wanting to talk about it. The grump that he sends back to me over the link is ignored too. Because she's there. 𝗧𝒏𝒄𝒄 is staring at me, arms crossed, looking angry and petulant.
John Lee, we should have killed you the moment we caught you. Torn out your spine, stripped your skull, and danced on the boneless flesh of your body with spiked heels until the blood poured and the acid leeches arrived to feast.
That's rather specific, I say. You don't go on dates a lot, do you?
What?
Well, if you take all your dates out on acid leech dates, it's really clear why. Maybe if you offered them chocolates and flowers, it'd work, I say. Chocolates work very well. The ones who don't like chocolate, well, you know better than to keep dating. Flowers, though, those are more iffy. I wonder if they're considered genocide with dryads.
Was the time with us really that hard that it drove you that insane?
She snaps, and I grin, feeling a thrill of victory. But instead she gestures, showing me, well, what Harry showed me before, actually. Numbers, names, planets.
Your work.
I give her a theatrical yawn. I'm glad I spoke to Harry because otherwise I might actually be unable to play blasé to all this. As it stands, yeah, I get it.
Oh, I don't think you do.
Another flicker of her hand, and something new appears. A picture of a solar system. A dead one. Planets flicker by, their atmosphere boiled off, the land scorched, and now the planet itself cooling. Planetary cores are cracked open, liquid metal cooling. Devastation across an entire planet. Your friends, they released individuals who should never have been released. The Sun Killer, Harry says, shuddering. Hey, you guys could have killed him a long time ago. You didn't. Don't blame us when he escapes, I say.
You fool. You think we didn't try? 𝗧𝒏𝒄𝒄 says. There's no way to kill him. He converted his health, his mana into energy, or energy into mana and health. His legendary skill lets him do that. Store energy to be one of those. That's why he eats stars.
Oh, come on. There's a way around that.
Even I know that, I say, not believing her. Of course there is. We drain him. Could we have someone override that? Do enough damage to kill him? A shrug. Perhaps. But the last time we tried, we lost 2 of our legendaries. None of the others were willing to finish the job. Now once we were able to contain him, draining him slowly and surely over the centuries as he leaked his life, his energy, into a secondary dimension was a guaranteed kill. And then you let him loose. You and your friends. As I said, you could have killed him. But that's the thing, isn't it? I say belligerently. I know she's got a point. They had him captured. But I refuse to let her look as if she's won. Refuse to consider that she might have a point. I can't afford to. Not now. You're never really willing to pay the cost. None of you people are. Pay the cost? 𝗧𝗵𝗲 leans forward, slamming a fist onto the table. It cracks beneath her hand, my words getting to her. You impertinent child! You have no idea what we have done for the galaxy. The monsters we have killed, the dungeons we have saved, the sheer amount of time and care taken to ensure that the system works. We have sacrificed more than you and your pitiful band of rebels will ever know. If the sacrifice was so great, then why hide it? I say, smirking. Or did you know, deep down, that the trade-off was never in our favor? That you fat cats just take and take? Me mentioning felines confuses her for less than a second. Without my perception, I'd never noticed the hesitation, but she shakes her head, rejecting my words, even the nonsensical ones. You think being a system administrator is easy? Between fools who think they know better on the council, manipulating them to not break the entire edifice, and the root administrator and his own, I say, his own foolish desires. She leans forward. This world works. The system works. Without it, planets are destroyed. Sapient life is overtaken by mana. It might not be perfect, but it's a Medusa's gaze better than what we had before. Before the system? I feel it then. The thread of the answer. I lean forward unwillingly. So it's artificial, isn't it? It's now normal. Rather than answer me, she smirks and leans back, because she sees my eagerness. All that anger I created in her is snuffed out, or perhaps redirected into malicious glee. You'll never know, will you? Because my men will stop you. But you can stop. Stop with all the foolishness, and perhaps, just perhaps, we might let you live. That's not much incentive. Better than the certain death you face if you keep struggling. Says you, I say, then shake my head. No, we're not stopping. Not now, not ever. Then I cock my head as realization strikes me. But you knew that, so I dive in then, into the system, looking. Smart girl. Devious girl. Evil girl. She's in there along with others, running along the edges of Harry's skill, hacking it and making it work for them. But more than that, they're trying to get around the root administrators, the system's pronouncement. Trying to find us, make use of the full details of data that the system and its connection gives them. I watch in silence as they work. They're not there in their avatar forms, not fully within such a way that I could harm them, not unless I truly intend to dip within, sneak my way backward to find their actual locations and lay the system at its smackdown. Instead, I watch them rip into the code created by the system, tear at the protective layers of obfuscation that hide us from being found. I watch them try to find us, only to be tossed aside by the system itself, the code healing over the moment they leave, their efforts an utter failure to make any true headway, yet it doesn't look like that to them. Perhaps it's because I'm not actually trying to dig in, perhaps because I'm the target of the system's protection, but I can see the entire lay of code before me. Not in detail, no, that'd be too much even for me, but the feel of the code, the layers upon layers of programs and firewalls that make up the gap between them and me, that protect our anonymity, those I can see. I watch as another layer is bypassed, the system administrators sneaking a step further, sliding in an inch more, peeling the onion that is me, and I watch, just as silently, how the entirety of the code shifts, restructuring itself like a mobile Legoland castle, such that they're never ever deeper within. It's all theater. My breath hitches as I watch the sheer complexity and beauty of the code the system wields in our defense, the way it turns and twists, the way it grows and evolves every second, the system looking more alive than ever in that second.
You found us then, 𝗧𝒏𝒻𝒲 says. Much good it does you. You cannot fight us all, though I welcome you trying.
The mermaid flashes a savage grin, making my lips twist in a snarl, but I don't take her up on the challenge.
It's only a matter of time.
Time. It's funny how you all say that, as though it's just on your side. I open my hand and smile. When I too have my own plans in place, my own bombs ticking down. Time, you say, and time you have not much left. I do agree.
What?
She halts, eyes narrowing.
You're lying. A poor bluff to divert our resources and attention. You have nothing.
Oh, not me. But we did rescue a lot of prisoners. I open my hands, offering her a smile at the same time. Many who were willing to listen. Not much gratitude, but I've never found gratitude a good lever anyway. Anger, though? Rage? That I know. That I can wield. 𝗧𝒏𝒻𝒲 stills for a second, her eyes flicking from side to side in thought. I can guess what she's thinking, the equation she's running. How much does she believe me? How much can she afford to underestimate me and the kind of destruction I will bring? What could I have told the prisoners to make them my weapons of chaos? I've used others. Is this just another case? Can she afford not to listen?
There's no point keeping you here, not anymore. You will not change, it seems. And we have the connection.
𝗧𝒏𝒻𝒲 leans forward, her teeth flashing.
We will have you and your friends soon enough.
See you soon, then? I grin at her, doing the best I can to send savage glee through the transmission. Later, toots, 𝗀𝒐 adds, having been quiet thus far. Not that there's been much for another to say.
Oh, it will not be me. I leave such crass matters to those more suited.
Sibilant hiss, almost a raw drawl, then she's gone, leaving me staring into space and Harry's face looking right back at me. Other plans? He says with an arched brow. Lies, but it'll keep them scrambling and watching. After all, they can't afford not to not believe me. Not with the kind of prisoners we let loose.
You do know most of them have died, cast into another dimension and unable to survive or exit it,
Harry says. 2/3, and 2 of them have taken residence in those dimensions, choosing to lord it over the current occupants. That might not last long when the real powers get going, but you never know, 𝗀𝒐 says with a shrug. Sometimes you colonizers come along and overstay your welcome until you die. I pause, considering that and choosing to discard it. I'm not touching that entire thread of conversation, not now. Let someone else follow up on it. Someone whose entire existence isn't currently caught up in a war between themselves and the Shadow Council. Yeah, but they don't know that. I pause. I hope. I have a feeling the guys in play aren't the ones who you can trust news reports about. Not without more thorough verification, no? 𝗀𝒐 shrugs, while Harry, after a second, reluctantly nods. So you intend to split them up? Have them try their best to find threats that aren't there? Yup, Harry sighs and rubs his head. One day, all these false threats are just going to stop working, you know. Yup, but not today. Not while the Council is so paranoid and fighting multiple wars, I say. Another nod before Harry steps back. I raise an eyebrow and he shrugs. I figure the rest of them will want to know. Oh, right. And I think you have something else to get back to, no? A nod toward the silent and still 𝗍𝒐. I look at the golem and sigh. By the time I look back up, Harry's gone, and the door is sliding shut, leaving 𝗀𝒐, the golem, and me alone. So, I say, A needle-pulling thread, Ollie replies. What? At least you didn't sing it. I shake my head. As we should fix him. But don't care. Fix him, Ollie says. It is changing, altering under all that. I shut up as Ollie imperiously holds out his hand, palm facing me. Fix him, boyo. He's done enough changing, enough hiding within. Fix him. Let him live and grow. Sometimes too much pressure is really just too much. I can only mutely nod. He then floats upward, disappearing through the ceiling once more, leaving me alone with the silent golem and not a lot of time to get it fixed. Chapter 18. You called? 𝗏𝒂𝒍 asks, leaning against the door. In her hands, a couple of platefuls of dinner. Multiple days have passed, and I've mostly forgotten about leaving my cabin. I pop up long enough to summon hands for our general defense, with those left behind and the ones above dying off every few days. Tells you how bad things get out there, even when the elementals stop throwing themselves at us. Of course, the fact that some of those hands take some serious risks no one could survive also adds to the speed with which they die. No, I'm not touching that discussion with a 10-foot pole. Food! I grab the plates and lay into them. There's something very comforting about slabs of meat and bone, heaping amounts of greenish-white mash, crunchy bulbs of purple and yellow. Soup tureens are quaffed, the entirety of the meal all too quickly consumed as my starving body demands nourishment. 𝗏𝒂𝒍 rolls her eyes and makes to leave, but I wave her back. She waits patiently for me to finish, my gesture at 𝗍𝒂𝒍 giving her something to do. Not that there's much to see, what with the majority of the changes in the code. Still, quite a few wires are running from 𝗍𝒂𝒍 to various little pads, all of them linked to run diagnostics. Mostly they're quiescent, but hopefully for not much longer. You're ready? 𝗏𝒂𝒍 says. I am. Double and triple check the code, which, I might add, is really not something I'm good at doing. I sigh. It wasn't easy, not with the way 𝗍𝒂𝒍's code keeps changing. But I think, all in all, I've got it. You won't harm him, right? Not on purpose. When she stirs, I add, there's gonna be some damage, but it's why this has taken so long, to keep it to the minimum. Then what are we waiting for? 𝗏𝒂𝒍 demands. Me, I'm guessing, Harry says, popping his head around the corner of the door and squeezing into the room. How'd you know? I can't help but ask. Nose for the story. Harry taps the side of his temple and I roll my eyes. Annoying skills. The cabin I'm in isn't that big, what with it being, well, on an airship where space is at a premium, so having 𝗍𝒂𝒍, the three of us, and a tiny hovering spirit in it really feels tight. Just about right, I say. Ready? Then, not waiting for them to answer, what with me being rather done with the entire project, I mentally trigger the program. Nothing happens at first. Of course nothing happens. Everything important is happening in digital space, in areas that none of the others can see. I can, what with my neural link all hooked up, but they don't need to know that. And really, the stripping of code and reversion of code to its original is a little too fast for even me to keep up with. It has to be, though, if we want it to work. The code isn't just being restored to the original, though. You see, the problem was, there were no change logs in some cases, or the logs were there, but the programs being pointed to had been pulled apart, taken away a long time ago, such that there was nothing there but empty digital space. Something has to go back in to replace it. Rather than make use of the code the information downloads have offered, rather than have 𝗍𝒂𝒍 deal with code that had enslaved it, I chose to rewrite it myself. I'm not sure it was the right choice, but it's the one I made. Made via inspiration from the system. Taking from it, as I always did, to remake itself and my existence. Trying as best as I can to rebuild a life. It feels rather, well, apropos that the system offered me what little inspiration it did in the way the code is built. It's only portions, parts of 𝑬𝒔𝒐 program. But I can hope that my little contribution has helped make it, well, more. And now all we can do, is see if it works. The first moments of motion come via a shutter and a flurry of new code appearing on the panels. I read through it all, getting a feel of what it says. Nothing too alarming, since it seems to be just a basic rundown of data. Then more. Motion, as 𝑬𝒔𝒄 pulls back its legs, reforming itself into its normal hip-high size. Except it doesn't stop there, growing further, pushing higher, drawing from the struts, from the extra metal they gave it when they forced it to add another pair of legs, as increases in size and height, filling out a little, coming up to just under where my chest would be. A flicker, and the lines leading to it drop aside, as his eyes flicker over my people before they land on me, and then life returns fully to its eyes, and a word spoken simply.
Father?
If I had a little bit of an emotional reaction to that word, you can forgive me. After all, it has a lot of connotations, even for one like me. Good boy. So, not much change, I say for the umpteenth time.
Minor code changes, including ones offered by Father,
𝑬𝒔𝒐 says.
Nothing that is of concern, nothing that will impede my functionality. In addition, I have access to a further half-dozen new automatic defense programs.
A swirl, metal parting, and I stare at a gun barrel pointed at me. I might jerk a little to the side, one hand pushing the barrel offline rather firmly. Before I'm able to say anything, 𝑬𝒔𝒄 keeps shifting, showing me swords, more guns, even something that looks like a satellite dish, all forming from its body before fading back away. That's good, I choke out. Not that I don't want 𝑬𝒔𝒄 to be able to guard itself, but...
Yes, Father.
I twitch a little, but I'm getting used to it again. More importantly, now that basic diagnostics are over, I feel the need to ask. Do you remember anything? When you were down? There's silence for a moment before 𝑬𝒔𝒄 buzzes again.
While under control of the other code, higher functions were suspended. I could sense, vaguely, the activities happening, but it is indistinct. Data logs are fractured and incomplete.
I nod, having expected that much. And while you were, off?
During suspended operations, I was unaware of any external matters, Father,
𝑬𝒔𝒄 confirms, and I find myself relaxing. The little robot pauses, then tilts its head.
Did I do something wrong, Father?
Firstly, you don't have to use it every sentence. Or near enough, I say. Secondly, you didn't do anything wrong.
But I noted a change in your breathing, muscle tension in shoulders, forearms, and...
𝑬𝒔𝒄 stops as Ali swoops down. Here's a little lesson, little boyo. Our John here, your father, has about as much emotional intelligence as, well, a rock, which means you've got about triple what he does at this moment, Ali says, making sure to hold up all three fingers. Don't ask him why he feels the way he does. And when you ask him why he's angry or upset, figure he's about as truthful as a 𝗵𝒂𝒂𝒃 in a business deal.
I do not understand. How truthful is a 𝗵𝒂𝒂𝒃 in a business deal?
𝑬𝒔𝒄 says. They're more crooked than a bunion worm, Ali explains.
1 second.
𝒬𝒔𝒄 pauses, but even before he's done speaking, he continues.
A bunion worm travels via a semi-straight route by bunching and pushing itself forward. It is not twisted at all.
No! Ali waves his hands in front of 𝑬𝒔𝒄's face. It's a metaphor.
It is factually wrong.
That's not the point. It's the idea we're trying to go with.
That the 𝗵𝒂𝒂𝒃 are truthful.
No! I have a lot to teach you, little one, Ali says, his beard suddenly growing much longer and white. Don't worry, I'll make sure we get you sorted. I tune out the pair with a roll of my eyes and look at Makito and Harry, who are both regarding 𝒬𝒔𝒄. I get up and walk over to them, lowering my voice more out of politeness than practicality. It'd take quite a bit of space before we would be out of 𝒬𝒔𝒄's sensor range. You guys good? He seems fine, Harry says, but I checked his status. There's no real change. Why would there be? I say, shrugging a little. I'm good, but not that good. His code is still mostly 𝗍𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆. Yeah, but you mentioned he might, Harry waves, not willing to put into words my hopes that I had mentioned in passing while working on the program. If we had left him, maybe, with enough time, while locked down, I glance at 𝗏𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒂, who is staring at 𝑺𝒚𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒎 fondly before she turns to me and shakes her head once again, in proper negation at the idea of keeping him turned off longer.
It wasn't even a theory, just hope and vague belief.
She nods toward the little red metal golem, its body still making minor changes to its configuration, as metal flows from one part to the other and it checks out its newer, bigger size.
He deserved to live, not stored away in the hopes that he might one day be something more.
Weapons are to be used, eh? I say, a half smile flickering across my face. I bet you hated museums, too.
He's not a weapon. 𝗏𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒂's voice grows cold for a second. He's a responsibility. All children are.
Yeah, but I trail off, not just because of the sudden attention I feel from everyone as they lock on to me and almost dare me to finish my sentence, but because I don't think I could finish it myself either. Somewhere along the way, I'm not sure when, I've started making him a he. Or everyone has. Maybe that's right or wrong. Maybe I'm taking away determination of what he or it should be, but he feels right. Okay. He's unique.
Exactly. And don't you forget that.
𝗏𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒂 offers me one last piercing look before she leaves. Harry follows her not long after, having not gotten the story he wanted, leaving me with the pair of arguing children. Their voices keep rising, with Ollie gesturing ever more expansively, while 𝒬𝒔𝒆's tone stays calm, but it looks increasingly annoyed. After a second, I blink-step out of the cabin. There have got to be more monsters out there that need killing. Anything. I'll even take goblins. I come back hours later, bloody and tired. My wounds have healed, the blood mostly coming from the monsters I killed. Making my way to the kitchen, I dump off a slab of meat, a little note in the library alerting me that this particular monster is considered a delicacy. From the way the chef reacted when I deposited the flesh, with its lines of fat and protein, I might have been walking on water or something. He promised me a prime cut later today, just before we arrive at the city. We're nearly done. Funny how what should have been an exciting journey through the center of a planet, a trip that should have been a nail-biting adventure, ended up with me mostly working indoors, tearing apart code and stitching it together. I almost feel like an introvert on a world cruise, being told about the exciting sights by my parents while hiding away in my room playing computer games. Not that I ever went on a cruise myself, not when they were still a thing. For that matter, I don't recall any stories of cruise ship directors or their like surviving the transition. Then again, if you're sailing on a giant boat in the middle of the ocean and it dies, well, you probably need more luck than even I have to make it out. Idle thoughts filling my mind as I use a cleanse spell to get rid of the blood. It's not perfect, but better than tracking it all around the lower decks. The upper decks automatically clean themselves, so I'm less worried, especially when we run through another storm. Of course, none of the elementals are left. The really belligerent ones have been banished. The rest got bored days ago, leaving us to ride through rough weather and the occasional swarm of monsters. For creatures like elementals, ire is quick to rise and even quicker to dissipate. I am, after my little exercise jaunt, feeling rather relaxed and happy, which is why the sight of 𝒬𝒔 just sitting silently in the middle of my cabin elicits no sense of danger. After all, it has been there for the last few days. Nothing unusual, nor did I have any concerns about it until it spoke.
Father, may I ask a question?
Thousand hells! I nearly summon my sword and decapitate the golem, my surprise nearly sending me on a killing spree. I breathe slowly, lowering my hand and forcing myself to chill.
Father.
How a little golem can sound plaintive, I do not know. Sorry, I didn't expect you to talk. I choose a different tactic. Just ask away. You don't have to ask.
Of course, Father.
I wander over to my side table, poke at the piles of dirty dishes there, and frown. A small gesture has the majority disappear into my inventory, only a few scraps left untouched. Weird. I pick up the spork that was left behind, turning it over and over. Somehow, for some reason, it was created without system intervention. Or perhaps even the system doesn't want sporks.
Father, what will happen to me at the end?
Ez says tentatively. I turn a little, cocking my head as Ez walks over to stand beside the side table I've sat at. There's not much space in here, just the bunk, the table I'd done so much work at, the living area in the center, and the closet where we can store whatever we find. Enough at least for someone with an inventory to keep things sorted, but not much more. The end? What end? I say.
The end of your quest. When it is over, what will happen to me?
Ez says. I frown, shaking my head. You'll follow me around and we'll do something? I pause, trying to find something to do afterward. Truth be told, I haven't planned that far ahead. The future beyond the system quest is so vague because the answer is so huge that I cannot see it not changing my future. If the search for the answer has changed my entire life, how can the answer not do the same, at least as much?
Something? More violent retribution on our enemies?
Ez says. Firstly, big words for someone less than a year old, I say. Ez looks puzzled, which is a thing a metallic face-bearing golem can do, which is, yeah, it's a thing. Secondly, life isn't just about violent retribution. It's about... I look around for help. Ali refuses to meet my gaze, so I find myself looking back at the golem, searching for an explanation about life. And not just one that is parroted in sports movies and sappy romances, but one that I can believe. One that would ring true for it, having been brought up in the middle of a war. And find myself, once again, failing. How narrow my life has grown. How twisted. Ez stands there silent and unmoving, the way only a golem, a construct, can do. Yet I find myself trying to explain to it, searching for a truth, one that will see it to a better world than the one I've constructed for myself. Because isn't that what it means to be a parent? To offer your children a better future than the one you yourself have? To guide them around the failures you've created? To pave the path such that it is just a little less bumpy for them? To shield them from the blows that would crack them, yet allow them to grow such that when life comes a-kicking, they're tough enough to bend but not break? It's not, no matter what you see me do. Life isn't just about pain and tragedy. It's about love and beauty and goodness. Doing the right thing, not because you'll ever expect anyone to be grateful, because trust me, they won't be, but because you can't afford not to. Can't stand yourself if you let it be. Because the man you are, or the man you want to be, wouldn't ever look away. It's about glistening ideals and crawling through the muck to shelter the people who haven't stood up yet after life has kicked them down, or getting up yourself again and again because those few moments when you're standing clear and pain-free and the breeze is rustling through your hair, it's worth it all. My fists are clenched so tightly I have to force them open to get in some blood, to stop taking damage. We'll find you something more than all this fighting and death. Find you something better to do. Or maybe you will, because all this death, it's not the only way. It can't be. Or else we'd all be dead anyway, just planets of corpses. There's art and music and chocolate, laughter and friends and TV and all those things. The people who make them. Perhaps it might not be me, but it could be you.
And if I did not want it to be me,
Ez says. Then it won't. Ez buzzes quietly before it tilts up its head.
Then I won't be.
Its words make me frown, forcing me to truly look at the golem. You know, you've got a lot of advantages as a golem. Probably make you one heck of an artisan, like 𝗍𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒍𝒆.
He sent me away,
𝗍 says.
I do not wish to be like him, discarding my brothers and sisters because we fail whatever test he deems necessary.
Do you really see the other golems as your brothers and sisters? I say, frowning. Like, care for them?
No,
𝗍 sees the puzzlement on my face, so he clarifies.
they are technically my family, but there are no feelings between myself and them. I believe that I should feel for them, but I do not.
Silence. Then 𝗍 continues, sounding a little puzzled.
I find it hard to understand feelings. The Creator has given me subroutines that allow me to mimic empathic responses, but Father, I do not understand.
I nod, recalling some of the programs I noticed while dealing with its code. Everything 𝗍 has said is what I'd expect. The way 𝗍𝒂𝒊 wrote 𝗍's code. The way 𝗍 translated the basics. It's strange. It's both the child that is growing up and a wizened, heartless AI centuries old. For all that, what he says next catches me by surprise.
I wish to understand.
I can't help it. I rub the shiny dome of 𝗍's head. A part of me wants to hug him, but I refrain. Yeah, I get that. I'm hoping, well, maybe... I'm not even sure 𝗍 becoming sapient would matter. It can think, but does becoming a real boy mean it should feel? AIs don't necessarily feel, not in the way that I think of.
Father,
Just thinking that maybe it's better if you don't feel. Your Creator and I, we want you to grow sapient, to gain free will and be able to choose, to connect to the system and be more. But maybe more doesn't mean feelings. I run a hand through my hair, and for a second, the exhaustion that threatens me, that's a twin to the pulsing core of anger within me, washes over me. I speak softly. They're not always the best.
I do not understand.
𝗍 says.
Yourself and Auntie 𝗵𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒄 both feel. I think I would like to do so.
A pause. Then 𝗍 adds,
A lot of your literature says that's what makes you human.
but you're not human.
Yes, Father. But I do not think it is any worse an objective than being a 𝗓𝒐 or 𝗓𝒏𝒀𝒀, and I at least know what you all are like.
I wouldn't. I sigh, looking at 𝗀𝒐, who shrugs and mouths reality TV at me. I can't help but chuckle, and I wave him over to 𝗍. I think you need to watch a few things that 𝗀𝒐 has before you come to that conclusion.
Yes, Father. But I do want to be you.
Then, when 𝗍 sees me waving it away to speak with 𝗀𝒐, it follows. I watch 𝗍 head off, out of the cabin, thankfully. Only when the door closes do I whisper so that he can't hear. All children do. Then they grow up and realize their parents wear lead boots. This has been System Finale. The System Apocalypse, Book 12. Written by 𝗏 Wong. Narrated by Nick Podell. Copyright 2022 by 𝗏 Wong. Production copyright by Starlit Publishing.